I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, how we'll end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done,
pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
you will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back. Cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo. So move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time, alright. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo. So live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my loved ones, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back. gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. Never give up, never, never give up. Never give up. tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing.
Hello everybody, welcome to the weekend show for the first week of Polaris Split 2 here. I'm joined by Cairo on the desk today. Everything has changed. This is Ed Sheeran and Taylor Swift. Everything has changed. No? That one deep cut?
That's well over my head, mate.
Oh, really? Okay.
Bodok put me in analyst jail. He said that I'm not allowed to cast anymore because I didn't do my 5Ks for the week. He's been getting us to run, get a lung capacity up, and I've not been doing it, so that's what it is, man.
Yeah, you know what? Look, did we have a discussion a while ago about talent doing like marathons or something? This was this was a few weeks ago. Either way, this is just Twitter lore at this point. We have two very exciting games for you coming up today, and we've got some. It's just going to be great action. Obviously, these are some grudge matches. I think just getting started. Like Apex versus Requiem is going to be a very interesting one to get started with. But before we do that, I am going to introduce you to our casters and go over the games that we had before this week. So getting started, here we are. Hello, Ryan, Pavlos, how are you doing, guys?
I'm doing great, man. Just finished my 5K, ready to cast. Not to flex on you, Cairo. Yeah, you got to get running, man. You got to get back into the game, increase that lung capacity. Yeah, but I'm great. We've had a good couple of days so far. Great start to the wheat season, and I'm looking forward to this super day.
Only 5K I'm doing is probably 5 kilograms of eating. Not going anywhere else. Eating some of the hula hoop, like what the like, you get like the crisps that are like baked. They do like baked versions of hula hoops in the UK, like and they are incredible. I can't even express how nice they are. So yeah, only 5K I'm doing is 5K bags of those.
Hey,
we've had so many tangents. This is great.
I was going to say, I didn't realise
we've been here for 2 minutes.
I didn't realise weight of food counted. If that's the case, man, I would have been like top of the charts.
A marathon.
They have charts
That'd be
now?
nice.
Okay. Charts. Leaderboards, charts. Either way, who cares what's going on? Today we're going to take a look at the games that we have had this week so far. Obviously, you guys know what has happened this week. I don't. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't paid too much attention to these first two games. I'm going to put my hands up and admit to that one. So take us through what happened, Ryan and Pavlos, here with the first two games this week.
Yeah, I'll take the first one. I feel like it was a great start to the season, really, because Formulation, they went to that Relo tournament from Relo Eclipse, managed to get them back into form with a new addition, right? Demiurge being in that duelist role, and it all looked pretty good for them. Though NXT, the fact that they were able to come back after not playing with one of their players, their IGL on the first map, was quite honourable to see, right? So they looked on form, brilliant best of 3 series. Went to overtime on the second map with a fake comeback, but yeah, a brilliant match.
Yeah, I think just losing out on the full 10 players in the first series sort of like let it down slightly, but then we had like this overtime resurgence on both days. Actually, full free mappers, overtime in 2 occasions. But here it was at least good to see like Formulation Gaming trying to get back into the swing of playing in Stage 2 after being relegated to Eclipse. But just generally the NXT are the real deal. Like, this was a team that, like, they had a really rough start in Stage 1. They bounced back, were vying for playoffs, but narrowly missed out. This is a good chance for them to do a little bit better and put a bit more time and effort in.
Yeah, and while the Peanut Orchestra and Sweet and Sour match, sorry, Cairo, I'll just finish off with this and pass the mic, yeah. But yeah, that Peanut Orchestra Sweet and Sour match, we lined it up to be the match of the week, and it didn't disappoint. 3-mapper, like Ryan said, a big back and forth in a lot of these situations, but by the end, it felt like a Peanut Orchestra did run out of steam, and Sweet and Sour just couldn't stop fragging.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing though, like, I saw it like on Twitter as well when it comes to the Peanut Orchestra, that like, there seems to be a real shift of mentality for them, and they found this game to be really frustrating because, in their opinion, they want to win every single game. I'm not saying that every team is thinking, oh, we're going to lose that, but they feel as if they're real contenders for this league. Kaisigo was saying that he felt really frustrated by the performance in general because they wanted to get that win, which is nice to see for such a young roster and one that's highly promised. But Sweet and Sour, I think it's nice to see them get the monkey off their backs from last split. They were a bit, how would you put it, here or there, a little bit inconsistent, but I mean, for this best of 3, they seem to be right at the gates.
Yeah, I think obviously Sweet and Sour would have wanted to come up against a Peanut Orchestra in the eventuality that they got into playoffs last time. It didn't happen, and so they were kind of left with that sour taste in their mouths of Week 5 when they did lose 2-1 to this team. So definitely a grudge match that has worked out quite well for Sweet and Sour, and getting these splits started in a similar way to how they started it last time around. Obviously, they kind of surprised us at the start of Split 1. This time around, It doesn't seem so surprising. It's one of those ones where it's like, we've developed this storyline for Sweet and Sour, and they are really a contender for doing incredibly well this split as well, I think.
Yeah, I'm really excited for a Peanut Orchestra too still. Like, I've been glazing this team pretty much as soon as we saw them in a close qualifier, and from speaking to Kikigo briefly, it was just, for them, it's like we didn't play like we were playing in the scrims, which is fair enough. Like, that just sometimes official jitters get in the way. Sometimes you just can't play the same when you only have limited access to your coach being able to talk to you. But also, if you are playing crazy out there comps with like the Deadlock, the double controller with the Omen and Astron split, it's going to be a little bit risky and a little bit awkward in those kind of officials when you're playing a comp that nobody else is playing. The question is, for me, how do they commit to the future? Do they stay on these comps, or do they go back to the drawing board like they consistently do? I want to see this team, they're on the right path. I just want to see them sort of get adverse through it almost.
Alright then, I will say goodbye to you guys. You can prepare for your games today. Thank you so much for giving your insight on those last 2 games. See you in a bit, guys. And we're back, taking up most of the screen. I do love the new graphics for this season. We're blending into each other here. Where is the line between us? Are we in the same room? My arm has disappeared, you know?
Yeah, that's because it's actually a portal. Here in Polaris, you know, like, we're going all the way in. Like, if you could just go like
yeah. Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah, like, well, I think we can just kind of, I just wanted to touch briefly though, like, on the changes from last split to this split. Yes. I think, like, the thing for me especially is NXT completely changing up all the roles for all the players. We've got Bully on controller, we've got Rex on duelist. We're seeing like NXT really change things up, and you know what, I think that's a real reason why we saw them perform well. I mean, they've got a fresh breath air, a breath of fresh air, whatever it is, and yeah, that's the good stuff.
Yeah, it's stuff that we like to see, and I mean, there's going to be more changes that we're going to see today to teams. Obviously, our second matchup is familiar names, but very different looks. But our first matchup today is going to be Apex versus Requiem, which is really, I mean, it's 2 victors against each other, just at very different stages, right? Apex obviously completely flawless first split and won the playoffs of Polaris itself, and then Requiem almost flawless in the playoffs for Eclipse as well, taking Hukaza's spot in the league. So while Apex definitely the team that are expected to win this game, I think it is going to be a real testament to how Requiem are going to look for the rest of the season here, because this is a team with, from what I can tell, pretty high expectations, honestly, coming from where they came from a Beacon team, the only Beacon team now in the league coming from last season. It's a pretty good look for them. They did very well against the Polaris teams that they were up against in Eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, it's two teams that are victors worlds apart. I mean, Requiem here, Dex, Soren, Toba, Harambe, and CRR. CRR is actually subbing in for Ianto, who is the IGL, so maybe not the best start to the season here, Twiggy. But, I mean, you've got to be looking at that statement of intent from the playoffs of Eclipse. You know, the fact that they've 13 old formulation, the fact that they put Hookals to the sword in a 2-0 fashion. Like, these guys do look like the real deal and do look like they should belong in Polaris. It's now just a kind of measuring meter, you know, how much do they belong in it, and how are they going to survive? Because realistically, every team has had already that tier 2 experience. For these guys, it's the debut.
The thing for me is, right, obviously missing your IGL is pretty impactful in a game like this, but if there was any matchup that you were going to be missing a player on and it, you know, not going to affect your season too much, it would probably be Apex. So, look, for these guys, maybe we can't get a great idea of what they're going to look like from the rest of the season from this game, but at the very least, we're just going to get a look at some of the players' individual skill in this matchup. They're up against the best players in the league, some players that have absolutely wiped the floor with every single team so far that they've played against. And I think it's just going to be a nice look into what we're going to expect from Requiem for the rest of the season. Whether they can make it up into the top 4 of this one. They've proven themselves against Formulation Gaming and Hookars. Now they have to prove themselves against the rest of the teams in Polaris, which is a much more difficult task.
Yeah, and I think as well the one thing that like you're hoping for here, if you're a Requiem, like those bottom 2 teams, they're not really high on the missed points. You know, we've got to be thinking about that top 6 and the missed points to get into playoffs. That is a real possibility that we could see Requiem getting into play-ins.
Yeah, for sure. I think, speaking of actual individual skill that I was talking about earlier, I think there's a head-to-head that you wanted to take a look at between Deck and Mulsey here.
Yeah, I mean, like, both players are obviously, like, Mosey's stats is coming from Polaris Deck, from that, like, kind of lower tier circuit, the beacons, your eclipses, and the likes. But the one thing that is really highlighted for me, while the stats look similar and there is that differentiation of level, is the first official here, Twiggy. The 29th of March was Deck's first official, whereas Mosey was back in 2015. That is almost 8 years worth of experience on the other roster. It shows you how different these two teams actually are.
Yeah, exactly, and I do think that's kind of the storylines that we've had in Polaris the whole time out, is you've got the new guard, you've got the old guard, and right now the old guard really are kind of the ones on top at the moment. Obviously, it's Apex, they have that tier 1 experience, they have experience spanning years here. Deck, a newer player, you know, a new player to the official competitive scene, and that's what we like to see, is these new players springing up and being able to compete with teams like Apex here. At the very least, they're on the same league, if maybe not on the same level. Apex, a team that have gone flawless over the course of the whole of Split 1, did not drop a single map. They got close a couple of times, but they always had things in hand. And I mean, look, we're expecting them to win this league. We're expecting them to get into the Ascension League, and we're kind of expecting them to win it over here in Polaris. We'll see if that is an eventuality that will happen, but this is an insane team. We cannot understate it.
Listen, I don't mean to bring it up, but I mean, we're hoping that they're going to win it. I'm not going to bring out expectations, because I had that expectation
let's not jinx them, bro.
Yeah, honestly, man. But, like, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think the one word that you always tie with Apex is professionalism, right?
Yeah.
Whether things are starting to go a little bit worse for wear, things are starting to get towards the latter stages, you've always got the coaching staff who will introduce themselves, you know. You've got Danito, you've got Desmo, you've got the full shebang here if they ever need it. And that's just the thing about Apex. They're so efficient in everything that they're doing. The fact that they're flawless is just a testament to the quality that they have in this roster.
Yeah, and I think a lot of question marks were being brought up in Split 1 as to how seriously they were playing as well. For a lot of the league games, at the very least, maybe not the playoffs, but a lot of the league games, it was kind of like they were really not trying too hard. They had strats on the back burner. They weren't really putting a lot of effort into trying to outsmart teams. They were just kind of mechanically gifted playing. And that's what's scary about Apex to me, is that even when they're not fully invested in a game, they're not giving it 100%, they're still kind of wiping the floor with a lot of teams. They started last season off with mostly 13 threes or better in maps. If they can do the same thing at the start of this season, it's going to be well, I mean, look, towards the end of last season, we were kind of like, okay, it's Apex playing, you know, we've got a free kind of 2 hours to ourselves, we can just kind of talk about whatever. So, yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking at this one going, okay, this is our guaranteed loss, we can kind of do whatever we want here, and kind of just try and show what we can do.
Yeah, the Apex tax, right? That's what we were talking about last time, and it's totally respectful. I think for Requiem here, it's a free hit at the big dogs, right? It's a good way to start your season off, get yourselves really tested, and what you want to be doing. I think again, like it's going to be a real testament of the fundamentals because Ianto isn't there to call.
Yeah. Let's take a quick look at the map vetoes from, or well, the map win rate, sorry, from Apex from the playoffs here. Similar kind of maps to what they were playing before. They had played a little bit of Split before this in the regular season, but apart from that, very kind of wide, and so far we haven't really seen any gaps in their map pool, and this is very similar to Requiem's map pool. I just took a look at it. We don't have a graphic prepared for it, but Requiem very much like Breeze, 3-0 on Breeze. Icebox, the only map they lost on in the playoffs, 2-1 on there. Sunset, 2-0, and Split, 1-0. So very similar kind of map pool going into this one, which is a bit of a scary kind of thing for Requiem, is that they can't really surprise Apex. You know, I think a lot of the time, teams expect to go into a game and go like, okay, the only way we're going to be able to beat Apex is if we do something crazy. And that is kind of what we saw towards the end of last season, is that when teams really changed up their strats and kind of threw Apex for a loop, you can catch them by surprise and take a few rounds. And we saw that on Bind, we saw that on Split a couple of times, maps that they hadn't really played as much. But these two teams have very similar map pools.
Yeah, they do have very similar map pools, and that's always going to be something that's in the back of your mind. The thing is, though, Twiggy, you've got to be playing your own game. Trying to play something like that against Apex, those guys, they do the exact same thing. Focus on themselves. There's no anti in the league. They know that they can win out on the qualities that they actually have. So that's what I imagine will be happening here. I don't think there'll be too many surprises. And that's the question that always comes up with Apex, is the map pool. Like, when we leave Polaris and essentially, eventually end up in Ascension, is how far is that actually going to go?
Exactly. Like, we've seen them stretch to every single in fact, they've voluntarily picked opposing teams' favorite maps, ones that they haven't played, such as Bind. They picked against Metasport, if I remember correctly, the older Metasport, just into them. They'd never played it before in an official, and it was Metasport's first favorite map. Which, yeah, that's not really going to be a thing you can do in Ascension. Suddenly you have to be very, very serious. You have to actually think, okay, we're playing against teams that have also won their respective leagues. We need to actually be very serious about this one. But the maps that they seem to like so far are Sunset and Icebox, which I'm going to assume are going to be the first two maps on this series.
Yeah, there you go, straight away. Apex are so dominant. They were one of the few teams to actually make, on Icebox specifically, one of the few teams to make double walls actually work in the league. That was the little caveat to one of the stats that we were pushing. So there's no surprises that Icebox is going to be that one. Sunset is a map, though, that Apex were pushed by OnlyFins, if you can recall, to last Split. So perhaps that's something that Requiem can use to their advantage. Whether that is the case, a different thing entirely. Last map being Bind. Okay. And do you know what? I'm actually quite excited to see Apex on that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of respect being shown there from Apex, I feel, because they are not uncomfortable on Breeze, but I think they've seen that Requiem won all three of the times they played on Breeze there, and they've gone, you know what, we're just going to pick the lesser of two evils, we're going to play Bind on this one. And they were very impressive on Bind against Metasport, but that's the only piece of data that we have to show for Apex on Bind. They had previously avoided this map. It was their first or second ban over the course of the whole of Split 1 here. So I'm interested to see what Bind looks like for them now.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing for me, is to see where Bind actually is. I recall, towards the Apex roster of old, when they kind of all struggled on Bind against Focus. We were even seeing changing up in roles. So when they introduced this into the map pool for the second Split, I wonder what kind of the composition looks like. Euro's been a big part of that in different sort of maps, and the fact that we see Kayak's come to comfortability is something that I'm excited to see.
Well, we'll be right back with the first series here. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll get to Asian Select very shortly. Thank you for holding, everybody. Welcome back to Polaris. Apex versus Requiem right on the horizon now. And, you know, obviously we've set up the stakes for this game. Requiem, this is their Apex tax game, and getting it out of the way straight away is probably quite a nice feeling, if I'm being completely honest. I think the teams that had Apex towards at the tail end of their season were not a very happy bunch last time around, so Requiem starting things off with the gauntlet, and it's just a good test, litmus test to see how well they do against a team that pretty much demolished everybody last split.
Yeah, 100%. Heading into the first Agent Select here, Twiggy of Sunset. Requiem have went for no changes. Apex, the exact same. The Paper X comp that Apex are running that was obviously made popular by the VCT team, and they have been amazing on it. It has to be said. We saw them get a little bit close against OnlyFins. They switched it up. It looks great. Requiem, the fact that they've made no changes, obviously confidence in what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, here, this is just a, you know, two different kind of looks of the same idea going on here. For Apex, it's worked for them. For Requiem, sorry, it's worked for them as well. They played this one twice. They won it twice in the Eclipse playoffs. So I'm expecting to see good play from both teams here. So this is going to be a great idea of what we're going to see throughout the rest of the season from both of these teams. I'm going to throw it over to the casters now so we can get things underway. Take it away, Ryan and Pavlos.
Thank you very much, Twiggy and Cairo. Great analysis there, and a lot to build into this series, which I think a lot of people are excited for, given the fact that it's the new guns coming into the league, playing against the first place finishers of Split 1, Birth by Fire. But unfortunately, we have to be playing with a sub. Ryan, how are we feeling for this matchup?
Yeah, maybe not the most confident for Requiem to break this undefeated map streak that Apex have been on. Undefeated all the way throughout. I love the little effect the Soulcast has. I know that's like an error with the camera, but adds a nice level of edginess to it. But it is good to see Requiem here. Came through Eclipse. This was a team that Yanto and Co were fighting in the closed qualifiers of Stage 1. And much like Yari, who we're going to see with Metaspot later today, they were teams that I said back then of like, I know that if these guys keep grinding, they will make it to this level. And they have. So they're missing their IGL, Yanto. For this one, it was like predetermined, I suppose, even before Eclipse had finished. Yanto was unable to do today. So at least if you're going to be missing a week of games, going up against the undefeated team, an unmapped defeated team of Challengers North, probably a good one to be missing.
Well, let's see if Requiem can be a challenge to Apex today. They did manage to get a win against Formulation in the Eclipse promo Relo tournament as well, leading in to this second split of Challengers North. So let's see if they can be a stronger competitor amongst the top of the field in this split. Apex now on defense, Requiem on attack. And this first home ground of attack will be Sunset, Requiem's pick.
Going to be fighting mid early for Requiem. Just a Gecko Flash to get some bits of information. And Apex, we saw them play this composition before. Sort of a big focus from what Paper X had been doing. And Requiem trying to push mid, getting caught out by a lot of the flashes. And they're being absolutely crunched on.
It completely feels like, guys, wake up. You're playing against Apex. No sleeping on the wheel. Not even allowed to play in the first 5 seconds. You've got a smoke set up. You're not allowed to think that it cannot be pushed. So Apex putting Requiem with ants in their pants straight off the rip.
So far, it's just a bad situation for Deck to be stuck in. Playday had some incredible rounds, and really, like, we're looking at this from the lens of like, okay, what are the new players that haven't really had too much experience, if any, in Tier 2 going to do up against a team that almost effectively feels Tier 1 out of everything other than title. But Requiem kind of dumpstered teams, including Formulation, in those qualifiers. So this is a squad that's like done well to get here. And like I said, go through Apex first, it's fine. Like, if it's a loss, you still have the rest of the stage to work things out. It's not like you're missing out on your IGL on a series that might save you from relegation. You're not going up against Formulation Gaming for the first week, for example, too. So right now, I guess it's a good way for Requiem to just get that experience against Apex, so to see what issues their strategies run into, and ultimately, just what Apex do as a response to them.
Yeah, that's fair, but I think for the same time, Ianto, for him, this matchup could have been very important as well, right? It's experience that he would have liked to gather, especially as an IGL. You want to be able to see how a team like Apex performs around the map, what the protocols look like, and how it is to play against it. So I think it's an opportunity missed at the same time.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, you're right. It's a better than the worst case scenario, but it still isn't a great one for Requiem. Trying to sugarcoat it a little bit, as they do take a lot of space here in mid as well as in B main.
Yeah, the Omen going to be the one that's sort of peeking out of B main first, but right now I guess it's just some conditioning that Harambe wants to do to try and fight for top mid. They kind of got stuck from there last time on the pistol, so it's just a good way that on a buy that nothing's really expected from you to be like, we're still going to fight for this, we're not scared of you.
There was a moment where I thought there'd have been impact in mid. Soulcast was checking that corner and as Harambe was approaching, but Now with the smoke subsiding, it's Kayak that takes the reins off of that hold. And with 35 seconds remaining, Requiem a call to action here. Got to make a decision. Maybe Toba to make some noise and cause some rotations towards the right-hand side. Some pings going in that direction. Dagger as well in mid to clear that out. A lot of players looking at that position, but Requiem have got their eyes onto this B side. It looks like it will be permitted. The spike will likely go down, but it will be a retake heavily favoring Apex.
Yeah, you should be able to get the plant at least because there's no Cypher utility here. So a bit of extra money. Harambe wanting to close the distance and fight out, but there's not really that much utility from that distance that can help.
I respect Requiem going for these aggressive fights, trying to catch Apex off guard, but it's just not working out, is it?
Yeah, maybe just getting in a bit ahead of yourselves there. Like, you can fight for backside a bit more, but like Apex, with the whole setup, with the fact that they're not playing a Cypher, and they were playing a very open B main, they were kind of happy to give it up. See how the coach that's coming in, and a bit more damage, helps with getting that first thrash online on the attacking side, because obviously if you're planting, if you're picking up the orbs and then dying and getting kills quite a lot, should mean that it's near enough ready to go for this full buy against Apex's bonus.
You're right about the the glitch with the camera.
We've experienced it. Like, from COVID casting, I know that that's happened a couple of times, and I know exactly why. But it does have a bit of a sad boy filter onto Soulcast.
Yeah, it kind of gives it a nice eerie vibe. Be scared of this guy. Split 1 MVP, by the way. Received a good trophy with it. Really like that. At ValLeague_NE if you want to check out all the content as well as that trophy that was given to the MVP. Cool little bits and pieces shown on our socials, so make sure you stay tuned on that. But yeah, bonus round. That also looks quite dangerous given a Vandal is in play. Kayak is the first to drop. Avova looking away, but will be hard to stay alive as Requiem approach.
There's the Thrash coming in to clear up all of the A side. And it was Apex sort of shutting down the execute with their own KO knife, but Requiem kept going, and I guess Apex were kind of surprised that they would just keep walking in that direction, instead of being like, oh, they spotted us, we've got to slow down, cancel, reset. So Apex now, 4 versus 5 in a retake, a lot of damage done to Harambe at least.
Great flash, and Requiem, though, are ready for it. Good anti-flash positions. And playing coordination will allow them to get a quick round 3. And with Avova tagged up, at least with a telegraph position, Requiem will just wait for him to move in their direction, but Avova is making sure that they know he is difficult to take down and won't go down without a fight. Requiem would have loved to have a 4th player alive, get that eco going well, but will not be given the opportunity to lose another player, and that's how Requiem find their way on the score sheet.
Yeah, a couple of kills on the bonus is okay. You do some damage to Harambe, so they have to rebuy armor. I think it's the same for another player at least. So there's still a lot going for the defensive side. You're hoping for a little bit more, especially with how low they were. But it's a good way to sort of test and see ultimately how it's all working.
Round 4 operator for Kayak, by the way, Ryan.
Not too much of a surprise, I guess. Like, their anti-eco is good, their money's fine, they played up into the bonus masterfully. It's just whether Requiem walk into it or not.
Ooh, good blind. And that stops the push in its tracks. And Kayak is in the swell position to pick up Harambe. First off, as Shoran re-peeks it, he might be dead as well.
KO knife gets him, but how are you supposed to know he has the operator with that? But now they're peeking it one at a time. The Dizzy Flash doesn't really get into that position. Now see how risky to try and pick up that utility on that spot, considering he has the spike. Looks like Requiem are going to reset on this attack.
I mean, even if they do reset, what can you do? Limited power. Apex are happy to split theirs. They've let mid open, but it's not like it's being contested by Requiem right now. And there is some footsteps being made by Deck trying to swing peek this elbow side.
You got the Sage roll top mid, and then Apex, another 2 players clearing at market at mid late. But that K knife, I think it connects onto all 3, so that's good information. And these 2 players that just cleared market are not only getting mid, they're getting the flank.
Here.
Feels like Apex are all the way.
30 seconds left.
Good Dizzy.
1 enemy remaining.
But Avova's just making simple work of it. Lovely positioning taken up by him. The smoke will not cover that at all. And Apex look to clean this up swiftly. Soulcast the only player to be dropped. And it will remain the case by the end of the round. So Apex, as soon as they get good guns in, they get the round.
Yeah, against Gecko KO this comp, like the op reigns supreme. You don't have Fade Prowlers to clear stuff, or like a Recon or a Haunt that can go up hide. Somebody else obviously needs to break for the opping player. So it just means that you have to clear these angles well with utility. And problem with Dizzy is, like, Gecko's incredible right now, but the Dizzy is often unreliable, especially on angles like that. It's just going to be a little bit more frustrating for Requiem. They're onto a low buy yet again, and Apex continue this run of form.
Yeah, it's these micro pixel angles that can make all the difference with any flash, really. And Kayak has seemingly been very good at finding those, and he finds another one, and it's off the support of a wall from Molesey, and he's there to deliver against the onslaught of Requiem players. They shall not pass, because Molesey's a brick wall, and Requiem has just broken their nose on him. Shorin, with an attempt with a pistol, they know the situation is dire, trying to throw numbers to the problem, but it's an unsolvable one, which Apex have full command of. 4-1 already.
Yeah, just 3 players fighting in mid. Lovely little set play. Again, very Paper X-esque in their approach. And I suppose when you're Apex in this situation, you've been absolutely flawless through stage 1. You're going up against an opponent that's brand new to the league. So that playing at that tier 3, tier 2 level for a consistent amount of time. They're also not playing with their IGL, they're playing with their coach instead. So if there's a time to take gambles with some of these more like experimental 200 IQ plays, right, it is probably today. I'm not going to say this is a glorified scrim, because that's not fair for either team, but at the same point, like, Requiem just want to get a lot of info out of playing this way. See what Apex do against you.
It's one thing knowing what a team is capable of, and it's another to experience it yourself.
Yeah.
And know what level you need to get to, and I think that was a wake-up call for a lot of the young teams this season already. Good position by Molesey. And it's his little off angles that Requiem are just not ready for. Micro plays, but Dex seems to have a couple of his own up his sleeve. Not for long. Overstays his welcome on that angle where Avova is ready and waiting. And even though Dex made it quite scary, it's Apex's win nevertheless.
For sure. I also did want to say, like, whether Yanto was here for Requiem or not, that doesn't change how Apex is going to play. It's just that when you have 13, like an average scoreline of 13-4, 13-5, I think it is for Apex, you can afford to try and go and make these plays work. So for Requiem, it is a really tough time. The only round that you've been able to get was against a bonus. And in these positions when you're attacking, like, no point taking a timeout, your coach is already in the server. But if the coach is still like, I'm not really sure how we can approach this, just to show that Apex are pretty much well-rounded.
Yeah, it's one thing to be the coach and another to be an IGL. You've got to be quick on your feet and have the team rally behind you at a moment's notice. Of course, I'm sure as a coach, CRR will definitely have capacity to do so. And you know, IGLs and coaches work together quite nicely. It's pairings that can make a difference from a good team to a bad. So great positioning by Molesey here will disrupt anything Requiem are trying to do. But yeah, as I was saying, it's a difficult one.
He's trying to ace. His wall was the thing that let him down. He was up there for so long. Naturally, the confidence is high. Why would he ever feel the need to drop off, especially when you know it's against an eco?
Yeah, no risk. I think Apex are just being a little bit fancy with their positioning, and it's one of the things they do in Sunset a lot. It's and it's something you see the top teams doing in Sunset. Try and always find these difficult positions to be in.
30 seconds left.
Hard corners to cover, and with smokes, there's always some sort of a gap somewhere. There's something to be said about Kayak here, Ryan. He's been an absolute madman in this league so far. We knew when he was coming in, when he was picked off, we saw the stats, we knew what he was able to do in the Eastern European League, but here in North, he's also fragging like no other team, and especially with the support he's got behind him, he's just one up the previous performances he's had and has never looked back.
Yeah, we've already seen like Apex build up on finding really strong duelist players with like Kaiko, obviously that's gone to Team Liquid, and Kayak here, but Kayak just the flexibility that he's brought with the amount of Fury that he played at the start of the stage. Here with a Gecko, there's something inspired way of playing. He's just suited it perfectly.
Well, now Requiem do move into this B site, and they've got a full buy on them. Space given, Apex relent. But will they move in together? They've got two different angles they're looking at. Smoke subsides on one end, and now on the other. No command is something that's available to them, but this paranoia could delay. I thought that Requiem might want to go aggressive off the back of it, but no, instead want to try the hold at angle, but Deck was a little bit too far out into the open and therefore gets caught out quite quickly. The rest of them blind as a bat and will quickly drop to the ground splat. And the rest will just get mowed across smokes. It's not a comfortable journey here for Requiem. Apex are making this a very bumpy ride.
Oh yeah, and it was just very aggressive, I suppose, from Requiem. They wanted to try and take Boba, like, back sight as much as possible with the paranoia, but it was a good null command from Soulcast to protect them. I don't know why Deck was out in his position. I think he did use the From the Shadows, but because of the KO ultimate, I don't know if it just insta-cancelled and left him high and dry. Like, usually you might want to put the Omen in those aggressive positions because you can just either ultimate out or TP out. And because of that null command, because of that suppression, they were just stuck.
Is that something you've myth busted?
I don't know. Like, I heard the ultimate, and then I saw why. I was like, why was Deck there? So I was like, maybe it has to be watched again, I think.
Shout out to your old myth busting videos. Pure
Fun
classic.
times.
Yeah, great times. Used to watch them every time. Here we go, though. B-site again taking over. Will Requiem have the success they need? Well, not off the rip, because Hype has found a mad kill through the smoke.
My Requiem are trying to exploit this B-site as much as possible, especially with there being no Cypher. And they have a full buy here at least. They're just a player down. See how these retakes are for Apex.
These holds are usually really, really strong. So Apex have got a challenge here to try and deal with them, but this wall is dirty. It's very dirty. Oh, and it gives Wingman a clear view to the spike. And no way of Requiem from shutting it down. This is why Sage is so strong in this map. So many things can be done about these post plants, these off angles. It's completely difficult for Requiem to deal with.
Well, it's also like you hear the Sage wall go up and you'd assume that it would go like horizontally across like stairs to protect it. So the fact that the Sage wall was great because it's on an angle that you'll see in a second. Obviously, with all of these smokes, like the Omen smokes, the Cypher cages, they don't know that the wall is placed in that way. So they're just spraying, hoping that it's broken the wall, hoping that some of their lineups have hit. Requiem don't really have any idea on how that setup's worked. They just know that the spike was diffused and they're back onto another eco.
What a way to, I guess, give more confidence to Apex to split. I mean, it won't be a 13-0 game, that's for sure, because already Requiem have secured a round on their opponent's bonus. But it's one of the things that Apex said they wanted to do. Just collect them all, you know, get those gym badges.
I mean, they got one against Formulation Gaming.
They did. I think they had a couple last season. Yeah.
So
they had 2 or 3.
It's a rite of passage, I feel, for Polaris.
Yeah, true. But I think they one-up the previous Apex's squad score, right? Because Apex the last season as well didn't have much competition either. I think they had another couple of teams that were up there with them, but not to the degree that they could challenge for the top first spot. That's a quick way to pad up the stats here from Avova, and Apex turn the lead to 8 rounds.
It's a good attitude though for Apex to have, because realistically they have no control over how competitive their league is. So they have to sort of think beyond that. Like, naturally, yeah, they want to go undefeated, and I think part of Apex wants to be challenged in these officials a bit more, because we know what the goal is, and we know what Apex narrowly missed out on last time. Whilst the org is the same, the team is effectively different, other than Danny moving from assistant coach to head coach. But Apex are like thinking well ahead.
For sure. Let's hope the Scrim Bucks favour them, at least for now. And maybe the top teams of the league can challenge, but this looked like an eco round from Requiem. They've had full guns, but they're just melting like butter. And this summer northern heat, this is insane. Oh, they just can't be allowed to do a thing. I feel sorry for them at this point.
But for Apex, it's just another day at the office. pretty much been... It's not as if this is a sort of embarrassing for Requiem at all, because it's a fair excuse. You're missing a player. And the second excuse is, I mean, everybody seems to have been on the side of a drumming from Apex, depending on the map. And it really is the case of, like, this is a map the Requiem chose. Apex are just going to pick the side that they want to play. Like, Icebox might be a bit more competitive, but saying that, Apex have destroyed a lot of teams on Icebox in Stage 1. There's not many places that you can take Apex to that they're going to be uncomfortable.
This Dizzy and Flash combo did wonders in round number 1. But this time, Requiem seem a little bit more ready for it,
nice
especially
shot.
how deep Harambe has placed himself. I think this is the first time we see Requiem with numbers advantage. And with info on where Apex lie. Isolation, they know Hype is nearby. Do they take the fight to him? Instead, they peek out one by one, and Hype is making good work of him. They know what to do here, Apex. They know how to deal with these situations. They've been in these before, and with players with way more experience. And it's all down to Harambe, our Lord and Savior. For 1v2, the smoke goes down. It could have been, but isn't. Hype is there to retrieve it, and Apex have a near flawless half number 1.
Yeah, it was a good ult from Hype. I do like the ultimate being used to sort of keep control of backside. It allows Evolver to come in, and just the fact that when the Viper pit went down, both players were playing off of each other. If one of them dies, the other should be able to trade it. In comparison, you've got Requiem in a 2 versus 2, CIR trying to push and flank around CT, getting caught by Evolver who was still rotating. I'm not necessarily saying that's much of a mistake, but it's more Apex have done well to play off of each other and get the trades in, and Requiem there, when they had that opportunity, sort of went and splintered off to try and make plays. The other side of it too, that's a problem for Requiem, is like rewatching this on the VOD. Do you even like bother in the nicest way? Like, not only is it just you playing with your coaching, but also like you're not really getting a chance to play the game that you want because Apex are doing such a good job of shutting it down.
I think it's just worth seeing how Apex are setting up these rounds, right? It's many moments where Apex, they're the ones that dictate the pace, even though they were on the defensive side. And it's something that Requiem can use for their own game style. And their comps do differ quite a bit. You know, there's a couple of agent changes in there, but maybe that's something they'll want to look into. But for now, Harambe spots heavy presence and makes the call for Requiem to rotate over.
An interesting thing of like the Viper still being used on this map. But it does allow them just a bit of time to not give the game away that they're going in for an execute. And the first kill does go the way of Requiem. They're getting the kills and they're not being traded out this time.
Well, that could be a confidence booster, winning out a pistol and maybe finding some momentum off the back of it. But still, it's not impossible for Apex to recover as the 2 remaining players are fully healthed up. And they've got time to work with as well. Rotation well within their realms of possibility. Well, they've got to make the decision on that quickly, but also don't want to give out the audio cue. Instead, move out to the other end of the A site, where Toba's lying and waiting, but he's alone and he doesn't really have cover, but doesn't really matter! Toba double kill to excite him a little bit as they enter the second half.
Good place to sort of start from, right? Pick up the pistol, give yourself one of the few anti-eco rounds against Apex that we've seen really this stage. But it is also just all right, the first half really didn't go our way. Let's just start from 0-0 on our defensive side and just play out as many rounds as we can.
Requiem have got an interesting story, I think, Ryan. They've battled and been on the brink of qualifying into Challengers North for a while.
Yeah.
Right? All of the players, whether it's the core or on their own, they've been close, but no cigar. And finally are here, but I think that this level shows why it's taking them so long to get here, because this is a completely different beast. Different competition, but Mozzie snuck all the way behind, and I don't think Requiem have a clue. This is so scary. They don't have an idea. They don't have a flipping clue. And Soulcast is on the other end, and it might be an anti-bonus from Apex to secure this win.
Toba needs to go careful. He's here on his own, and just even then, Apex with the worst weaponry. They're just playing together, so the trades potentially coming in. They do actually catch him in the end. Kayak going for the plant also peaks for a bit more, but it is just still pistols versus an outlaw.
There's a bulldog that Harambe could potentially go for, but doesn't. Is there a gun there in front of him? No. It's going to have to be the Outlaw. Not great on the close proximity. Yeah, it can one-shot both of the players.
Grenade!
Damage. That's good. Draw out the pistol, mate.
Oh no.
Already damaged them. He's blindo for the second. And Kayak is there to secure it. 22 HP away from getting a second round here in this half. But no, Apex are just one away from closing this out.
Yeah, frustrating way when you have a good pistol for the anti-eco to fall the way that it did. But again, Apex have pretty much picked up a lot of thrifties, but they've not really been put into many eco positions in the first place. It's really hard to talk about this team without just feeling like you're glazing them, but really, it has been a no-note stage for them in stage 1. Like, this has been pretty much the expected result in a lot of cases. And it would have been a hell of a testament for Requiem to go close in any maps, especially without playing with your IGL.
That's a good trip. Never falls victim to it. And there was a gap to the smoke as well. No, there wasn't. I'm fibbing. But yeah, full expenditure for Requiem. Last-ditch effort. The fact that they've got numbers is something that goes for them here, but they've got to close up the distance. I like their approach from mid. This switches things up a bit. Let's see what the protocol from Apex is here, because I think they're sensing something. This Paranoia is going to give it away. Hype is looking in the direction, but Harambe will be the first impact of Hype. Spray! It's 3 to his name, and no in return. Requiem. This was quite literally birth by fire, and it was scorching hot, and it had Apex name written all over it.
Yep, welcome to Northern Europe Challengers League, Requiem. Welcome to Polaris. It has a new name and a new rebrand, but some things just stay the same. Apex, a dominant win on a map that they've been consistently strong on. And going into Icebox, where it's more of the same, it could be a very frustrating but a short afternoon for our latest team that came in from Eclipse.
I mean, look, they seem to be jolly about it. They can't take this too seriously, but at the same time, you'd want to see some glimpses of hope, you know, some opportunity to frag out, but they never really got an opportunity. Like you said, Ryan, there was never a chance for them to play their own game.
No, not at all. And it's not only just the way that Apex are playing, but the whole comp just being very left from field of what teams are trying. There's a couple, but none have really been that successful outside of Paper X and Apex. So Icebox, we have a rough idea on what Apex are going to be playing, but it'd be interesting to see how they do against Requiem.
Yeah, and I wonder if there'll be a change in approach here from Requiem, maybe a chance for them to gather a few more rounds. We'll be back right after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one. When I one time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground. Underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire.
Welcome back to Polaris, everybody. Like so many others before them, Requiem have fallen to the wayside for Apex. One more map for Apex to go to make this a 2-0 series, just like so many before. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of... it's what we were expecting, I think, is the problem here. You know, we wanted to see something amazing out of Requiem here, but I don't think it was ever meant to be. Obviously, missing their IGL, playing with a coach instead, as well as just Apex are Apex. You know, we had dreams. They didn't really materialize.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's like with everything, right? I mean, you want your friends to turn your water into wine, but it's never going to happen. Unfortunately for Requiem, an IGL down, I mean, the odds were already stacked against them, no matter who they were playing, but of course it had to be Apex. I think though, like, Twiggy, I think the one thing that you have to say, there is still plenty more to go in the series, but this was their pick, you know, this is where they decided to take Apex, and they've been schooled.
Yeah, for sure. There were positives. You can see here, Toba picking up a pretty good kill score, but everybody else on the team, obviously, not having such a nice time. And that is just kind of how it is against Apex. You're playing against 5 incredibly mechanically gifted players. Kayak only gets 9 kills, and that's kind of the anchor operator player there. It's just everybody getting involved, and they really had no way of getting into that game at any point. I think Sunset is a difficult map against Apex. They know what they're doing, and when you've got, you know, there's only 2 sites, it's a 3-lane map. If a team is anchoring well, you're not really going to get much out of an attacking half at the very least. And yeah, Requiem just don't get anything out of that game. Hopefully on Icebox we'll see something a little different. It's, well, I mean, it's a strategically not more interesting map whatsoever. It's incredibly formulaic, but at the very least you can do things that might take them by surprise. So we'll see. Yeah,
I mean, you're hoping that the emphasis will be more put on the aim, I guess, but even on that front, Twiggy, like, Apex were dominating. Like, there's not much that you can say. Like, it's really hard to conjure up hope for Requiem fans, because Apex, as always, was that well-oiled machine. They were doing everything right, just going through the motions, and unfortunately for Requiem, it's the same story as we always seem to be on this post-game show, or the post-game, you know what I mean, analyst desk.
Yeah. We'll take a look at a replay or two from that game there, just to take a look at what went wrong for Requiem, what went right for Apex here, and I think it's, again, that kind of formulaic play that Apex have. They don't seem to put a foot wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to like pause here and just really highlight that the post plan that Apex, that Requiem have went for. You see, they're really wanting to fight on this site, and this is the issue for Requiem. They've almost disconnected with the Gecko and the Cypher going back to main. They're almost caught in 2 minds and what they actually want to do. And if we just play it a little bit forward here and we go and see what actually happens, it's just set utility from Apex. It's you see that they try to fight in towards CT, they don't pounce off the back of it, and then Apex, they just run through, they win every duel. Dex isolated, the paranoia is absolutely perfect, and after that it's as easy as chips, you know. And that was the real issue, was this caught in 2 minds, specifically for this round.
Yeah, I think Apex was so good there at cutting off the main players from the rest of the site and making sure that there weren't trades coming through. That's a big part of that for them. And, I mean, yeah, it results in a 13-2 map scoreline. Hardly the best map scoreline they've had, but definitely nothing to scoff at for Apex here. And, yeah, they're really just not leaving anything up to chance. We're going to Icebox. It's another one of their favorite maps. We'll have to see what Requiem can bring out on that one, but this is actually the only map they lost in Eclipse, so we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those ones where you have to, in the back of your head, reset and realise that, you know what, we have lost Icebox in the past, but we can do something different. Try and upset Apex, but at the same time, we already know 100% win rate on every single map that Apex have actually played, and I really like what Apex do on Icebox with the Euro, the double walls, etc. So I don't see it being any better personally.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are 2 kind of compositions that you play on Icebox. You've got your Sage and your Killjoy, like back in the old days, or you have your Harbor Viper kind of comp going on there. And that's pretty much it for Icebox. You know, I think it has been brought up a lot of times by different analysts on different kind of desk segments everywhere, all over the world, that it's a very formulaic map. Nothing really changes because the meta has been carved out time and time again by VCT teams, and the furthest we've got away from a meta was the addition of Harbor to the video game. That's about it so far. Nothing else has changed about this map, and it's hard to imagine a world in which Requiem can bring something out that would take Apex by surprise, or, you know, change the game so much that something different would happen. So, again, this is going to be a mechanical duel kind of, or mechanical 5v5 going on, and Apex just win every time on that one, no matter what team you put them against.
They do. And one thing for me, from Requiem, moving on towards Icebox, I'm looking for a lot more direction from them here, Twiggy, because there was a lot of the map that we were sitting there and we were watching, a lot of it was default heavy from Requiem, you know, like, you're sitting there and they just didn't have that direction, that chance, and when they did pull the trigger, they were getting punished. There wasn't a combination of utility. For instance, when there was the one round where they pushed top mid, and literally Apex just sat there and it was like shooting clay pigeons. Hopefully that is going to be the difference on Icebox. As you say, a lot more formulaic, so therefore the attacking side should be a lot more easier, you would hope, for Requiem.
Yeah, right. Less things that can go wrong. You've got, you know, one kind of set strategy, well, two maybe, like go B most of the time, maybe we go A sometimes, and we'll see what happens there. But yeah, no, that's kind of just the way things are going to go. Obviously, Requiem have a lot less control of utility to play with the composition that they have. They're playing double initiator. They're going to be using a lot of flashes to get in. I would assume their attacking side, they're going to be getting the spike down pretty much every round. It's whether or not they can hold on to it. And Apex were really good at dismantling their post plants last time around. So it might be a little scary. Oh,
hello?
Excuse me?
Oh, that is completely new.
That's not double that's nope. That's very different.
Yeah, I mean, Requiem have almost went all the way back in time, if you remember correctly.
Yeah.
And rather than bring out the Viper, which has been a stalwart at an Icebox across the board, we're getting a solo initiator of Clove.
Yeah, this is almost 2021 Sentinels Icebox, except without Omen and with a Clove. This is this is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Like every piece of possible analysis I could come up with has gone completely out the window. That is all new. Well, we're gonna see how it works. Ryan and Pavlos, good luck with this one. Take it away, guys.
No way you just said good luck with this one. But yeah, honestly, that threw a curveball. I think our faces says it all. A lot of surprise. And I'm glad actually Requiem bring this. This is going to be the first time I'm casting Clove. I'm actually excited about this one. But yeah, way to throw a curveball. I think Apex might enjoy this one as well. I don't know how many times they played against Clove and Scrims.
Probably not that many, unless there's some like FPX fanboys and girls out in Europe, which you never know. Because it was the triple controller that we saw a little bit in VCT China with the addition of Clove, but in this case, you got two duelists, the Smoker, who is effectively a duelist as well, and then Killjoy and KO. There's no Viper wall, there's no nothing. Maybe this is just a bit of a Hail Mary for Requiem, maybe this is something that they come out with next week. But maybe it sort of gives Apex a bit of an interesting twist on how they want to approach this, if it changes anything at all.
And it's a double duelist as well, off the back of it. I feel like this is a completely troll move. I'm not going to assume here. I'm not going to assume. This could be something they cooked up.
We're going to fight for A main like crazy comp.
Yeah, 100%. And have Deck move in first, because then they can use smokes from the grave. Why not? We'll have to wait and see how this one works out. I'm excited. Apex versus Requiem. Apex looking to collect another 13-0 badge as Requiem look to do a little bit more damage. Yeah, that spray says it all. Thank you, observers. W Production. Let's get cooking.
Put the Reyna over and on towards A. Recondat broken, and the immediate response for Apex is, yeah, with these agents, even just looking at the comps, you expect that they're going to be fighting A main quite a lot. Totoba has a lot of work to do and very little utility to play off.
I mean, is it a control play style here from Apex as well? Going in aggro does help out a little bit to disrupt things. Don't let your opponent sort of set up too much, but it seems for this one, the setup has been completed. The spike down, 5v5.
Feels like we didn't really get to see Apex fighting for B main all that much last stage. It was mostly just A main that they would go, so these B main plus plans would be pretty strong. You've got Hype that's going on this flank, and everybody from Requiem trying to get in to go and fight this defuse.
Oh, Hype with first blood. Close smoke doing some work, but it's Apex the one to be able to find the kills mostly out of it. Support coming in from Soulcast, but it's mostly finish off Toba as Apex gain first blood. Only 2 casualties on their side.
Pretty much how it's been going. The attack and defense side pretty much up into 75 to 80% win rate for Apex. It has been a demon run for them on this map. And just small things like the recon dart there, like Soulcast is Solver on this map. His initiate has always been great, but he just fills a good spot, and it's usually him that's really cleaning up the maps like this. So Apex, yeah, the full buy is here. They haven't really bought up into it though. It's only a Guardian and a Vandal. The rest, they're just on Sheriffs.
I'm just thinking, is that a fake? Is that TP committed to? Well, it is a fake. And they're heading into Toba's way. Very far forward. Oh, Kayak so smart to read it! Aggressive maneuver from Toba to find the trade, but that's all she wrote.
It's actually gun upgrades going towards Apex at this rate.
What?
There's
You're
more sheriffs and stuff on the defensive side. And so they go from a ghost to a sheriff. 4 versus 4.
I don't look at that.
And yeah, the big thing, I suppose, like Hype's work is all about making sure that this Reyna doesn't push up too much, and he might get out timing here. He did, but he just wins the fight anyhow.
Not comfortable. CRR jumping in as a sub today. A lot. Who would have thought the first official we'd be playing here with Requiem would be against Apex? Probably not him, but let's see. Deck. Back of sight. Oh,
okay.
Fancy start by Soren. Where did that just come from? He's with 5 HP, and Avova's also 1 shot away from death. Oh, then everybody's missing their shots, but not Soren. As simple as that. Come to Papa.
Oh, man. Speaking of Icebox, he's got a big-ass fridge behind him as well. The whole setup, but what a round. Huge 4K, just seemingly out of nowhere. And at least something to smile about for Requiem to sort of bring this back. But now they've got the full buy. It's going to be an eco. Actually, really, for Apex, they could buy it because they bought so little on the round after the pistol. But here, it is just going to be pretty much an identical round to the last. 1 hero rifle, and then Sheriffs and other pistols.
CRR very deep.
Now Recon doesn't hit him too.
No. And the spray from his team sort of conceals it even more. And Soren, what's happened to Soren, guys? What did he eat during the break? I'm sorry, but I would have loved to see a little bit more of that in the first map, but it's a brilliant way to get Requiem relevant.
It's also just a good idea, because if Soren does go down, you've put the Reyna in on A nest so often, and it hasn't been cleared that it's like a little ace up the sleeve, right? That just hasn't really needed to be shown yet from Requiem. I think Apex have a rough idea that something's going on towards A main that'll just end up going B. But yeah, at this rate, like, there's good stuff going here for Requiem. Now that we have a full buy versus full buy, you've got an null command against the Reckoning for 1. But pretty rough money on both sides. Requiem might be able to build up a little bit more. Yeah, Soren, 7-1. Deadlifting his team right now, who combined of 5 kills. 4 kills.
Placing swamp grenade. Found her.
Just a claim for deck.
No peeking.
Had an Aussie accent, would be quite an unfortunate name.
Spike down A.
Still, 4v4.
Oh, Recon showing exactly where Deck is, and it's really hard to support him from there. The Snakebite not quite catching on in that corner. The Kayak pretty much has the angle, so they're stuck.
Oh, wow. Keeping it close, though, and the fact that Apex are low from all that spray and utility.
Time to jump.
It's within arm's reach for Requiem. Good knock command. Will stop Kayak from TPing. No, it didn't quite reach him range-wise. Good timing for him. Harambe on site. Spike touched. Kayak not going to swing just yet. Doesn't fall for it because the Nano Swarm is there to stop them. But Harambe's got elevation that covers Apex all night long. Soren has been unleashed and Requiem have a 2-round lead.
Okay, now it's starting to look good. Maybe it was just that round from Soren to just give these guys a bit of confidence to just keep committing to the game plan. In some areas, it's just fighting for A main, fighting for retakes. You don't have the Viper wall to rely on too much. But it might not even really matter at this rate.
Enemy remaining.
Maybe there is a bit of an element that the null command threw off the post plans for Apex, and so the positioning wasn't as good as it can be. And it says it's a timeout for Requiem, but I don't think they... So I was thinking the CR was the coach that was stepping in, but it's not. It's just a sub player that they have. I don't know if the team actually like had a coach. No, I think it was just a brief moment to just make sure that everything was sorted.
CR, nestled in deeply, this time spotted. Shown on the minimap. Is able to find one for his troubles. At least that's a trade. And Kayak won't be used for his nuisances. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about those one-on-one trades all the time.
Turret down.
Any little advantages that you get, you don't want to just be losing them. And if there's one thing that you can say about Apex is they have been confident to split up and just lurk to find individual 1v1s. And really at this point...
Beautiful.
Yeah, nice work from Harambe. It's just Apex had the player just a player advantage then. Waiting for Requiem to make a mistake, but no. Ends up being a good kill and Harambe being able to get off of sight.
Placing swamp. You should run. Spike planted.
Viper spit, as well as a lockdown. Thing though, but because of the lockdown, they're going to have to vacate the Viper spit for a little while and just wonder. No, it's the attacking one.
Harambe's even going to get detained. Just stalls
True.
more than anything.
Placing sentry.
And he's a good player to move out of the equation just for a little while, but now they're all back in play and moving. Soaring close to the action, but he needs to find some imposing head here. But Molsey playing up against the corner of the pit nicely. Soren moves up, that's a pre-fire, very good one at that, and it's Molsey on a one-on-one, and Toba's after the chase. He knows he's got limited time, but Molsey is there and waiting. Apex right back in it.
Yeah, nice shot in the end. And just in that moment, player advantage there for Soulcast and Apex, sort of trading either way, and then just Apex just making sure that the executing itself was nice and straightforward. Killjoy locked down to make some space, Viper's pit to pretty much confirm the plant, confirm the defuse. It was always going to be tricky for Requiem here. The big thing though, Apex dedicating big ultimates. The full buy is still available, and also Requiem are going for 2 operators. 2 of them. On the Reyna and the Jet.
Why not? I feel like this is one of those games that Requiem said, we've got nothing to lose, just play your game, feel what you're feeling.
Did the drone see them?
I think it did, but Soulcast faked that it didn't to make Harambe second guess himself. And it's working nicely out for Requiem. They found space to work with.
Spike
As
planted.
they do pick off a Vova, but they need to regain the space, and there's a hype lurking in the shadows behind and mid that Requiem are going to have to read.
Yeah, he did so much on the pistol too, and expecting the lockdown, it's not too much of a worry. The Hunter's Fury is available, used instantly. I think the medal even catches on to the position of the player on yellow, but they're back up to full HP.
Standing.
Wow, Molsey to swing deep there was so smart. Finally, CRI is able to punish, but the fact that his teammates were picked off one by one.
Hype, look where he is.
Yeah, he's not going to
Oh,
look.
timing.
They're both going to hear each other, though. No, CRI won't hear hype. And back to equilibrium. Enough of that nuisance, I think Apex says.
Would have been a really good call if Apex did see them with the Aldrin and, yeah, just pretended that they didn't. Because at that point, Harambe doesn't move at all, so it is just an easy spray through. It was a headshot for a smoke, so might have just been a bit lucky in cases. But there's no chance, really. Apex must have had a good idea, just pinged it. Soulcast took his head clean off. Because of that big investment with a double op, it means that they're on an economic round for Requiem.
Here.
Blades out for Harambe.
Who's next?
3 up against him here, but he won't be going any further deep. And Kayak is given all the information. He's saying, shoot me, but no one quite ready to capitalize off of it.
Oh my god.
Ooh, uncomfortable. But good timing with the smoke to save Harambe's life.
Ultimate ready.
Yeah, paranoia. Nearsightedness. What would it have come from? Rain layer from distance, I suppose? Made it a very awkward fight for Apex, so they're just going to reset. But one thing that Requiem have been doing a good job of is trying to push mid, getting in close to hear those rotations, to hear those steps. Problem is just what can you do to actively stop them? No shock darts, no Viper mollies. And with this Reckoning being used, Requiem need to be very careful.
I was about to call the Reckoning Requiem, but still, the better weaponry from Apex seem to be favoring them, but Soren is on the Sheriff, and he's a dangerous beast when he's got that gun. Still alive, though. That's the important part, but not for long. Toba left, Guardian in hand. That's one head, needs 2 more, 15 points of health, and he does it through the wall for Avova. And it's a Killjoy v Killjoy for this clutch.
No plant.
And it's Apex on the hot seat. They need to get planting, bot to the one side, to deter Toba and moving in from there, but he's got the high ground, and he'll have a superhero landing for the defuse.
It wouldn't have happened if Soren didn't get another 2 kills with the Sheriffs. And Apex, yeah, probably the sloppiest they've looked in some cases. Maybe it's the comp, maybe it's just how frustrating some of these rounds have gone. But it's not, I'm not saying that Requiem are on their way to winning this one. But Apex are looking a little bit like uncomfortable, I suppose, which we have really not seen an awful lot.
Spike plant.
I wonder if it'll force out a Donito timeout, because we've seen very little of those two. We do have a Clove not dead yet ultimate though. And the Clove for deck 1 and 6, not really been doing that much damage.
It's one of those things I think Donito hasn't been able to practice too much. Timeout timing, right? When do you draw it out? It's one of those things that he hasn't really needed to step in to help out his team.
True. But at the same time, if Molsey's making the same calls and making the right reads,
True.
sometimes you just don't need to take the timeout. It's hard to really give you an example of some of the Apex is doing wrong specifically. It's just they are being caught out by the lower buys and maybe taking fights that they don't need to.
A bit overzealous sometimes, to be fair. It's good to see Soren alive on the server, really. Seeing a bit of shooting back action. To be fair, Apex have been whacking moles in the first part, but this time, this map, those moles have guns.
That could have used a pick-me-up then to just maybe have the stim beacon effect just to be able to run and rotate quickly, but no, actually Requiem are cutting noise, clearing mid completely by going through tube. So it does give Apex a bit of an opportunity to go on that A site for free. And it's not like Hype is that far away from getting the lockdown online. You give him the plant, gets a kill, might suddenly become a very awkward post-plant for Requiem, who are deciding to flank all the way around because this Killjoy utility is down.
Spike planted. Right here.
You could smoke it out.
Drop in a smoke.
That's what they do. Surely that's head though.
Avova's turned towards it. Everybody's looking here, apart from Socast. Good positioning from Avova. What? Oh yeah, not dead yet. I forgot that was a thing. I forgot we were casting Clove for a second. But still, Harambe left alone. 2 of them are low. It's sort of doable. But still, 4 to 4. Is it just me, or did I see just a few players move tremendously quickly on the server there, just as if that we witnessed a bit of lag?
I don't think I did. Everything looked relatively normal there, but I was impressed with Apex being able to actually just stack up the high lows, the crossfires. These fights just went all the way of Apex. It was a good idea to smoke off the Killjoy turret, but maybe it was just a case of them smoking it off. The smoke gets heard. Apex assumed that everybody's flanking against them. Everybody went in that direction, and so it's a 3 versus 3 aim duel, as if you're playing Drift on the TDM.
Placing alarm bot.
Apex being quite careful with their approach. Requiem concede the B space. Bit of utility to figure out when the bomb will get planted.
There.
Only one kill for Requiem so far. I mean, Apex haven't found a return anymore, and it might get dangerous. Mozzy's low, by the way. One straight bullet.
Medal
Somehow,
did a lot.
Requiem have been able to deter this.
Yeah. We never really saw that much medal usage from like other teams running Clove, but there it really does force Apex to respect this anti-plant. Now there's an alarm bot here. 30 seconds. Apex don't really have time to go anywhere else.
Lockdown as well?
Yeah, they have to use it. They need an in.
Avova finally finds a shot. Tobo getting a bit too greedy there. And opens up the round for Apex. Space given. And back to even numbers. Scratch that. It's Apex on top. Scratch that again. CR wants a piece of this. But Harambe might have good timing. Avova's looking, but not Soulcast. Can Harambe keep his life? Deck does end up dropping, but Harambe needs to get his gun out in time. No. It's a sub to try and do it. To try and stay alive for a little longer, deal with the final two, but they've lined up different points on the Y-axis. And that's Apex gaining the lead again.
I love the fight the Mozzy takes there. Doesn't quite get the kill, so he backs out and actually readjusts to be up on the rope, high up, and a nice little high-low just set up in a quick instant. This. Very nicely done. Doesn't overextend fighting against CR. If he loses, it's a 1v1. CR on the radar might be able to use like a Devour to heal up to much better health. So much better on-the-fly decision-making, I think, for Apex here. They're starting to really adjust to what Requiem are wanting to do with this double duelist and the Clove. And CR wanted to be aggressive and try and push up, but he's caught in the crossfire again.
Oh no. Not fun.
Right there.
Apex are taking this seriously again.
Spike
But
down
Requiem
A.
constantly, this game, have been demanding respect.
I mean, they should do. Undefeated in maps so far this year is Apex. And for Requiem, I think one of the big goals for the players would have been to just get to this level and see how far you can push things. For Apex, you know what the goal is. Even here, like 3 versus 4, they're going to use the Euro Ultimate to get good information. Nothing towards the top side of the map. So they are expecting the flank. Hype going to go for a peek to see if they can get any information. And only sees one.
Turn out.
Requiem, late to knock on the door. To their own house. Good clone. Distracts Toba long enough. Soulcast to find the side angle. And as quick as that retake started, it will end. And there's a 2-round lead now for Apex, starting to grow.
Wonder at this point what Requiem are looking to do. Deck is still 2-10 on the Clove. So much of that utility, well, I mean, it's like post-mortem utility, so if you are dying early, it doesn't matter, you still have the smokes, but stuff like the pick-me-up and just getting the kills. So much of this is just evolved into Angels and taking fights. And you got people like Soren, it's 12-7, but Hype is 12-6 on the other side.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Walls up.
You're playing this comp for Requiem because you want to show that you can mechanically match a team like Apex. And for the most part, it's going okay. It's just a smaller individual moments that is letting them down. Apex are being pushed here, but it means that we're seeing them adjust nicely and they're playing better off of each other and playing for better map control.
That's true. I mean, the belligerence is giving them some impact here, finding some kills, and actually in this particular round, it's paid off. I'm quite sure if they spotted the spike, because it was off the back of a smoke kill, but Shorin needs to be careful. He can sniff enemy presence, but not quite aware of the full proximity of them. Avova left alone, he can hear Soren nearby. Triggered it then, but no one else will appear, so it will be a 1 pick here and then left for a 1v2. And he's walking right in the Lion's Den. Deck able to save his life and chips Avova, but it's down to 30 seconds for Avova to figure this one out, solve the puzzle. And now he's got to cross again. Toxic screen. And has to go all the way back to pick up the spike, and he's down to 4 points of health now.
If there's anybody that can make an all-winnable clutch happen, it's Avova.
CR to his right.
10 seconds left.
Not quite made his presence known. We'll just wait for the opportune moment. And there's Requiem back on the board.
A lot of these rounds that they're winning are actually when they don't have full buys. Usually when they're on like ecos and stuff that they've actually been the most effective. And really, like, the problem then comes into the defensive side for Apex later on, because Apex's defense has been one of their better sides so far. But honestly, I think this is the most damage that a team has done to Apex on Icebox. The very least in the first half. It would be... Requiem can do the funniest thing here. With Apex, the first map that they lose is against this comp.
Oh, I like that storyline. Sure, let's go with it.
And with a sub without an IGL.
Sure, let's go with that. And to be fair, it doesn't look completely impossible, given that there's a high chance they make a good retake happen here. There's only one round left in the half, so Requiem going to throw everything they've got into this. The Viper Spit is going to make things difficult, make them a little bit lower. Well. Solkos has been detained as well. Oh, this is troubling. Requiem actually picking these Apex players off one by one, and Solkos, even though you're the league's MVP in Split 1, you can do nothing against the Diffusal. Yeah, pad up those stats, because saving on the last round of the half ain't it. And we're still at 6-6, even footing at the end of this half.
Yeah, unbelievable, really, that Requiem have been able to do so much damage here. But also, like, the retake from them was stellar. You could see Apex, the way that they were set up, the Viper's Pit, and do the Viper's Pit in such a way that you can actually pretty much be stood right at the end of it towards jail. So as the lockdown's about to come down, you can move out into jail and then move back into the Viper's Pit. It's like a Gen G ultimate that they like to use. But we saw Evolver try and do that, and immediately Requiem just pushed it with all of their players. They just ran through, no fear, through that Viper's Pit to make sure that they couldn't get into those positions after the lockdown went down. And yeah, no surprise, I think that this Requiem team can maybe do a lot on this attacking side when you have two duelists and a Clove.
Requiem loud about this. Knocking on the B-side door. Vova's there to stop them from entering, at least for now. Calling reinforcement for the Protruders. But they don't go for the spy plan. Instead, they drop back very quickly, in fact. And they might be catching Apex off on timing. Deck stuck by, so a Vova gets dropped quickly. Nuisance. And rotation into mid. Requiem are cooking.
Oh, they need to go careful here. You've got two players. Like, the call is like being overworked a little bit, but Deck has found 2 kills. He's brought a lot of attention. And now the reset's coming in. It seems that Requiem are quite unsure on how they want to approach this. And Apex, yeah, unique situation to work out where the hell these attackers have just gone. Because they haven't gone A. You've got all of the Killjoy there. All of the Killjoy utility there. And Hype is also in Nest, so he's going to hear the rotation.
This is brilliant from Requiem. The timing, the positioning, their proactivity. And Apex are paralyzed. They didn't know where that came from. Kayak anesthetized. And Hype on a 1v3. Now he can produce some hype. We've seen it before. Hard to stand out when a team of stars, but he's had his moments. A 1v3 here will definitely staple. Apex on top due to the pedigree. 2 to go. The rap is real. But Soren has a crisp to that aim. And will find Apex's pistol round. No, Requiem's pistol round into the second half.
And for the first time this series, Requiem take the lead as well. Not many teams have been able to do that. Wait, when did they have the lead?
They had a 2-round lead in the first half.
Oh, of course. So even I'm sort of losing my grip on.
It's kind of weird,
on reality. It feels like. Might be the parasites in the water in the UK as well.
Might be the heat. Northern Europe isn't used to this heat. Requiem start things off with a bang. Here's the potential for them to have a second round. Second time around, they'll have 2 rounds of a lead.
Watching this.
I wonder if they just win this map. Wait, that would be crazy. Just imagine.
This feels to me like when poker players say that the worst people to play up against are like complete newbies because you just don't know what they're going to do. And that's just, I'm not saying that Requiem are complete newbies, but I don't think they are sure really what the game plan is. They just tend to go with it. They're on attack with 2 outlaws. And it's working.
Who does that? Who does that?
Spike planted.
Well, Requiem does. Gotta love the spice. I mean, Sweet and Sour joining in Split 1, they were spicy. They threw a spanner in the mix, and it caught teams off guard. Everybody was surprised. One of the youngest teams moving in and doing stuff that nobody would have fathomed, and it worked. They became runners-up to the league. But they didn't... Apex didn't fall victim to them, though. The fact that Requiem have a chance to do so is quite interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, interesting is definitely the word fully bolded with asterisks on it.
With word art, if anybody was alive when that was a thing.
Comic Sans.
Comic Sans word art, 3D,
But what
animated, and
the most
Windows Movie
surprising
Maker.
thing, Kayak is 7 and 12. If there's a time for him to like start to shine, it'd be now. Because their one duelist is, well, it's not like the other 2 duelists on Requiem are doing all that much. It's just Soren. At least kill-wise.
I mean, Toba spotted Kayak and vice versa. It could be a bit of a back and forth here. But this round should be Apex's. They've got a full set of weapons. A full stack. Harambe pulling his team in. And Apex wait to respond. You can see Kayak is pretty late to react to this as well. Only now is approaching the alarm box on the left-hand side. Will alert Toba to look in that direction. But Soren was attempting to plant the spike on a high angle. Ends up dropping for it.
At least he's able to grab it again, so you do have some patience here. But it is 4v5 with 2 outlaws on attack, a Guardian and a Bulldog. Insta-full-buy of Apex. And really, this is a must-win round for Apex, as unbelievable as you can say.
Yeah, Kayak didn't end up challenging the back line. The bot didn't get triggered, so that's why Toba can look in the right direction again with the Outlaw, and it's good timing of it. Deck going in, very aggressive. Finds his way through the spike, but gets hurt by his own teammates, Nano Swarm, and it's all down to Toba. He's got a perfect weapon for this, though. He needs to find 2 shots. He's hurt Kayak. The classic will do some work, and he picks them up both! The bonus round clutched by Toba to give Requiem a 3rd round this half!
It's pandemonium right now, isn't it? Just some of these rounds that Requiem are now winning, and it forces Apex onto another eco. No idea where this came from, but Deck on this attacking side has been doing so much. It's so disruptive. It means that these retakes are just so awkward for Apex to be able to go for. And this is when you're on a low buy, when you lose a player early, like Deck just going for this off the back of his own medal. And Hyper Kayak just not really like covering each other, not sure where the killjoy is going to be. And Soulcast is going to try and fight.
Oh, Toba. Well, the trades from Apex do come in and stack towards the safe site. Requiem must have figured this out by now.
Another kill, it's free. That's good information. Toba's going to walk up, but considering the gun, you're up against Avova, who's right on this corner, really tucked in, has to back off because there's no support here. He hears this whole execute coming in onto B.
Oh, Deck is sticking around on this A site. He could even call his team to rotate over, and that's exactly what he's done because he's heard all the commotion. He's heard Kayak leave. So his team is being pulled back into this A site. Toba this time is taking the turn to stick around to this B site to try and sell it more.
He's going to try and walk up to see what he can get, but he has passed Avova. It's a bit of an awkward corner. That trade should be able to come in now at least. But no. Yeah, Avova's not able to get to him.
Goes for the orb, and Avova says, yeah, enough of that, come on. I mean, look, Requiem have got guns here, but this is still an absurd round.
Spike planted.
There is
Avova's
a
upgraded.
But you're not going to use it now, are you? But you have two players on the
mean-
flank. That could really change up everything.
100%, and that's when a Requiem is actually excused, especially when they've got upgrades in the making. Kayak, that's the pick, that's what you needed, and that's when the Requiem will come in. CRR breaks the clone, but has to dismiss to get away. He's low though, he might be stunned up, he needs to be careful. Deck, not dead yet, but needs another kill to stay alive in this fight. Turn around, but Mosey's got the heavens covered, and Apex are able to win a sheriff round of all rounds.
That might just pull it back into sanity. Sort of fighting the crazy fire with the crazy fire Apex. It was a great call for them as soon as they get that first kill to go in with the Reckoning, despite not having the buy to work with. And Requiem just don't have that much space to work with. A bit of an overheat. And actually, we are going to see an Apex timeout off the back of this, despite them winning the round. Danito has left it late, but he's got words.
Well, time for Apex to talk the talk as well as Requiem. Time out a little bit. And a timeout forced here by Danito. Let's see what words can bring Apex to chill out. I think this could also be a timeout to call the chill out, right? To tell these players, all right, calm down, boys. Yeah, you managed to win a sheriff round, but this shouldn't be this close.
There is something about it, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
The last time that I saw a team play in the very fast and loose, both compositionally and just in this way that got under Apex's skin. No, for Apex. It was against Gentlemates. So maybe it's that kind of team that just Apex, despite being a very different squad of players, the organization just feels that if you go at them with something completely off grid, the Apex just don't know how to deal with it. You still sort of fancy that Apex is still moderately in control of this, even though they're 2 rounds down. But a timeout, maybe it's just because communication is a little bit frayed.
Well, CR does fall as soon as the BM spray does drop. We did notice it, don't worry. And Mozzie just starting to feel alive. Yeah, this doesn't feel like a buy round from Requiem. It didn't feel like they were doing anything in response to this, but a flawless round right after the timeout.
That's pretty much maybe all they needed. You know, it's a good timeout for Danito when he's just seeing his players instantly win all of those fights, and for the most part, just going for duels together, taking mid control, not letting Requiem take any of that early space if they can help it. And it does force Requiem actually to on a pretty low buy. They have big ultimates to work with, but money not so much. So we could see an even scoreline very soon from Apex, who are still building up ultimates themselves.
I mean, the fact that Requiem already managed to win a bonus, losing a round like the one they did, does make things, you know, does soften the blow a bit, but
yeah,
it's still, the fact they had a lead and blow it like this isn't the best case scenario for them. But Sokas gets caught off here. It's not only Requiem making the mistakes, it's Apex also getting a bit overzealous.
And this is Apex just being like, well, I don't have a Silver, they don't have like Recon's owl drones, they don't have much utility to clear some of these positions, which is why Kayak is still here. But even then, he's feeling a little bit of the pressure that he wants to get out. I think one of the changes we've seen from Apex was just taking map control as a group and giving up some spaces. Maybe they were just trying to take mid, B main, and A main all at the same time, and Requiem just win the duels 1v1 and find their spots.
This lockdown distills a sense of belief. Apex capitulate, and Requiem waltz in.
30 seconds.
Uninvited, of course. But Shorin's got a sheriff in his hands, and we know that's a dangerous endeavor. Shorin shut down. And Kayak in charge with a Vandal, but quickly interrupted.
3v2.
Still fathomable. Guns not yet upgraded, not in reach. But Avova has now joined the fray. CRR looking to punish, not able to do so. Avova is here to stay, a triple to his name, and puts Apex right back on even ground.
Yeah, just did a little bit of help with the wall with the decay that was coming in to bring those players down. And it's a close round. Requiem dedicating even stuff like the Empress to go for fights, but you have a Guardian. It's so tricky to win those fights, but you're still making these rounds incredibly close.
30 seconds.
And still, we're seeing Apex, you know, making mistakes like that, being caught out. But the call from Molsey to bring Kayak back, to stop people overextending and just play for this retake was the right call, even on scoreline.
I mean, it definitely did wonders to the squad. They look a lot cleaner. I'm just looking at the scores here. Tova's having an incredible game, 2013. Absolutely standout job. But Requiem, it'd be a sad story if they get close but don't manage to finish the job. Good dash in, no reinforcements. Molsey is there to stop it all from getting a bit out of hand. Kayak has yet to show his ground, very sneaky, and I don't think Deck would have read that position. Solkas has readjusted his placement. Shorin back to life. Kayak with an operator, good sideline.
No flashes anymore to get past it. The Aldron's going to get a good amount of information here, and they're just waiting for the close smokes in order to go. They have a medal, they have a KO knife, but still getting in on the site. It looks like Apex are going to try and flood and fight.
Solkas.
Enemy down.
Good first shot. And Requiem softened up a bit. Easier to drop. I love how Apex just keep a Vova placed at that B site. No reason to move. They're confident with a 3. They've got stacked to hold A.
It was also part of the reason why they were expecting the null command, right? Null command comes out on A. The Viper can still put the wall up because they're over on B.
Spike dropped.
No need to rotate just yet.
Deck to entry. Spot broken. Alarms are ringing here for Apex. They've got to call in for reinforcements, but they may not even need him. Suddenly, Requiem do get a couple of kills on CRR. It's got a little bit extra health on him. 7 seconds. He needs to get the spike and plant it. But Kayak is there. And even though CRR gets the kill, he won't be able to get the plant. And in the nick of time, Apex are ahead.
Lovely idea there to just come out of your dimensional drift in front of them. They either plant the spike and you just kill them and retake it, defuse it, or they get out to kill you whilst you're still in this like transition and you aren't able to plant the spike in time. Fantastic idea from Kayak there. I hear. What do you do?
Yeah. What can you do to that? Don't shoot him, you die. Shoot him, you lose. Either way, checkmate.
I mean, that timeout has been all the difference from Apex. They haven't really been required to talk that much. But it's like the old Apex that was dominating stage 1 is back. It was gone for a little bit towards the middle of this map.
Spike down A.
Is it just me? Or have Apex lost a couple of players already? No, definitely not me.
And I mean, if Deck goes down, they have the ultimate to get the resurrect, so Toba doesn't. That's a problem. You are looking up in this spot, but you do have a turret that's watching kitchen, so you can't really lurk up that much.
Requiem did have a window they could move into their A site, but they didn't. They didn't really know, right? It's like you said, no SOV utility, not much scouting availability to them. That's not fun. Nobody plays that. Now Deck is forced to go aggressive to find a kill. Has to walk through a nano swarm. Oh, maybe Hype will appear before him. No. Lockdown will drop. Deck not quite able to find the kill, but it has given some space for his team to follow through on. Hype, though, is a gatekeeper and a half. Harambe is able to deal with him, but that lockdown has done a lot to the Torim, and he mistimes it. Uh-oh. Vova knows he can take his time with this one. Finds the head, rips it to pieces, and Apex are just 2 away from closing out the series.
Harambe detained and then shot down. It's just poetry, I suppose. Happening all over again.
Spike down A.
I got no more insight other than that.
Nah, there's not much to it. It's 5 in a row for Apex. It feels like Requiem slowly are losing the capacity to contest. I mean, it's a good run, but Apex, there's only so much leash they can hand out, right? They'll soon pull it back in their way, and that's exactly what they're doing. Reining in the horses. Shorin He's the one that started this madness from Requiem, but he might not be able to end it. Map and series points for the leading team in Split 1.
Timeout, round 17, and it's been 5 rounds in a row for Apex ever since. And there were a couple of instances that maybe Requiem could have won some of those rounds in between. Most certainly round 16, up against the Eco round, as we get flanked by the Reckoning and the 2 Sheriffs. Yeah, 3 chances for Requiem to keep this series alive. We were all dreaming. We could all see it, like, potentially happen in front of us. The team that hasn't dropped a map, dropping a map against a comp like this, but
That looks like Kayak.
ever since we said it, it hasn't come to pass.
No. It's the caster jinx. It's all your fault, Ryan. That's it. Done. Fired. You're breaking the storylines, mate.
I don't think I could be blamed for this.
No, you can't. I can pretend you can, but that's about it.
I wonder if Yanto is watching right now, or whether he's going to check his phone later and be like, wait, what was the comp we played?
I'd love to see this comp played again, to be fair. Because it is catching Apex off guard. There are some aspects to it that are cool. But yeah, it doesn't have big complexity to it, for sure. I'm wondering if this one directionality is limiting it. But this is it, folks. Apex, clean it up in an Apex fashion.
Nice
39
try.
is the final score. NT to Requiem. They gave it a good go. A good old college try, but it shall not be. This is Apex doing it again, unfaulted so far in the entirety of Challengers North.
Yeah, fair credit. The debut of Requiem ended up being a bit more of a spectacle than people expected. What a way to get started in this league. And whilst you're certainly looking at the comp that Requiem were running and maybe saying you're going to get shot in the face, Apex were just shooting a little bit harder today, and that might have saved them, honestly, because there were some instances, and there's definitely a world where that's the first map that we see Apex lose all year.
It very much could be. It very much could be. Could have been. Right? Gotta make the tenses work better. But yeah, you're right. It was a good fight by Requiem in the end. I think someone to note from that was Soren. He popped off, and I'm sure that's what gave the team energy.
Oh, for sure. Like, it's just a boon like that, I suppose. And we saw more from players. Like, Deck had a really rough start, but he started to build up to it towards the end. And like I said, we sort of expect that Requiem are not going to be like that competitive, but they have been slamming teams outside of Apex in the tier 2 scene. So this is a team to definitely watch for the future. Maybe not for this comp, but for the team for sure.
Maybe. We'll see how this goes on for Requiem. Good start for them, good debut. But we'll be back. There's more for the analysts to break down here, so good luck to them as we move into that after this break.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back to Polaris. Apex continue their how many is it at this point? 22 map win streak at this point. Oh, sorry, 23 actually. After that one. And yeah, it's ridiculous so far. That was such a good map from Requiem as well. They started off incredibly well. They really brought the fight to Apex and shell-shocked them for a bit, but after that timeout, it just seemed like Apex got their heads back in the game and brought it back.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like from the agent select all the way through, my attention could not be taken away from this game. Requiem really putting Apex on a bit of a shaky peg, you know, like the way they were able to frag out. I don't think the composition, especially with the Cove, was like too much of an implication. But as Ryan and Pavlos were saying, like it maybe just created that much of a craziness that Apex didn't know how to adapt to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think to start off with, Apex were having a bit of trouble. The pistol round was won, and then after that eco was won by Requiem, and it just seemed like after that, Apex never really got in their kind of comfortability stage. They couldn't really kind of download the strats because they were always at a slight economic disadvantage, and from there it just spiraled. But second half was much better from them. I do think that is slightly to do with Requiem's comp being a little more difficult on the attacking side, but in the end, I think it is just Apex are the mechanically gifted players we know them to be, and once they feel a little more comfortable, they start tapping heads a bit more.
Yeah, but I think like there's a key, I don't want to call it a learning point, but it is a key rep there for Apex, and the fact that they were put out their comfort zone. They did have to fight their way back into it and reset mentally. And how many times could you see that of the Apex of old? I mean, again, like I know we keep bringing up the Gentlemates in Apex Final, but that is something that Apex struggled to do last year. So hopefully this time, this roster, now that they've been continuously put in uncomfortable positions and fighting their way back into it, this could be a real benefit to them.
Well, let's start an interview now with Mulsi. I'll let you open up the questioning, Cairo. Are you there, Mulsi? How are you doing?
Hello guys, nice to see you after the break. I'm doing good. We won with some struggling, but yeah, at the end we are the winners. Yeah.
I was going to ask you, how was the break for you guys? Did you get a nice kind of respite? Have you been cooking anything in that break?
I would say we had some 2 weeks of break after the last game, after the finals, so everyone could rest and prepare for a new season. So I think playing for 1 week and a few days, if you count it, yeah, overall we didn't overcook, but yeah, we're gonna start for sure for next week to prepare something new, because I see all things might not work anymore, so we need to try cook some new stuff.
For sure. So look, walk me through Icebox there. We gotta talk about it. That's kind of the most trouble we've seen you guys in on that map specifically. Some of the most trouble we've seen you in kind of over the course of the whole year so far. Was that to do with the comp from Requiem, or was the 4K from Soren at the start of the game a shell shock, or what was going on there?
I think the comp was one of the things, but also the shots from Soren sometimes were crazy, you know. Yeah. Whenever I pick this guy and he has Sheriff, I was dying. So I would say that was I think he did a good job, because I think if he wouldn't win the second round when we were T-side, it wouldn't be that easy for them to get some rounds. But yeah, this guy just destroyed me every duel with Sheriff he had, you know. So I was this fuck. I'm not gonna say, I was about to smash my desk.
Cut the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, obviously this is Requiem's first chance at Polaris in general. How did you think of those guys in general and their future? Obviously today they were playing with a sub, but is there anything that you can see, like, you're excited to see how they progress for the season?
I think like it's hard to say for now because they didn't even play with the full roster yet. They had stand-in, I think.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of hard to say because sometimes like it was like old saying CS that when you play against mix, it's harder to play basically. Yeah. So we can call like they didn't play with full roster. Also, I read on the chat that this Icebox team comps was prepared 5 minutes before the game. So you know that's more making sense. But overall, like yeah, I think they had like they play against us first game. So they had to play like that they have nothing to lose in the game.
Yeah.
And we had to win, they could win, yeah, basically. And I think like that's for them good that they start against us, so they have no like maybe they will get some confidence like after like winning some rounds against us, they will say okay, like we can win against Apex some rounds, so we can go in the like other teams, like we can face them easily, yeah. So yeah, like I don't know the players, like I can remember like from the past some nicknames were on the scene, but yeah, like I wish them good luck and enjoy the league, yeah, because this is like tough. It was tough first game, but it's gonna be easier for them, I think, in the future.
Well, of course, before I let you go, I'll just ask one more question. You've gotten rid of one of the two new teams technically, but the team that has come up through Beacon Zone, through Eclipse, is there any teams you're looking forward to getting a rematch against this season? Are you expecting the same thing as Split 1?
I mean, whenever we play against anyone, we always focusing on ourselves, like to play our game. So I don't really care if we play against best team in the league or the worst team of the league. We always want to try our game, and yeah, we don't look on others. We look on ourselves and try to focus on it.
Great. Well, it seems to be working so far. Congratulations on the first win of the season. Hopefully, many more to come. Thanks for having a chat with us, Mozzie.
See ya.
Lovely to talk to him as per usual. I do like that we get like a mix and match of Apex players when we get interviews.
Yeah.
It's a different one every time. They all have different personalities coming into the interview. I like that headspace from Mulsi there. Is we're introspective. We don't care who we're playing against. We care about how we perform. And yeah, I think it works out for them a lot of the time. I think especially in a map like that, when you're coming up against a team that you don't know, you do need to kind of be very much, let's not get too in our heads about counter strats and stuff like this. Let's just play our game. And as soon as they had that kind of talk with Danito there in the timeout, it just fell into place for them.
Yeah, it's faith in the system, right? Like you get put in a tough spot. That's how champions are made, and if they keep sticking to that, I mean, fair play. My favourite part about that whole series, though, apart from all the crazy plays, was the fact that Chachi called him Polo Mouzinho. Like Paolo Maldini. So yeah, he is absolutely insane, man.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of replays to look at from that game, just to go back over what we saw here. And to start things, I think both of these that I highlighted were Requiem highlights, but this one, first off, I just want to take another quick look at the Soren 4K plus the reaction at the end, because my guy was feeling himself. This is something.
Oh mate, the guy is absolutely insane. But this is a player that, like, I highlighted on Twitter. Like, this guy has, out of 3 potential promotion tournaments, Soren has won 2 of them. Right, the first time round, it didn't work out with the X-Gain K, now Sweet and Sour. The guy has aura. The guy has ability. He deserves to be in Polaris. And the fact that, like, it's taken this long to finally have a chance to see him up against the big dogs, like, we have been robbed of this, man.
Yeah, there you are, the stats from that as well. And you can see the cast is brilliant, obviously playing as an initiator most of the time, but a 48.7 headshot percentage is nothing to turn your nose up at. You put a sheriff in this guy's hands, it's like watching Game Changers. You just don't miss with the sheriff at all. It's ridiculous. But let's take another look at a Requiem highlight here. I was taking a look at round 12 when, you can say as much as you want about how maybe Apex were off their game from the start of this one, but Requiem were playing this really well. You can see they they look pretty comfortable on Icebox, despite the fact it's the only map they lost on Eclipse.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's again the whole thing that we're highlighting, the fact how good are their fundamentals going to be. This is the biggest test. The retake was absolutely sublime. You can see them all playing off one another. The micro is insane, and they put Apex to the sword in that last round to get a 6-6. So again, you add in the IGL of Ianto and bringing a little bit more cohesion to the roster, and hey, the world's your oyster.
Yeah, I mean, precisely. That's what we're looking at, I think, after that one, is that is a severely kind of, well, maybe not severely, but slightly kind of hampered Requiem there. It is not their full potential. They are missing their IGL. They've got a coach in instead. Maybe that kind of replaces that idea, but then you still don't really have a coach. A timeout isn't really useful for you. You're just going to be talking about what's going on the server. There's no overall view about what's going on in the series. So I think for them, the only way is up from that. Obviously, you've taken out. You have played against the most difficult team you're going to play against this season, and you're going to be playing with a better team. Requiem are definitely a force to be reckoned with. I think we are going to be seeing something a bit like Sweet and Sour, where we had kind of maybe not low expectations, but we didn't know what to expect at the start of the season. They've impressed us to begin with. We just hope that they can, pull out the same kind of performances against teams that are beatable for them.
Yeah, this was a free hit, right? Let's be honest, this was a complete free hit at the top dogs. It didn't matter much, and now after this they can build their momentum. It's so easy to write off mentally for them that they can be like, well, listen, we've shown how good we can be on map number 2. Add the Anto into the mix, get themselves together, reset. Like, I'm so excited for these guys, and this is again a roster with a lot of players who, from people from all over the scene, have been highlighting Ianto, like from the minute he played in that, like the first beacon split of 2023. You've got Dekas, you've got Harambe, I mean Soren as well. These are all players who everybody thinks should get their chance. Now they're all together as a 5. Hey, listen, guys, this is really your chance to go in and make a real nuisance of yourselves.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's it for that game. Coming up very shortly, we have 2 new looks for 2 teams that got into the playoffs from last split, Metasport and OnlyFins. We're going to see what these new rosters can cook up for us very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Player standing. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike. One enemy with spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it.
It's a beautiful warm afternoon most places here in Northern Europe, and we have some more Valorant action for you guys coming up. Metasport versus OnlyFins is our second game of the weekend, and this one is shaping up to be pretty interesting. These are two new rosters. Metasport, a fully new roster, previously Yari Esports, and OnlyFins making a change, adding Ale, a veteran of Polaris by all means, to their roster.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a real one to watch for the neutral and for fans historically of Polaris. You know, again, as you have already hinted at, Ali joining OnlyFins and the Yari roster joining Metasport. Yari, a lot of people felt were hard done by their performances in Eclipse, so this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, didn't quite qualify through Eclipse, but very, very close. And I mean, this is a good roster. This is a roster that have shown what they can do. And once again, you know, these kind of young rosters moving in, unproven, kind of less competitive experience coming into this one. And I think this is a good starting game for them. Obviously, they're up against a team that did well last season, but wasn't completely unbeatable. Plus, there's a change going on, so there might be some teething issues. I think this is a good start for them, and they can get a win here. They need to, you know, really show what they're capable of.
That's it, they really do. I mean, for me, looking at this one, Twiggy, there is a real danger for Metasport in terms of if this roster doesn't perform as well as what they hope to stay in the league. But at the same time, for Yari as a roster, this is a free hit for them. They get the chance to be like what semi full-time, you know, part-time, sorry, I couldn't get the blooming word. They get a chance to be part-time, play in Polaris, get this experience that they need, and really test the other teams. In my opinion, I think they're a roster that did deserve their chance to go up, and I'm glad they get it with Metasport.
Well, they will be up against OnlyFins here, and this team did very well last season, got up into the playoffs, and while there's a slight change to it, the core is still there. 4 players still on this team doing the same things that they were doing last time around, and really pulled off some amazing stuff. Basically had plot armor last split. There's no other way of putting it. Should not have been in the playoffs. Somehow just beat all the odds to make their way up into it, and did quite well in it. Like, you know, this is a team that, when they're playing well, really play well.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is. OnlyFins always just seem to find the extra couple of levels when they need, but when you're a core who's been together for the best part of like 2 years or something, everyone knows about the story of Nixon now, like they totally deserve to keep going, keep running with it, and I'm glad that they're getting the success that they have. And I think the addition of Ali to OnlyFins is one that I'm really excited for. This is like the how would you put it, like the kind of prodigal son returning.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, the core of this team, the Finns of the team, in fact, you know, they have gone through the trials and tribulations that, you know, the Metasport roster that they're coming up against will be used to, that Requiem are used to, you know, playing in those lower leagues and then making their way up to this league through that. And Ale has the experience. Ali comes into this one from HS Deer, from Kova, brief stint on XL, as you can see from the jersey there, but it just has all of that experience and has played in Polaris so much, played in Tier 2 so much, and played with such amazing players along his time in Valorant that I think he's going to be an invaluable addition to the team, right? This really, obviously, you know, whenever you make kind of a change to a roster, it could be worse, but I do think the chances are that this is a brilliant addition to the team.
100% agree. That's it. Like, Ali was such a highlight on that HSD roster. And one you've got to remember, Twiggy, one that reached that top 4 when you had like your focuses, you had your Apex, you had the top dogs. So like it shows you the quality which this player has.
For sure, they're up against Metasport. Metasport, you might remember from last split, but it is not the same team whatsoever. A completely new roster for them, picking up the ex-Yari Esports roster, as you can see from the jerseys once again. Now, these guys did not quite make it through Eclipse. They were not one of the teams that misplaced a Polaris squad. Formulation Gaming did make it back up in there and beat them out for that one. Requiem taking the top spot, and then Formulation Gaming taking second, and Yari just narrowly missing out on that bottom bracket run to get through. But this is definitely a team that has done the rounds. This is a team that have got some good wins against teams that are currently in the league, so I don't see a reason why they won't do well. They're just unproven.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. They are unproven, and the only time that they've really had to play against a proper Polaris team was that formulation game, and it didn't go to plan. I'm thinking to myself, Twiggy, that when you come up against the rest of the team now, like your OnlyFins, for instance, this could be a really tough start to the league. You really want to build in towards that top 4 of the playoffs from last split. That's not going to happen. You need to start and hit the ground running.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, if you look back at the history of this team, of Yari Esports, we're looking back a little ways towards Beacon here. They beat Requiem back in their day. You know, they have beaten some really good teams. They've come up against, obviously, they haven't come up against a massive amount of the teams that they're going to be playing in this split, but Requiem, for sure, they have shown that they can beat them, and Requiem looked good there against Apex. So, you know, you have to do a little bit of speculative mathematics to try and justify any results out of this one just yet, but this is going to be their first test, and I think it's a good one to get going. It's a good litmus. OnlyFins, I think, right now are kind of middle of the road. We don't know what to expect from them this split specifically, but they're a good team, and they should be ending towards the middle of the table at the very least.
Yeah, that's it. They should be. This is the expectations that they've built for themselves, that a bad season is the middle of the pack. We know that will still get them playoffs. They still are in contention for Ascension play-ins as well. You've got to remember, this is a massive part for OnlyFins. This is a big end to their season. I understand that Limpy was playing well. They dropped him for another player of Ali, who, again, like, this is the return. We don't know how well Ali's going to play on his return, but there's a statement of intent that they want to keep improving, they want to keep going, and they want to make Ascension play-ins.
Well, that veto, interesting. We'll come back to that in just a moment. We're going to throw to a quick break before we break down the map veto and the agent select, so don't go anywhere.
Tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing.
Welcome back to Polaris. Only Finns versus Metasport is the game that we are looking forward to seeing here. And this is going to be a new perspective on both of these teams. Obviously, new rosters, left, right, and center here, or at the very least, new players joining the league. Well, maybe not 6 new faces, 5 new faces, and 1 that we haven't seen for a little while, basically. And I'm excited for this one. This is just going to kind of... In our first weekend, we've just kind of taken a look at everything new that we can expect out of the league, and I think this is a good way to start things off. It's going to give us a good expectation of what we can look forward to for the rest of the season.
That's it. It's, again, we spoke of the big word here, litmus test, on today's broadcast. Requiem against Apex, and now Metasport against OnlyFins. And I think like the biggest excitement for me, yes, it's Metasport's debut, but for it's got to be Ali coming back. Like, how does he fit into this roster, into the OnlyFins system, and how does this look for the future for them? Has it the added firepower that they need? Is that what Ali's going to be?
We'll find out shortly. We've already seen our map veto coming into this one. Bind, Lotus, and Sunset, the float there, is going to be the way things go. And this is quite interesting because from what I've seen, the Ari Esports haven't really played a lot of any of these maps. Maybe Sunset. So it does look like they've changed up some of their strats. There are new things going on in that team here for Metasport. And for OnlyFins, nothing too out of the ordinary picking Lotus, but still, the fact that they have not... Well, I mean, it looks like Metasport have banned Icebox, so that's maybe the reason why Lotus is their first pick there. But yeah, we've got something slightly different coming out. So maybe some different comps, maybe something a little bit new coming through. Obviously, I can understand if there's any... kind of don't want to play Viper as much coming into this one. The changes towards agents have been significant enough that we may see a bit of a meta change, especially in Tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. I feel as if Tier 2 is a real breeding ground for experimental comps, like you always, like the Gentlemates Phoenix comp on Ascent, for instance. But yeah, let's get into this one.
Well, starting off, we're not shying away from Viper to begin with here. It's pretty standard from both sides on Bind. We've got a Gecko on one side, and we're replacing that with a Cypher on the other. So, slightly more defensive on the side of Metasport, slightly more aggressive on the side of OnlyFins, and I do think that kind of goes with what they like to play, essentially.
Yeah, I think this is like the turmeric for being used this season in here. There's nothing too spicy going on, but there's an interesting taste being built up. The Gecko obviously has been a mainstay for many rosters, and I think that the solo initiator of Sky, I really want to see Aussie put impotence on using his utility in the correct moments, because you're both an intel and a flashing agent here, Twiggy. You have to be able to make sure that utility goes through the mid-round and into your retakes and post-plants.
Yeah, we had a brief moment in the meta where kind of Brimstone was being phased out. We were going more aggressive in comps, but I do think, obviously, now with the changes to Viper, that second controller is required here on Bind, and we're bringing back the Brimstone for both teams. So, slightly different between both of them, but either way, we have yet to really see what both of these teams are capable of now. So, Ryan and Pavlos, let's find out with you guys.
Let's find out indeed, and I'm looking forward to this one. Old faces coming back, new faces in the league is what we love to see in Split 2 of Challengers North this year. Brian, how are we feeling about this one? We probably expect OnlyFins to be coming out ahead?
Yeah, I think so. Like Yari, the team were consistently in there for those close qualifiers, being able to fight, so that opportunity given to them from Metasport does make a lot of sense. You're playing up against one of the most tenured teams in here, added in a player like Ali, who has been playing at the top level consistently for a good amount of time. It's also 2 different comps, right? You've got what's been played at the moment a lot with the Sky and Gecko up against the old Cypher and Sky. So it is a weird, like, old versus new, with the old team playing the new comp and the new team playing the old comp.
Yeah, 100%. I just feel a little bit for Ale here. He's been in and out of Challengers North for a while. We played in Cova. I'm not quite sure if he made playoff in that round. I think Cova did make playoffs once. I'm not sure if he was under that roster then. But then again, it was these backs and forths. Never really had the limelight on him. Obviously was going through college as well, going through school. And now he's got a giant to to shine again under a new roster, OnlyFins, who have got into playoffs themselves. So it's not only the team that needs to see if Ale fits in as a piece of the puzzle, but also Ale needs to prove himself, really, because I think he hasn't been able to show that he's amongst the best in the league yet.
Yeah, he was on that HSD team from way back when, and I mean, a lot of these players sort of like recognizable names, not any of them being at like the top of tier 1, but at least being around in that state a bit more, and some names that you've just recognized from the scene from a good amount of time. People like Mello, people like Ozzy, people like Waken, Dema. Yeah, even players on, Metasport are sort of living up to that level. But we have seen OnlyFins do quite a lot of work. This is a team that came 3rd in stage 1. Metasport came 4th, but with a very different team. So expectations probably need to be adjusted for OnlyFins. With Sweet and Sour doing as well as they did, a spot for potential ascension or play-ins could be on the cards if they do well this stage.
Yeah, well, it's time to get rocking and rolling. OnlyFins are no longer OnlyFins. They've got a Sweden there. What's going on with that? And Metasports, a whole new look, bringing in Yara Esports, one of the, I think, fans' favourites, coming in from the Tier 3 leagues, Beacon, qualifiers and such, now finally making their way into Challengers North. Let's see how these two stack up against each other as we move into buy and attack for Metasport as they find quickly their way into Lambs.
All of these players going through short. You've got this late lurk from Shinnok over towards Showers, but there's 3 defenders here. So this side swipe is really strong. They get the first kill, and the plan not looking likely to go down at this time.
Yeah, Nixon giving them a good greeting to the league, getting a double kill early. Metasport falling far behind. Now, how do you bring yourself back, right? You got to take some chances, and you can see Dima in a position that is looking to do just that. But Nixon isn't a stranger to these situations. He's been around the world playing this game. Around Europe, I'd say, rather. Not around the world just yet, but he's got ambitions for it.
Yeah, speaking of around the world, OnlyFins were considering to flank all the way from Showers to backside, and Dema re-clearing this space. There's 45 seconds left. You can go for the TP, but the sky on the defense of OnlyFins is still over towards B elbow, almost inviting these players in.
Toxins going up.
Nixon stuck in place, but he can feel that he's in safe hands as his team covers Showers. He gets the job done on all other fronts, and it's a flawless round to get the Finns and Swedes started.
Yeah, Nixon IGLing, trying to work out the best way to approach it with stuff like timeouts and stuff too. Was one of the things that he was talking about pre-playoffs, I think, in Cairo's chat, actually. Right before we saw them play and do relatively well in that tournament. But one of the things that they did do was beat Sweet and Sour twice in a row. And then in a big game to get to the grand final, they end up losing. So this OnlyFins team, is sort of pushing for the top level.
Yeah, they're looking for play-ins. That's what they're contending for, and they want to start this season off with a bang. Don't want to lose any unnecessary games, and with a midfield like as competitive as this, any map will matter. Maybe even round diff if it comes down to it. It definitely did this time.
Last time,
it was, yeah, absolutely. It was the difference between, I think, Formulation or Sweet and Formulation and NXT being and a Peanut Orchestra making it into the promo Relo Eclipse. But Ale is there to clean up, padding up the scores, getting close to that showstopper as we enter round number 3.
Didn't really buy up too much after the pistol. So now there's some bigger guns that they can buy in on their bonus, but it is the full buy for Metasport. Trying to just default around the map, see really what the defensive setup's going to be, but because this comp is pretty much the meta right now that OnlyFins is running, you should have a good idea. The bonus, however, for OnlyFins, looking to fight aggressively towards sand, so Dema needs to go incredibly careful.
Looks to be quite a quick one. In and out.
Just that death ball running around, fighting in hookah, now going to clear long. And Demo thought that he had a bit of a timing to take the fight, but he just flubs his lines.
I feel bad for laughing. Sometimes Valorant be Valoranting.
He didn't have too much support either. Like, the Brimstone is there towards sand, but it's not like the Brimstone can follow because they have the spike. The defenders decide to like crunch for the teleporter. You lose it in a very precarious position.
Next point of contact could be Mello on Hookah. Gecko and Brim action. Oh, change of heart.
Here.
Everybody grouping up long. It's so hard to execute through Hookah, so reinserting Yesmu right into this corner to watch along is good.
Good lineup for the Guardian. And it's just one though, as Medisport actually find the answer.
3v3.
30
Call to
seconds
action
left.
himself. Ooh, and he's got a great sideline to do so. And it's bought time for Nixon assist as well, the team's captain. Waltzing in, but into his demise. He has been keeping them all busy and switched to the secondary weapon to get the job finished.
Yeah, very well done. Very good bonus. You go for some aggressive space on sand. Nothing really works out, so you quickly adjust. You take long. Ale winning some key duels. Currently 6-1, and they're also picking up the operator. Meanwhile, Medisport, Dema 0-3, Chinook 0-3. On an eco yet again. Yeah, just retaking the space after aggressively taking it, going back, and then Yesmu going in. It was just something that Medisport didn't really expect at this point.
I see an outlaw from Ali. Definitely unnecessary, but they know they're up against Sheriffs here, and it's probably a no shield round also. Could be 3 pickups. There's only one away from the showstopper.
Most interesting thing so far for OnlyFins has been this wall. Instead of doing the one that either goes in from lamps all the way across Hookah and then B long, or the one that you do through B long that goes through the teleporter, actually going to a very old wall that just cuts across the A site. The attack wall is also pretty peculiar, but I don't think that Medisport have been running it that much. They're trying to fight for long yet again, but just Yesmu and Ale have been on the angle so much, the bigger guns win out.
I mean, it's OnlyFins now trying to level up like the rest of the teams in the midfield of this tournament, right? It's them trying to regather their thoughts, how they want to be approaching the game, learning how to deal with top-tier teams, right? I think it's an experience that they had to move in together to learn. And, yeah, they've all started to figure it out now. It's good to see.
Left.
Be clean, less mistakes, play at a high level. That's what you like to see in this tournament.
The most surprising thing has been that OnlyFins, this was one of their main bans last stage. They haven't played it since last year. So it wasn't really too much to go off of what OnlyFins were hoping to play on this map. Same with Lotus. Lotus and Bind, out of 8 series I think they played in stage 1, 4 bans on either. And they're the first 2 maps that they play in the stage. So if the pool for the maps that they're playing is strong enough, well then that could be a big contention point.
Especially when you're getting into those best of 5s, right? Because that's when all your map pool is essentially tested, right? You've only got a limited amount of bans. And especially coming in from a lower bracket, that also means that you don't get the choice of bans usually.
Yeah. It's definitely
so it's good
interesting.
To learn. Glad to see the timeout though.
It's risky though. You're doing it just before full buy. And for Yesmu, he is a thrash. Ali is a showstopper. Your OnlyFins' coach, you're looking at the buy for Medisport and you're like, well, they don't have any ultimates readily available. So they're probably just talking more about what they're doing wrong with the default. So maybe this round Medisport aren't going to go, maybe they've got a certain plan like a fast day execute, some fake pressure, some lurking opportunities for Chinook. But if I'm OnlyFins, I'm like, all right, let's go and get our ultimate online potentially. That might be something that Medisport's looking to fight. Let's do something flashy here, OnlyFins.
I mean, why not? It's the flashy stuff that worked against Apex as well. Flashy, aggressive, unexpected. But amped up in pressure now. 2-sided attack onto this A site, but only one is holding resistance. And it's greeted by an extra angle of approach. Ale, great showstopper, but it's returned by Chinook. Still, it's OnlyFins to sustain the lead. Very far forward by the Rays.
Yeah.
It ends up dropping very quickly by Feekin.
Just because they don't have shower control, Dema's trying to take a bit more space. But unfortunately, it's Met, and a lot of times the demo has died. He's not really had too much support because he's so far ahead of everybody else. 2v4 retake coming in from OnlyFins.
It's going to be a difficult one here, but we got to see some signs of brilliance that just haven't come out yet. Beacon has been good to deal with his one-on-ones, but not the third. Some attempt here from Mello to clench any sort of kill, but that's going to be the round. It's going to be a 5th consecutive for the OnlyFins. They're feeling confident on this defense.
Yeah, they haven't really needed to do too much, to be honest. Just comfortable trying to take the map, fight for certain spaces, like showers, like long. There isn't that much working when it comes to kills. Most that anybody on Metaspot has is 2. 2-2, 1-1, 0 and 5 for Demo. So still working his way towards that first showstopper. There is an orbital strike at least for Metaspot to work with, and a neural theft if they get a kill. And they have just got a buy together here to work with. Right now, though, it looks like they're defaulting, and the spike's been left in spawn.
The Thrash has turned out to go for some scouting. It won't be collected anytime soon. The Feekin might be in trouble. They know exactly where he is, and he hasn't quite moved. Paint, bots, everything thrown at him, but he's still alive. Hasn't quite been tested. He's got to deal with the tag of the cam, and he hasn't yet. He knows the moment he takes his screen, his eyes off his screen, he's done so. But he's built enough time for OnlyFins to find the flank, but we're still in equilibrium.
All he was doing there was just buying time for this little wraparound, and Metaspot was so focused on getting the kill, they didn't see those 2 defensive players pushing all the way from Fountain. Now, however, there is a minute on the clock. There's some good ultimates for the attackers to work with. Seekers is going to be the main point, and it's looking like it's just going to be an A execute. You have the Viper playing in showers quite late, so this is a fairly strong post plan if they can get in on site. Yesmu looking to disrupt it as much as possible. Awaken catches him out at the perfect time.
And I think it's the first time this game that Metasport have had the lead in numbers. Let's see if they can convert it. Orbital Strike there as a guarantee. Incendiary. No, it's actually the Stim Beacon that allows them to play a little bit more aggressive, have a little bit more spice in the matter, but Ale is forced into 1-on-2. And now as he's brought back into the league, let's see if he can fend off the newcomers. No, he cannot. It's Aussie TK with a double, or triple rather, and Metasport finding their way on the board.
And Metasport finally getting OnlyFins to be pushing and being aggressive. Like, that's something that you're not really going to practice if you're OnlyFins. They came up with that on the spot. With Yesmu being stuck in hookah, being able to try and support, 2 players go down. It's a 3 versus 3, which benefits the attackers in these positions. Could have been close though. If Valley wins that fight up against Aussie, it's a 1 versus 1. There's no trade. Players aren't fighting together. And yeah, Metasport have been dedicating to this like a cross wall that they've been working with.
That's true. But the fact that OnlyFins have won the rounds they did hasn't really done any damage to their economy, so they can just be chilling right now.
It's like a wall to not use a poison cloud for A long, obviously, because you can't pick it up again. For Metasport, maybe showing us a good idea on what to do instead.
Quickly moving in. OnlyFins are looking to put pressure onto the flank by using TP. Feekin is the solo defender of the site now. Has Snowy to help out, but there's a smoke blocking his entry. Still, so the Trailblazer doing some concussion damage, but not necessarily enough to put them back. And again, Ale is in a 1vx situation. But this time, he's given away his position as well as the TP opens up. And Metasport playing it safe. No reason to take these one-on-one fights.
Nade's going to come in. Is it going to force Waken to peek out? No, they're just holding the line. As soon as a player drops, Waken might peek. There's a nice little crossfire. Ale faking some noise to try and bait people out into rotating and fighting. But the high-low
it's
and
a
the left
high-low
on Sales,
position for the left as well.
They know, they see it.
Rate the skin. Out of 10. Ale skin.
I was even paying attention
We're not
to what
watching it
is.
anymore, are we? There we go. Yeah, rate the skin.
It's okay. I like the kill animation for it.
Yeah, true. That's
Very
actually
Doom-esque.
It gets a +1 due to the right gun, buddy. Doesn't have the right color code though. It doesn't quite fit together. Anyway, let's talk a little bit more about Valorant and less about the skins. Something that's interesting to me about this comp, the fact that they bring Ale in, it doesn't just mean it's a different piece to the puzzle. It's also the change in language, right? They've all got to start speaking in English.
That too, but maybe in some instances that'd be a lot better. Maybe there's just some calls in English that just suit them a little bit more. You even have some teams in China sort of common in English, even though it's nobody's like main language. I think it's just easier to call stuff in English than it is in Mandarin.
Okay.
Like clearer,
quicker?
maybe. Yeah.
Maybe. Just a few less syllables to shout out, converting the same information. Still, Dima, good for the first. Metasport, again, finding the opening. And ever since they've been doing so, they found success by the end. So if they can continue this trend, it'll be great.
The Viper's Pit trying to block this bit of a hole in. Actually connects nicely onto this defensive wall that OnlyFins have consistently been putting down. So you know at least that Metasport have had to reset of not inserting any players into showers to leave late. Just everybody went from default in, seeing if there was any more defensive aggression, to grouping up and all hitting short, which is hard when you don't have showers control anyway. With that Viper's Pit, it could be incredibly scary.
It is, especially if Nixon is playing the way he is. Oh no! His position is predicted straight away, and Feekan wants to move out of the smoke, but he's dropped down and finds himself without his life.
It's just simple stuff that Metasport's doing, right? They saw the default, they find a pick, they're strong side in fighting for showers, for example, get a kill, and all of the remaining players just grouped up and just went short. Just trade off of each other, fight together, don't get too overcomplicated with the call. Just let's group up and go short.
I think there's a lot of teams looking at Carmine Court right now from Eng's playbook. There's a difference in the way teams are playing. Less spreading out, more grouping up. This bunched up play seems to be favoring a lot of these teams and easier to commit to, really. And it's working out for a lot of these teams in Challengers North as well. We've seen it all across the board so far this week. These teams have witnessed VCT, MEA, and all the rest of the VCT leagues, international leagues take place. And it seems that Metasport are taking a page out of that book as well.
Well, it's just also like, now that OnlyFins are taking the time out themselves, it can often be, especially when you're attacking on maps like Ascent especially, but Bind 2, where when those attacking rounds initially don't work, that some of the calls from the IGL can get incredibly complicated, especially when you have stuff like the teleporters involved. But let's do this and fake this noise, and then we're going to push showers and leave a player net and go long, and then all go for the TP. In most cases, the best thing to do is just group up and just fight for a certain area of the map. Get the plant down, get into some really nice post plants, because the win rate on some of these post plants is incredibly high across the whole like global scene of Valorant esports. And so for Metasport, it was just them not making it complicated, just playing together, fighting off each other, trading, and then nice little crossfires, nice little high lows to play from. And now OnlyFins need to take a time out themselves to work out how they want to approach this. Do they want to be aggressive themselves? Do they want to default? They don't have Cypher utility to stall, but you have two initiators, so you should be gathering information, making the right calls off of it.
Just a little bit of a parenthesis here. This is not the first time Nixon is calling in English, by the way. He's done so in his previous rosters, such as the North from Augusta. And a few of the other projects he's done, the unsigned projects as well, and they've done pretty decently. But here already we've gotten a pick from Dima, and again it seems that Metasport, I think this is the 4th round in a row that they found the opening frag.
Different attack wall too. Ally wanted to get on the front side of it, but just gets flashed straight in the face. Dema, the showstopper, doesn't catch anything, but it's really good at just making sure that Showers is in control. The plant, however, still hasn't gone down, and this Viper wall doesn't necessarily help with it, and it just makes this whole fight incredibly difficult.
Wow, okay, suddenly OnlyFins though have drawn it down to a 1v1. The chaos, the orbital strike, the multiple gun exchanges bring everything to a standstill. Both players reaching out for their guns, out thinking their opponent is their thought, and it's Nixon to have his crosshair at the right position to give OnlyFins another round.
Yeah, without that Gecko to just be planted consistently, just felt like that window that Metasport had to get the spike planted and get into post plants kind of just left. Like, you have showers control, you have this wall that's, I guess, meant to protect towards showers, but nobody was comfortable to go for the plant. Maybe the orbital strike was the thing that was looming over them. And maybe it was just a little bit like needlessly complicated for Metasport. It's hard to gauge. It's hard to know what the plan was, or where they wanted to play post plan. maybe between two different ideas.
Running back to what I was saying about Nixon, by the way, he's brought teams to playoffs in Challenges East as well by IGLing in English. So definitely experience in that regard. It's a matter of taking it a step further, right? Challenging for the top, for Ascension.
I feel like this attack wall too, it gives Ali a lot of space to fight in for shot, but I think that's the whole point. Like, it's meant to try and pull you in and take close engagements. Dema finds a kill and gets traded, and Ali, not being pulled in too deep into shot to fight, playing from lamps and just gets the pick. 1-by-1 meta spot with a low buy falling off.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good for OnlyFins to build up the confidence as well again after losing 3 consecutive. Not allowing Metasport to feel too full of themselves.
I think one of the main adjustments has been just the Viper wall over towards B.
Right.
Just to maybe play that a little bit late. Have the Viper on B and have free towards A, whereas before they had free towards B.
30 seconds left.
Metasport have just pretty much been going A exclusively. Ali, nicely done to clear up. Showstoppers available. And we're getting towards the end now. Round 11. Should be a full buy for Metasport this time. They have Seekers again for Aussie. The Viper's Pit if they can get onto a site.
That's it, right? If they get onto the spike, onto the site. And it's one of those things, right? With the conversion they've been getting on the first kills has been insane. It's just a matter of getting those first kills. And I think it's Aussie that's been the one that usually gets them rather than Dima.
That's a similar round that we saw in the bonus, fighting for Hookah. Viper's gone back towards A with that initial wall. He can, yeah, getting good information. Dema wants to try and take the fight. He gets the kill and manages to satchel out. Ali goes for the TP play, and Chinook's just covering it.
And instantly, OnlyFins are on the back foot. They've got to take a risk here. The gamble that it's an A-site hit. And I think they might have the right idea. No, they linger a little bit too long. It might give Metasport the timing to move in quite far in themselves. But I don't think they can get in too deep. The smoke is giving them space, though.
Viper's Pit, they don't need to really get in too deep. At this point, just get the rounds on the board. The economy is not good for OnlyFins. I'm really surprised that the Viper's Pit just isn't being used here to really confirm this post plan. It might not matter, but still.
Snowy alone. 1v4 fight. There's only 2 rounds remaining in the half. He could potentially save this, given that one of his teammates will struggle to buy up. But no, Nixon's got plenty of money, so he might even go for this. Let's see what he's got in store for us. Rough around the edges, but Waken's got the picture. And 7-4, Metasport keeping things close.
And just having Viper's Pit, Seekers, Neural Theft, not too far away from having Orbital Strike and Showstopper again for Dema and Mellow, so could potentially see all 5 ultimates come online and be used for Metasport in the last round of their attacking half. I think it looks like OnlyFins, they have the Gecko and the Rays over. They're going to be fighting for showers a bit more again, because that was one of the things that was working very early in this half.
I've got your trail.
Seekers out instantly. No reason to wait. And Metasport actually don't go forwards because of it. They hear the showstopper, drop back, and think better of it.
Just kind of noise now. I like making some presence known. Again, this Viper wall does give him a lot of space to walk up on, but if he dies, it's going to be very difficult to trade him.
Oh my god, look how far he's gone! It works out, man, and he's back.
Toxins going up.
Now that might force Metasport to try and make a play here, and Waken really wants to peek around this corner, but it is being watched by Yesmu, and Nixon is right on this corner to help fight it.
The flash came in through the TP there, so they've got a clear indication that there's a shower fight going on. Nixon doubles up, might even make it a triple, because why not? Chinook. A lot to do here. As this young gun tries to make his mark. Difficult to do in a league like this.
30 seconds
Against
left.
opponents like this, and every corner is being watched, every angle, but not that one. Now Nixon, spot him. Chinook might have had an opportunity, but of course Nixon wants to be a high-fragging IGL, and that's exactly what he'll be.
Yeah, fighting for a shot a little bit more. Where OnlyFins, Ale doing a huge amount on his debut, 13 and 5 with kills and deaths. Nixon catching up 14 and 5, just actually a little bit ahead with that one kill. You got to look at it from the perspective of Metasport. You had that Viper's Pit for a couple of rounds. You just couldn't get in onto a site. Nale given a lot of space to just push shot and find a pick. Very risky on OnlyFins' side, but clearly Metasport weren't expecting it. Hopefully this defense works a little bit better. You have got the Cypher. But OnlyFins, this comp can get super aggressive, can go in super fast, and it's looking to be going A.
It's exactly what the analyst desk was alluding to, right? The fact that you've got the Gecko, the Sky, how quickly you can get on sites is tremendous, but OnlyFins are good at picking up when they want the fights, but now they're going to be forcing their way into lamps. 3 is a little bit too much to handle. It gives over the information, and Metasport fuck out of it. OnlyFins, what do you do with this? You TP to B.
Yeah, but you TP into the camera and the 2 trips too. You're leaving Snowy. You're going to fight to see what kind of utility that they have, but there's a snake bite on the ground as well. Nerfed Viper still throwing it in here. If you go onto the site, you're a dead man.
And still they've got to deal with the tripwise. And this is a complicated endeavor for OnlyFins. Wherever they've gone, they've meted resistance. That resistance hurt. OnlyFins in trouble. This is actually the best case scenario for Metasport. Get this pistol, you can definitely snowball a comeback here.
It's just the classics really working here. And it's back to 3 players on that A site with that Cypher utility. You can just stack over in this position. 35 seconds to go. The plan's going to come in. Yesmo at least finds an opening.
How didn't Snowy connect with a kill there? I swear that was a close range right click. Maybe it was just the side of it. Well, the Prime has gone down, so Yesmo with a pick. With Feekin as well. There might be an opportunity. Shorty has 2 bullets in the chamber. And it's good to shut down Chinook. Pellets all over him. So now, stabilizing a little bit. But not for long, as Dima has a bigger gun in play. And for that reason, Metasport win out the pistol. Brilliant hold on both of the sides.
Yeah, good call from Metasport. I think they knew that because the shotty was in lamps, that surely they're not just playing with a shotty on their own in that position. So they just wrap around, go for the defuse, have to pull these players out of a precarious position. And it means that OnlyFins end up winning 1 pistol and Metasport picking up the second. So the defensive side's been incredibly strong so far on this map. If Metasport can keep their anti-eco as clean as possible, however, OnlyFins are going to give us another 50 because we've had a few in this tournament already in week 1.
Oh, yeah, we have, man. We have. It's been quite the chaotic one. The Sheriff's Pack Punch, I think it's fair to say. Hand cannons. That's aggressive. Gets slightly punished. And the strong presence on the A site from Metasport has got to cause OnlyFins to rotate away.
Actually not. They're going to try and bait it out. Cutting noise in some elements.
Way.
Just a couple of sprays. But yeah, you would assume that OnlyFins would just bolt right towards B. If they try and re-hit A, you're still re-hitting into Cypher utility. But they can't...
see DK sparing his attention to 2 different positions, both long and short, so he's definitely called in for reinforcements.
Dangerous places to play when you're up on an anti-eco. You might want to consider like Heaven and stuff just to play from distance. The Skydog, I don't think it's going to hit this trip, but they do see it. This attacking smoke is going to give them something to play around.
Ooh, Chinook is stand up and will take down the wingman, but the kill from OnlyFins comes in. And even though they've only got Sheriffs to work with, the Bulldog has been upgraded too for Nixon. Yesmu drops. But look how far forward OnlyFins are playing it. Feels like Waka does have a grasp of the situation. The flash comes through. It's going good for 1, but he does keep things equal. Mellow rather, on Heaven has been able to put Snowy in the middle, and the spike hasn't yet gone down. 12 seconds. Snowy on the trigger. Has to find an opening somewhere else, but Aussie TK is lying in wait. And Metasport find the way on the board swiftly.
Nice try. Good damage done. With the economy, at least, for OnlyFins. Bring it down to some pretty close situations. So the bonus for Metasport here isn't going to be that ideal. But I really like the trap play that they had. The camera deep and high enough in showers that to break it, you need to be fairly close to it. And if you're fairly close to it, it means that you're very susceptible at being jumped on through a TP like crunch play. That's something obviously that OnlyFins need to go careful of, especially because the camera is back in that shower's position. Like as soon as that camera spots something in showers, that Viper wall goes up. Potentially a Skydog and a Raze with Dema following might catch OnlyFins by surprise if they're not careful. And if you try and go through short, well, you got 2 Cypher trips there to deal with.
Cam broken. And OnlyFins look to move in. And the first pick goes to Yesmu. And it's these fights that could give you the advantage. The fact that Wacken couldn't move out of position quick enough. It's a small buy from Metasport, but one that is fathomable to get, and the timing does end up favoring Metasport, as Viken didn't have time to deal with it.
LA tucked in. This cage just gives him a little bit of something to play around. Thrash is going to be used on OnlyFins' full buy. Doesn't really get anything to connect on.
No, there's weird fights taking place everywhere right now, and it's rough around the edges on every single one of these fights. Spray downs all over the place. And Aussie will end up dropping as well. There's a bit of disappointment you can see from both of these teams, as this was not a very clean round.
Yeah, gotta dust yourself off though. You got the plant, you lose a couple of players, so it means that the economy is fine for OnlyFins to keep going on forward. But it's the fact that Metasport have a full buy now. We're in that point where there's not really ultimates available too much. The players are given a moment just because of a technical pause. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they were looking a little bit flustered after winning against this bonus were OnlyFins.
Maybe. Well, that's a big bottle of water. Stay hydrated, gamers.
Unless you're in the UK, in which case go very careful with drinking any tap water.
Oh dear. I know in other countries in Europe, bottled water is a big thing, but what about in the UK?
Usually tap water.
I've always been a tap person.
It's just been the stuff in the water that's making people poorly at the moment, I think. But like, look it up. Generally, I don't want to cause fear across the whole of the UK and Nordic scene. But let's be honest, we're not really drinking that much water anyway. Probably not as much as we should be.
That's fair. I'm an avid water drinker. Drink of choice when casting. Sip of it every so often. But here we go. It's OnlyFins that seem to be having the lead right now. Control over the game. A few mishaps here and there. Metasport are causing them to shake in various situations. But the fact that Metasport did get the pistol in the follow-up has caused a bit of a resurgence, a little bit of a comeback. And as we're approaching round 17, it will be a buy round as well. An opportunity for Metasport to get back in winning ways. Only 3 rounds of difference, really. So you can definitely feel the difference in experience. OnlyFins are stronger, but they're not too far off.
No, not too far off at all. You sort of look at it like Metasport changing up their roster that did relatively well last stage into a team that has been played in close qualifiers consistently, but at the same time hasn't actually been qualifying through those tournaments. So you have somebody that's been consistently at a certain level, but sort of showing that they're not quite at the level yet to be earning their spot through the qualifiers themselves, right? But saying that, like Metasport really leading into the occasion here, but you'd expect it. It's their map pick. And this defensive side could be a big problem for OnlyFins if they can't deal with some of this Cypher utility at the very least.
Once again into the breach. Actually, there's a 3-player stack up for OnlyFins. Adjustment for the Cypher now towards this ace site. Ali fast in. Could be an all pickup, but Metasport hear the commotion and stand by.
Now it's just a bit of an awkward fight, spraying through the smoke to see if you're going to catch somebody. Potentially you could jump through the TP here, but you still have that camera to deal with. There's 3 players already waiting for Metasport, and even Metasport taking a little bit of hookah control make it even more annoying for OnlyFins to get in onto a site. They're forced to start to default again, and they're forced to start to rely on the Cypher utility. And the Cypher utility is very, very strong. It's 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 very, very And 40 seconds has been bought by the defensive team.
Heads about to bump heads. Heads about to bump heads. Dogs, I was about to say. Oh, TP's coming in, and there's nothing could have anticipated there. They had two players waiting, but they still got surprised. And that is OnlyFins quickly finding their way onto the site.
30 seconds left.
Plus plan should be good as well. You got some players in showers. Aggressive retake of lamps from Ale. And a nice little, like, trade ability position. Nice from Snowy trying to heal up his teammate, but trades him instantly.
I think the call from Muzzy should be the save here, but he's actually looking to do a little bit extra damage. Guiding Light not finding its place. Intended target. It's these new players that you just fear, because they're used to just going for 1vx fights, right? They're not caring much, not being as disciplined, but it actually, that experience gives them that much extra danger when facing up against them. But yeah, Ozzy thinks better of it, backs off. But it's those situations that you're like, is he going to save? Is he going to go in? You've always got to be careful.
I mean, because they have been playing at this level for quite some time, you sort of know that the call is going to be a bit safer with this. Especially because the economy isn't good for Metasport now. Forced onto an eco. With just that one rifle that they have been saved, but a lot of ultimates about to come online for this defensive team. So farming up the ultimate orbs here could be a really big thing, getting a couple of kills. You never really know. But OnlyFins, if they win this, going up to 11 rounds, it's getting eerily close to winning Unbind.
It is not far off it, especially hitting the double digits, and Ale wants to swing off quickly off the tee with a banger of a shot. And already, Wingman on spike planting duties, and it feels like Metasport aren't doing much in reply. Yeah, they've got a Sheriffs, but OnlyFins are making this look clean, simple.
Good utility on shot has been used from them too. Just that dizzy flash. Metasport wanting to fight it a little bit more, but they just get caught in these positions. Nice shot from Waken, but there's still more to do.
Last player standing.
There's a lot more to do. Mellow. Good for one by the end. The Sheriffs do damage, but yeah, no cigar for this one. And OnlyFins inching closer to ending Bind their way.
Timeout for Metasport about to come up too. You look at the ultimates for both sides, there's some really good stuff to be working with, and it would be a shame for Metasport. They do see OnlyFins going on to 12 here if they're forced onto an eco. Pretty much all of the ultimates good to go, just waiting for a couple more for Orbital Strike, and one more for Seekers. You're looking at performances, Ale, 19 and 8. Great addition for him. And in the head-to-head of duelists, you've got Dema down at 9 and 15. Slow start, starting to feel like their tempo, and they are being traded out in a lot of these fights too. So Dema, statistically not looking great, but they're still doing their job. But even then, like, the highest kills on Metasport's team is Waken at 12. Nixun, Yesmu, and Ale all have more.
One of the things that OnlyFins, I think, had to learn the hard way in the first split is closing out maps isn't as easy as it sounds. And, of course, they'll use Metasport's timeout to themselves iterate a plan of how they want to shut it all down. Only 2 required. Metasport, it's a big mountain to climb for them to reach OnlyFins' numbers. Can they do it?
Gonna be finding a lot more for Hookah this time. And so much of the job for OnlyFins is to find out where this Cypher's playing. Go towards B, see no utility you might want to execute.
Melo knows he's in trouble. He hasn't shown himself. And Ale won't look in his direction, and that's exactly what Melo needed to get the first pick.
Down.
Well, it is what it is. The showstopper did its job. But Ozzy couldn't get away in time. Shot in the back through the smoke. That's devastating. And OnlyFins could take control over this. With the momentum they've gathered, they could just end this round right here, right now. But the Metasport players are playing together. I think a molly is just thrown to their feet, but quickly disintegrated. Both playing different angles, but Feekin will be first to contest and call his team to action. Here, Chinook moves in, doesn't take care of the cubby. And Waken, 1v2, knows where Yesmu is. Yesmu's got to be a little bit more careful there. His head was showing. Waken goes in for the swing, but Snowy was ready for it. 12-6, only one away from seizing bind.
Yeah, really nice post plan for OnlyFins. Looked a little bit scary when you don't have hookah control and you don't have elbow control. You just feel so restricted and you're suffocating over on that B site. So it was good play for Medispot to just really prioritize taking that space, but they don't really get a chance to properly clear where Feekin is. And a good crossfire, nice patience for OnlyFins to make that post plant work. Look at the buy though. Medispot 5 ultimates online, but barely got the guns to go with.
I mean, it's not too bad. They've got 4 rifles. It's doable to stay in, but that's a lot of ultimates to take account of. When do you use them?
OnlyFins all going through shots. So this is good control from Medispot. With showers, the orbital strike at least. Gonna buy some time, but Dema goes down through it.
How do you even do that, Ale? Well, he's definitely shown us why he should be back in Challengers North, doing a stellar job on this roster. Brilliant debut game with the team. And the rest of the team look to clean up nicely. Mello, though, is able to double up twice. 1 in the chamber. And Ale is able to close it out as well. 2 to his name that round, and that is going to be OnlyFins picking up Bind, their opponent's map pick.
Not a bad start for OnlyFins. 3rd place in stage 1, changing a big thing about the team, the fact that it's not OnlyFins anymore. But when you add a player that goes 22-9, 316 ACS with Ale, yeah, you're breaking that rule any time of day. A great showing from them, but it felt from Medispot like it was maybe it just came down to just not winning the duels, right? You get sprayed through smokes, you get wall banged in some instances, you get sprayed through an orbital strike. A little bit unlucky in places for Medispot, but like OnlyFins, they're playing the aggressive comp to be playing on this map, and they played it to a T.
I think this is the first time in history where there's a Swede in an only Finnish team, and the first team in this roster's iteration, the first time in this roster's iteration to do just that. We'll be back after a break to break how the action unfolded and come back with map 10 number 2 as well.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. But now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Welcome back to Polaris, and it's a new look for OnlyFins as they dispatch of Metasport on Metasport's map pick bind 13-6. Ale is back, and he means business.
He does. I mean, we were all wondering, how does Ali implement into this roster? I was even wondering if there was going to be role swaps, but that is definitely not the case. The man is the OnlyFins are the team with a plan, actually, just in general. They look so good, so clean, like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, it's a completely different look for them. They've always kind of, to me, been the team that's all over the place. When they play really well, then they are insanely good. But, you know, having off moments a lot of the time, this looked really controlled from them. You know, they seemed to have calm heads the whole time, and they were kind of, you know, there was back and forth, obviously, and they were getting out-aimed at times, but their fundamentals were brilliant. They were consistent throughout.
Yeah, and I feel as if we did see the old OnlyFins a little bit when we were seeing the Metasport resurgence, but all in all, OnlyFins really had good game management and were really good at just keeping sure that they were in front and knowing when to time out, and I think that's the biggest thing. You know, Nixon doesn't have that support in a coaching role. It's all him now, and he's managed it again brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing to take away from this one as we move into OnlyFins' map pick next, which is Lotus and Metasport. I don't think as this roster have played a lot of this one. I think this is good for them. You know, they just look more kind of calm, more collected, more like a team that know that they're going to win. You know, I think the problem for OnlyFins the whole time that they have kind of been a part of Polaris has just been that they're, you know, a little bit unsure of themselves and kind of all over the place. You know, you'll have rounds where they'll run it down and commit too many people. You saw a lot of the time there, especially it might be the Ale influence, as Ale would move forward, get a pick, and come straight back towards site to default once again. And that's a new look for them that I like a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot more disciplined. I think that's the key moment. And while Ali might not be the most outspoken of players, I definitely think that like there's always that good read that Ali's had, and it just comes with the experience that's been brought to the roster. Which, I mean, let's be honest, with Nixon, there's plenty there.
Yeah, I do hope we see some more of that while moving forward. Lotus, again, is one of those kinds of maps where you are going to see a little bit more like that, but we can take a look back at Bind here. I think we have a few highlights to go through, in fact. So round 5 was the first one we highlighted, and this was the teleporter crunch here from OnlyFins. The first moment where we were really like, damn, okay, they're going.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just off the cuff of some information. I don't know if it was pre-baked or whatever, but like the calls were really, really good. Ali again leading that charge, and from then on, like again, like Fagan, they just continue to push that issue. And I think that's something that we haven't really seen from OnlyFins. The initiative, the fact that they come out so unscathed. Sure, they lose one player, but they put themselves in such a driving position for the rest of the round.
Yeah, well, looking back at things, we can actually take a look at some positives for Metasport as well with round 8 here, where, you know, they started to fire back at them. They were starting to get some more rounds on the board.
Yeah, they just started to out-aim, and again, this was the resurgence of Metasport coming through. They were continuously finding the first picks, and that's where OnlyFins, I felt as if, started to be a little bit destabilised. You know, I think, like, when we look at the next round as well, you'll see the exact same thing, where OnlyFins just tried to be too proactive, and that's when they were getting punished. Metasport really good at having that heads up, you know, let's get their first entries and converting them, which Ryan and Pavlos were talking a lot about on cast.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at round 9 so we can take a look at that point a little extra. But yeah, I think for OnlyFins, as soon as they're in a 5v4, they're pretty happy. They'll close out that round, but once they're down to a 4v5, it's a lot more difficult for them. Obviously, that's what you expect, but I think there's more variance from other teams that we see, especially in Tier 2, whereas for OnlyFins, it really is about either controlling the start of the round so you're still in a 5v5 by the post plant, or making sure you're getting the first pick.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few rounds that OnlyFins were actually able to really fight back and somehow get themselves in a position to actually win out the round, and I think that's mostly through the fact that they were playing off one another, and eventually ends up in a 1v1 with Nixon, and well, if you're in a 1v1 with Nixon, it's like going up against the raid boss, you know?
Exactly. I mean, the psychological read there, he knew he wasn't going for the spike. That was just well played overall, but one more round to take a look at here was round 11, a punish on the TP play from this one, and it's just more of the same, really. And I think the storyline was the same over this whole thing here. This was just great fundamentals. Once again, OnlyFins making sure that while Metasport were making moves and they were putting down good utility, just waiting and getting trades and making sure everything was in their favor here.
Yeah, Metasport, this is like a really good like realization of what OnlyFins were trying to do with the TPs previous. There was that, I guess, precedent being set by the Finns, and Metasport beginning to realize and adapt to that. They didn't commit too much to it. Fair enough, Dem were maybe a little bit too aggressive, but it worked out, and then yeah, the story writes itself for the rest of the map.
We're over to Lotus next, where OnlyFins will once again start on the defensive half, and for them, this is now just kind of their time to close things out. Obviously, last season they had a bit of a difficult start to the split, and kind of came back towards it towards the end, had to go for a hero run right in the last few games of this one. If they can start things off with a 2-0 here, they've put themselves in a really nice position to carry that on, and I do think this team looks better than last season. While maybe, you know, we're not going to see a lot of the more kind of dynamic plays that we did last split, I think this team looks just overall a lot more confident.
I'm excited to see what Metasport can bring to this map. But I mean, it's a map that everybody should know how to play. We've been over it so many times, very popular. And I think as well, like the attacking side is a lot more easier to run. And we saw them struggle on Bind. What does Metasport have for us on Lotus as well?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can play Lotus, obviously. There are a few different comps that have worked over the course of the last few, well, I mean, over the course of its whole, every update changes something. And look, there is an opportunity now to make some changes to your composition, do something a little bit different. Obviously, you can see that OnlyFins have changed it up every single time pretty much, but now that you've got those kind of the nerfs coming into certain agents, obviously Cypher and Viper both on that kind of chopping block there, both agents that are well known in this map, there might be some changes afoot, and I would like to see something a little bit different from these teams, maybe a new strategy to bring up, because I think this is one of those maps where you could bring something new.
I think it definitely is. On top of that, Cloves now in. Well, one of the teams introduced that. The fact that OnlyFins go for a double controller, but it's not introducing the Viper is always interesting to me, because that's the whole aspect of that second controller is having a pseudo sentinel or someone to kind of create this phantom pressure on a lane that will distract the defenders. Obviously now we've also got to be thinking, what is Metasport going to be bringing forward? What are they thinking about the map, especially up against like such an unconventional lineup, especially with the Sova in there as well. Usually we see the Fade.
Yeah, last time we saw Yari on this map, they were running that Fade, they were running the double controller in Omen and Viper, and then obviously the Raze and Killjoy as well. A pretty standard composition from the last kind of 5 months of the gameplay on this map, and yeah, I mean, that would still work, definitely, but I do think that there are opportunities now to make a change on that one, maybe play a double initiator going in, that now that your double controller might not be as powerful as it once was. So I'm interested to see if there will be any adaptation from either of these two teams, and what that kind of means for the overall thing of this series, because I think OnlyFins have a lot of room to play around with now that they feel a lot more comfortable, it seems, and they are playing more confidently. They are backing away when they get picks and trying to win, or trying to get themselves into 5v4 situations. There's a lot more room to kind of experiment, I think.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, you think towards the start of that map, first 5 rounds went OnlyFins fairly clean. Maybe Metasport just needed to warm into the match. Fair enough, it finished 13-6, but there's arguments to be had that Metasport just maybe felt, I'm not saying out of their depth, but you know that way, it's your first tier 2 official representing a decently sized org in Metasport. Maybe they just had those early jitters. Lotus is a map that they should know. Bind can be a bit tricky sometimes, so that's where my hope is for this XYari Metasport roster.
Yeah, for sure. I think their mechanics at the very least looked really good, and sometimes they were just getting kind of outplayed a little bit by OnlyFins. But if you do bring it down to brass tacks and you do bring it down to the mechanics, I think these two teams are very evenly matched. So as long as you're taking down Ale quickly, I think anything is possible here for Metasport.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, trying to take down Ale quickly. If you give him a 50-50 gunfight, do you know what, even 60-40, I feel as if in the opponent's favour, you still feel as if Ale can win it. And again, like, I wonder like how the mid-round calling looks like that. I wonder if there is any change in structure, because while Ali could be a quiet guy, I mean, there's always that good read that he'll have to help with Nixon's calling.
Yeah, you might just have to figure out where Ale is playing. Obviously, you're already doing that kind of thing with the Sentinel when you're usually playing on Lotus. You're going to figure out where that one's playing. It's usually on C. And then kind of restructure your attack based off of that. Are we seeing anything new? Yeah, we absolutely are. OnlyFins have brought in the double initiator, as I predicted. Let's go. And they're running a Neon as their solo duelist. This is brilliant. I like this a lot. I think this is really taking advantage of the fact that Viper is going to have less productivity on this map. So you're just kind of going, okay, well, you know what, we'll change something up.
Again, like, yeah, Metasport's sticking with the cookie cutter comp. I'd argue this is probably one of the most played. OnlyFins, though, like, I love the Neon, right? For a lot of people, they underestimate how powerful those relay bolts, the stuns that Neon has, and how powerful they can be. And on top of that, as you say, double initiator, the Gecko's so good at just manipulating sides of the map, and the fact that, like, yeah, there's not 3 orbs anymore, but you've still got 2 orbs which are fairly contestable by the attackers.
Yeah, it's been a little while, I think, since we've seen Breach properly played on this map, so hopefully OnlyFins are going to bring that one back out of the woodwork. Ryan and Pavlos, take away that map for us.
Okay, sorry, that was cringe. I'm taking this away with Ryan. Yeah, the second map of this series, Lotus, of course. Ryan, the Death broke it pretty pretty nicely, right? We've got a few differences in the compositions. We've got some different ideas that want to be played out. Of course, it will be different due to Metasport being a new roster coming in this league. Yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I think for OnlyFins, they were playing no Viper double initiator before, so the fact that it's the same isn't too surprising now that Viper's been nerfed. Why would they ever go back to it? But it's not only changing up away from the Silver into a Gecko, and obviously the Raze into a Neon, it's also like moving Nixun onto the Omen instead of beforehand he was playing on the Breach. Snowy was on the Silver, now they're on the Breach. And Yesmu, who was on the Omen, is now on Gecko. So role swaps as well for OnlyFins on this map, which, much like Bind, was a common permaban for them throughout the stage. So these are the two maps that OnlyFins have maybe been the most uncomfortable on in stage 1. And they're starting this stage with them. If they start with strong wins on both of them,
sure,
it's a great way to look going into like potential play-ins and Ascension. At least contention for it.
They'll definitely want to be fighting for the top spots of this league. The first two are the ones that count towards Ascension. The first, automatic qualification. The second, into play-ins together with the second place teams of the rest of the Challenger Leagues of Europe and EMEA. In we go. Metasport taking on the attack. OnlyFins defending this one, and they've got strong presence nearby B in the outskirts of it.
It seems that OnlyFins had a bit of a trap play potentially through C-Mound. There was a Fade Haunt thrown over there. Some noise made to go back. Obviously, this Viper wall towards A just going up and down and up and down. And yeah, I think the set play was off of that turret. If that turret spotted contact, then you had the Neon to go through the door from B, a Paranoia potentially. But because they've backed off, set play doesn't really work. All of that Killjoy utility is being cleared, and Metasport are resetting. The problem, however, is that they're resetting into 3 players who are waiting on A for them. And Snowy has a stun in hand.
I love Lotus for its meta. So many different comps are playable on this, different approaches. But OnlyFins seem to have a lead on this. 3 players defending. Good stun as well. That could do a little bit of damage to the approaching players, but only just a bit to the toes of Waken.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia comes in. Nixon's got a good response to it as well. The Dizzy does complicate the affair for the attackers, but Melo's still capable of getting the first blood. Yesmu is good for 2 before he drops, but Ally's in hot waters. Hotly contested as well. Ooh, it's good to take one down with him, but Feekin is left on a 1v2 with both of the remaining players fairly low, but if they find themselves in front of his crosshair, they could be donezo. Feekin decides to drop, and he's silent with it. Ozzy's looking in the right direction, but he's crouching, so it makes it hard for Feekin to adjust, but still gets it done. And now he's looking away from Waken. And he's got to go all the way around. Feekin, what are you doing? Looking in the wrong direction, thinking that his opponent went above. And for that reason, Metasport are good for first blood.
Yeah, he tried to like have a bit of a wraparound, and him just going back onto site and coming through that way was not really something that OnlyFins were expecting. But it came down to a close round. And one of the big things, I think the desk was saying it as well, of just like how much OnlyFins were winning those fights, especially players like Ale, going in his direction, even if it's not necessarily the best fight for him to be taking. But Metasport, yeah, picking up the pistol. Great way to start this attacking side. Full eco for OnlyFins. And it's just going to be pushing A with a lot of players. It's only Feekin over here just to break that Fade Haunt.
Best style that Metasport could have hoped for.
Ozzy needs to go careful here.
He does. I don't know if he has time to call for reinforcements. Chinook is here. They'll be noisy about it though, aren't they?
Been seen, I think.
Making the presence known. And Ozzy, of course, has got a Bulldog to bite away at Nixon. Bit of a yap of that dog. Feekin nearby. He's pressure from all directions, so Metasport will cleanly take over C.
Yeah, good cover from Dema, just to make sure that the whole team can stay together. Something that sort of let the team off a little bit on Bind, just how much they would separate. Case in point, Dema just there, just pushing up and facing a little bit more, but because he only had a Ghost, it's not like he's giving a big gun across. Getting a kill, even dying, puts him well on the way to getting a showstopper online. And everybody else with the plant out in open can just sit pretty and hold off from OnlyFins from getting anything done.
That's the best thing you could do in that situation, right? Play with your knife and pistol.
Bomb grenade out.
Switch between the two, show them off. Because of course players on a tournament client can enable any skin and gun they want. Must be nice. Must be nice.
But not for OnlyFins this round, as they do end up dropping this round, the first two. And we'll look to see what they can do on their first buy.
The bonus is a Vandal, 3 Bulldogs, and an Outlaw. And when you're looking at some of the armor, well, Yesmu's upgraded. But there's still a couple that could go down to this. And it's Shinokachi that's going to have the Outlaw on attack, so more than likely just facing in one direction. It might seem like Metasport fighting for C main early, get the Outlaw posted up for the Killjoy to just hold on for C long. And the adjustment for OnlyFins now that they have a full buy, not only they have Guardians and stuff like that, so it's not even the best full buy. They got the Killjoy solely over towards A. And everybody else pushing him ready to fight on B.
It's what we saw from the previous map. OnlyFins bunching up together a bit.
It's just a matter of Feekin vacating the area and his ability to do so.
And Metasport could quickly trap it here. You can hear all the movement. You can see how quickly OnlyFins are adjusting to his core, but he's been able to go all the way around. And no one's noticed! Can he get away with a second? No!
Instantly turned around, Aussie is able to deal with him, and the A site is now under Metasports' domain.
Full buy just looking to play pure retake here. Yesmu's taking a little bit of damage. Oh, it was just decay from the wall. But post plants again, you got the Viper playing from deep with Aussie. And everybody else played very close to CT.
Whoa. And Dima has got such a sneaky angle that Yesmu couldn't have thought of it in time, given that he was already trading with Waken. A lot going on all the time. And Aussie's there in as a caveat. Oh, what? So quick to react to that. And Metasport make quick work and clean work of their bonus.
Just straightforward stuff, really. Metasport grouping up, just going for A main. OnlyFins, bit of a rough opportunity. This hasn't really been that bad of a map for them, despite not really being played that often. Like, you lose to likes of Apex and Apina Orchestra, and you narrowly beat Hookahs. I think that was the first game of their season in Stage 1. And I do remember that not necessarily being, I think it was our first cast even, I don't remember it being particularly convincing for either side. No. Especially in the trajectory that we saw Hookahs go on.
Look at Ali here. We saw him on the raise. Let's see what he can do on this Neon. Paint to the floor, but he doesn't care. Mello is simply sweeping OnlyFins off their feet.
Open C site now.
Yeah. It's cleanly opened. They haven't really to do too much of it because the fight was brought to them, but now it's going to happen all over again, and the simultaneous swing works like a charm.
So many angles to clear, a very spread out post plant, so if places like we can go down, it could potentially be a gun over to the defensive side. But it's out in the open. Nightfall, even considered to be used by Mello. Had it in hand.
Given that Thrash is available also, you've got to be scared of that fact, but yeah, Yesmu isn't good for 2. If he'd gotten a second one, I'd start to get scared here for OnlyFins. But it's all for Metasport rather. But yeah, it's nicely capitalized on, the early opportunity given to them. It was the pistol after wall from OnlyFins, but good to keep things clean. And a great lead for Metasport to feel a little bit more confident on their opponents' map pick.
Metasport, money started to build up really nicely. Got some players on 8k. And with that Nightfall, a showstopper potentially on the horizon for Dema, feels like this is an incredibly important round for OnlyFins to get on the board. Otherwise, you have to expect that there's going to be a timeout following. And 3 players pushing over towards A quickly. The same default for Metasport, just fighting for C Mound. And eventually just backing off and going elsewhere.
Bit of movement, well, sort of captured by Metasport. They saw it, but they haven't been able to do anything about it, as Nick's unit's good to TP his way out away from Mound, but the Prowler is after him. That one way can actually do a bit to prevent Feekin's
play over in C, but not going to be challenged. At least keeps them busy. Keeps the third player busy towards the C site and is open to move into A.
Yeah, I just wanted to get on a deeper angle, but Ozzy's showing why some teams might consider still playing Viper after the nerf. And look at this, like, where he's playing. The rotate's about to come around, and Nick's soon hoping to go for the flank. All of those steps heard, so guns were out for Medisport. And they're just running rings around OnlyFins. This was their map choice, and it looks like they've never played it before.
And even if OnlyFins think they've got a chance with this, there's a showstopper ready for Dima. Like, bunch up together, and you'll be dead like a strike. A bowling ball taking over all pins. Let's see how this works out, though. OnlyFins need a pick, and then they've got a chance. But without it, and with Dima's presence with the ultimate, it's so difficult to deal with. Dizzy, that's good. Good damage to it, but Dima knows Fika's approximate position. That's good enough. The approximate direction is all that is required, and it looks like Medisport are unrelentless in this map.
Yeah, timeout needed for OnlyFins, I think, here. Something around the default, something around the way that they're playing just isn't working for them. And so they need to be able to, like, they tried to fight for A main, they had to back off because there wasn't too much going on. And just a simple default, the way that Medisport is starting these rounds is doing so much to pull OnlyFins towards C and away from A. And in some of these instances too, like, on defense, you'd have that Viper orb maybe in, like, C main. So if the Omen Smoke goes down, the Poison Cloud can go up and it can delay people. But because you don't have that, it is requiring OnlyFins to pull a lot of bodies over to support the Omen, to support the Killjoy, whoever's over there. The reason why the comp that Medisport is running has been so strong for so long, without getting into the whole, like, Anders push your glasses up, archetypes of character stuff. It is just that mid-rangey style, and what that essentially means in Valorant is just a mid-rounding. That how easy it is to go and fight for C and then reset and go fight for B with an ultimate, or go fight for A and then go through secret onto B. The adjustments, like, that's why Fnatic was so good at this. Every time Fnatic started around with their default, it was effectively the same, but it could split off into dozens, if not hundreds of different ideas. For OnlyFins, they're just being pulled around, and it's hard for their comp that they've come up with to sort of keep up with that level of play, especially mid to late round.
And it's a challenge for OnlyFins. It's exactly what they need to be able to play against and figure out, especially if they're trying to go for some aggressive comp like their own. But they haven't found the answers, and it's hurting them greatly. They've got some sort of a shaky body going on for them. It's not looking that great, but they're going to have to make it work to try and have a foot in this game.
Shinaka's an op too.
Nixon spotted by the Prowler, sprayed across, but he figures out the best way to stay alive is to stay completely still. At least OnlyFins don't lose a player yet.
Even faking the plant just to potentially bait out some more utility. Maybe the Neon ultimate is the thing that they're super scared for.
Maybe. That could be a dangerous prospect.
Because he has 5 guns ready to fight.
And whacking. He's just whacking them up. It's incredible. But Yasmin's doubled up right back. And that allows Medisport to now be on top. Still, Medisport fully in control and snowing on a close distance, but it's a shorty to reign supreme. What on earth was that palaver around at the end? But it's Medisport to stay in control throughout it all.
Yeah, it feels now that this team is really starting to get going now, starting to feel themselves. And you're seeing every single round for Medisport just starting the same way, fighting for C. And they know if they're going up against an eco around there, that they can just go for a C execute. There's very little to stop them. But I really like the patience that they had. They didn't plant the spike. It looked risky when you see some of those kills come in, especially from Yesmu. But it was because they were trying to bait out that Neon ultimate, which came through, which didn't get anything.
I mean, this is a team that lost the formulation, lost to Requiem. 2 teams that have managed to keep their hopes alive in the promo relegation in Eclipse, but they're doing a solid job on the top 4 finisher of OnlyFins, the 3rd place spot taker. One that should be challenging for Ascension placements, but instead it's Medisport to find the opening frag onto Yesmu. And an open, flexible approach on 2 sides of the map. Ale finally gets something going in the OnlyFins way.
Yeah, they just cut a lot of noise. Crossfire here on the C site, but if that Omen one-way keeps coming up on attack, might make this very difficult to hold. The problem for
OnlyFins
OnlyFins is they
forced to
can't
use a
push
util.
past where the neon is right now, right? Not only do you have the alarm bot there, but
Yeah.
just the map, it's not good for you to do it. The map doesn't help you go for those fights, so retaking space has been a bit of an issue for OnlyFins on this map. Like, they've had to give up C-Mound, they have A main.
I like the high-low placement from OnlyFins though.
Cover going out.
One front, one back, one high, one low.
30 seconds
How
left.
does this one go?
They're both
Nixon
paranoid.
pushes up. Dima is already to the back of the site, knowing of the presence of one so close. Feekin is the first to win that battle and thinks better of the situation to go backwards and get the lockdown in. Still, OnlyFins need to act quickly to this because the spike is already being planted. But Chinook! What an incredible shot! Only sees the pixel but gets the bullet to go through a wall. Rolling Thunder, and he's able to catch two to the back of the site, but deals with Waken first as he was towards Mound, and Ale is alone to deal with the two concussed players. And Ale has been able to find one, but can't find Mello in time. Metasport unfolded so far this half.
That was a sick round for Metasport as well, just being put right into that corner, playing off of each other. Shinox, I didn't realize that either the Mortal Kombat character or the attack helicopter is the one that's just deleting these players. Just right in that corner. Maybe like OnlyFins could have been a little bit more disciplined with how they want to retake there, but the pressure's up. They're 7-0 down. They've had a timeout. They're still unable to get on the board and back onto a low buy again.
OnlyFins need something and they need it quick. Losing so many rounds in a row just gives Metasport such a big advantage. The half's not over. There's 5 available rounds to them.
This is Metasport sort of doing something different again by putting a bit more pressure towards A and then going B.
Which makes it so hard for OnlyFins to read, switching the play up so much.
Yeah.
They just can't adapt to it in time.
But it always starts the same.
Ale gives it a go. Look how deep Metasport want to go here. Tsunami has a good idea to stun it up and might be able to get a kill. After shock. Could be enough to do some damage, but not the finishing blow. Yasmin within the Viper's pit, but it's nowhere to find the first kill. And OnlyFins are collapsing upon them with worse weapons. Mello nearly does the incredible, but no. OnlyFins and the Swede are able to get their way on the board.
Yeah, they crunch on them. You sort of think that the plant going down on B, Viper's Pit, it's going to be very difficult for these like lower round buys to work, but they just swarm, they hit the head, Snowy gets that first kill, and then seemingly Metasport fall down like a house of cards. Timeout, Metasport actually taking a time, Metasport taking a timeout after losing 1 round and winning 7. Which is maybe a bit overzealous. You give OnlyFins another opportunity to talk to their team this half. This is maybe stuff that you saw from Eng a couple of years ago, but maybe not nowadays. Like, if there's genuinely stuff that Metasport need to do because they've not been doing it, fair enough. But I do think that this could backfire and give OnlyFins an opportunity to really pull these last 4 rounds back in their direction. Especially when you got stuff like a Thrash about to be online, you still have a buy. And for Metasport, I guess they have a lot of ultimates like the Nightfall that they've been sat on and haven't used since round 4, round 5.
Yeah, that's true.
To be fair, they haven't needed to use it, so.
I'll be honest here, the fact that Metasport, as soon as they lose 1 round and call a timeout, it surprises me a little.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness gracious. That's very zoomed in. Was that always there?
I think it was. I saw somebody in chat mention about it earlier.
Yeah,
But
well,
yeah, I
caused me a heart attack.
don't like this timeout because it could backfire massively for Metasport.
It could. Because they still had tempo going their way. But OnlyFins had time to readjust. Now putting 3 players into mid and 2 to Mound. Could be a great collapse. Paranoia good to take down Waken, but Metasport suddenly have found a bit of juice to keep things going their way. Double from Dima. But how much more can you find? Because OnlyFins have spread their defenses thin.
Nixon
And maybe need to group them up to make it work.
He was so focused on helping him be main that he left himself open towards C.
Ooh.
Nice angle.
Dirty Nixon!
Spike down.
Ooh! And 2v2, all of a sudden. Nixon, the captain, has done a lot. And now calls for his teammates to do the rest, but Chinook is having none of it. and keeps his team on top. Ale knows where the spike is going to be planted. There's only one possible area. Oh no! You can barely see any pixels. He's trying to take an educated guess. His feet are burnt up by the toxins. And even in lockdown for a guarantee if needed.
He's off the site. And they have split up a little bit here, but Chinook's not afraid to go for these fights, and Ali has brought it to a 1v1.
8 in the chamber. But only one needs to find its way onto Ozzy's head.
He doesn't know he's off site.
He's got no clue. Takes an educated guess and turns around in time to spray to his torso. And it's enough time to get the defuse as well. 3 more remaining in the half, and they found 2 out of their 5 so far.
Yeah, a bit more of a morale boost for OnlyFins now. I don't know what the money's like for Metaspot at the moment. Good enough for another buy, and you have Lockdown, you have Showstopper. But yeah, crazy moments. Chinook, I love the kill that they found towards Waterfall, but just maybe in that 1 versus 2, they should have crossfired a bit more, played together instead of split apart. Not against Ale, not against him on the day that he's having.
Cover going out.
Soon. Yeah, you gotta get out of there. Showstopper. Enough for some splash damage. And another TP out. Nixon playing with fire quite literally, but look how far Demo has pushed forwards. Was that a blind heading his direction? No. Instead, it was another play. Smoke to the site. Thrash thrown out to gain some information to see how deep Demo has gone. Stand up. What do you do with this though? Because many players are looking to save his life as well. Trying to defend him. Mosh to guarantee the kill. Feekin very far forward. It's going to take the fight to Metaspot himself. He's feeling it. He's feeling comfortable. And he's good for 3 while his team is trying to rally up behind him. Ozzy TK to the back of the site, left alone as his team has dropped to the ground. He doesn't want to meet their fate, but he inevitably will. And OnlyFins have kept the tempo going.
Stop the plant going down too. I could sort of see an idea there for Metaspot forming, like Demo trying to push up almost to be caught by the Thrash early on. But there was nobody there to trade, and the reason was because there was a really nice stun that came in from Snowy that stopped anybody from peeking into CT. So the bait play from Demo, he's trying to get people's attention so his teammates can trade off of him dying, but nobody could. Because there's some really good utility from OnlyFins. Since that Metaspot timeout, OnlyFins have won every single round.
Whew. How about that?
Oh, and they've actually cut peeking into this corner.
Yeah, this is the most OnlyFins-sided round we've seen so far. To getting kills out of nowhere, that's usually Metasport for this map at least.
Mello just having a prowler hunt, not online just yet. LA has a bit of freedom to just peek to get information, can just sprint out if needs be. A breach stun would give them a bit of a window to fight, so yeah, those players forced to back out, the flash as well. LA onto a more aggressive angle, forces out the smoke, and forces these players away whilst the rest are crunching.
I think there's a sense of urgency to kill the Metasport players to get them to a more crippling economical situation. And that's exactly what they do. They go for the chase. Mello cannot see or hear, at least for a while, and Ale finds himself behind him.
I love that the Dizzy Flash just missed as much as it did. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The energy's completely changed in the OnlyFins camp.
Sort of looking at it in some areas of just Metaspot. Letting
Is
this
he playing in his kitchen?
Some people have to play in their kitchen. Like I
respect the grind.
I had to move my camera, like my setup over towards the window, which is why you hear all the background noise. But if I had it in my previous place, you'd see all my kitchen.
That's where it started with me casting. Lived in a studio, kitchen, bedroom, and living room all in one.
I like the mise en scène. Gives me some ideas.
Yeah.
Need an IKEA sponsorship so we can like show off some of the like flat pack wardrobe in the background. Yeah.
How to unleash your feng shui. However that guy's called.
Lockdown is forced out early, and it's just easy for Metaspot to reset. Nixon goes down, was fantastic work over from him for controlling C-Mount, because that's where Metaspot were fighting a lot. And Snowy, in a good position to catch what's about to happen, but he is alone. And 1 kill, Rolling Thunder, would be fantastic to get online for this last round of the half.
You should run.
Great. At least stop OnlyFins momentum because they've gathered quite
This is a
pace.
fake.
It is. Thing is, OnlyFins do buy it. But an alarm bot will alert them of the presence.
Snowy's just going to get detained. He's just glorified
Just
turret.
sticking around. Doesn't care. He's there for info.
Bot coming back.
Giving away that no one else is pushing to B.
No.
Wow.
Spike planted.
Waken finds a gap.
I think he was just seen over the top, potentially.
Right there.
Taking Demon's position with the operator. Not an operator. Vandal. Still could do the killing blow in one. Got to be a little bit more accurate with it though. Aftershock does a lot, but this is where Ali's overdrive has been unleashed, but has been stopped for a little bit.
Back up.
Good on the Vandal. He wants to find those one-shot headshots, but now wants to be a little bit more mobile, a little bit more agile.
4 bullets.
3 left though to deal with, and the time is not helping out with him either. Metasport, they give away 4 rounds by the end, but at least close things in a way that they dictate themselves.
Potential backfire for Metasport, but at least they end the half a little bit better. Comfortably with the lead at least by round 7, because they win 7 rounds in a row. But much more of a fight back from OnlyFins. Attack pistol feels a bit of a necessity, otherwise we'll see Metasport push their way up to 10 rounds. And at the half, Ale again performing well. 13 and 8 over on that Neon. It's actually Mellow that's fighting against him, and Chinook 11 and 6, 11 and 8. So yeah, like Nixon being 3 and 11, I thought they did a terrific job with just fighting for that C main control and good information. As one of the reasons why OnlyFins came back in that defensive half.
Well, it seems like OnlyFins have found an opening into this B site now. Pistols, switch of sides. Quick early plant. Let's see if their attack can favor them more than the defense did. Or if they can get on the groove a little bit quicker. Those paint shots did a lot of Snowy. And Ali's actually going to be hindered confidence-wise due to his health being taken down so low. Can he find the headshots here? No, he cannot. And Beacon has a quick fate as well. And yeah, Metasport are starting off this half as explosively as they did the first one.
Just nice, careful, considered retake and bind beforehand. So many of those fights and duels were going the way of OnlyFins, but here, like Metasport, being very clean with it. Not only winning the round, but most players staying alive. Just taking fights nicely. Good utility to start off, getting a kill over onto Snowy, so a lot of that like post-plant utility potentially goes down with like flashes and stuns. Means that the rest of the job for Metasport is fairly easy, but OnlyFins picked this map. They've picked an interesting comp. Really need to see more of why they wanted to go for this. Because All Faithful that Metasport is running seems to be just winning.
I mean, I respect the force. We've seen Sheriffs win a lot. They're gonna have to get up close and personal to make these guns work. Not that Metasport don't like that proximity, that at least distance.
The Omen is getting very close. Wake can get more than he bargained for playing in this position, but I do like where Feekin is. Just over in B and setting himself on an angle that might not be cleared that well. But they don't even check.
Oh, there you go. Snowy figure it out, flash out, try and cause Waken to fall further back. And he does call for reinforcements, but still that C area is inhabited by 2 defenders, and Chinook is good for the opener. And Aussie is good to shut down Ali. Nixon needs to do more than just find 1 kill. He knows the Outlaw is looking this direction and now having to reload. Mellow. Aftershock right in front of him, and now has to fend off against Snowy. OnlyFins might have turned the tables in their own favor and amping up the pressure on their opponents. It's incredible by Nixon as he weaves in and out of battle, and my one gonna in for more. A triple by Nixon, the captain of of the Only Finns will put them on top in the second round of this half.
The force works despite losing a player early. They just managed to fight on through. And I loved the push that went in from CT.
Spike down. C.
The players knew that they couldn't just, like, rest on their laurels. Melo, not really sure where he wants to be aiming, where they want to be fighting. He got some players leaving the site from Metaspot, some players staying in to try and catch the lurkers, catch the push-up. With Only Finns losing the pistol, winning this brings them right back onto this map and potentially a 2-0 in the series.
Metasport seemed like they want a challenge for this area. Ali wanted to surprise them. Oh, this is getting rough because the Showers are doing so much. At least it's stabilized. At least Snowy is able to find shots with the Outlaw, but Dima has joined the fight. It was a quick hello and goodbye to all of these players. And Snowy at least has got the spike to take with him towards this A site. But goodness me, what the hell was that?
Went way too aggressive, I guess, into pistols. Like, I guess they wanted to just go in and felt that they were going to get more respect. Not going to see Metaspot fighting for C-Mound as aggressively as they did. It's not as if, like, a lot of the flashes that came in that screwed up Only Finns were their own.
Well, Snowy can see if they're coming his way. And he can hear them also. Moving away.
They won't guess his hair, surely.
I mean, oh no, they've just pinged it. Ryan, they've just pinged it.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Demon's going right after him. White swing and the connection! Incredible shot by Dima, and Metasport hit double digits.
I wonder if they did it off the plant or whether they heard some noise or something. But yeah, Demo going in. It's risky because if Demo goes down, it's a 1v1 against a 5 HP Aussie. Good grief, both teams trading these 50 rounds. But this overextension from Ally, nobody can really get in this position, and that's a team flash as well. Snowy flashing on Mound, people are ahead of it, and it just makes it a very messy affair.
Dima, that's not fair. My neighbors are going to hate me. What is this?
Very happy to see him in Tier 2.
Yeah. Everybody's been speaking about him, and now I can see it myself.
Because I'd stream in the morning and he'd pop in, and I'd be like, good morning. He's like, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed now. Good night. So he's a late night gamer, but with those mechanics, you can see it.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's in his element now. We're closing into the evening. Well, it's a bit earlier in Europe, but still.
It's a morning for him, but Ali's in again.
Morning for him.
Maybe it's just a bit too much because nobody can play off of him.
Maybe. But hey, Metasport have gathered quite a lead now and now have found a grasp on this defensive side. Waken as being a menace. Oh, he's been checked. Still was good to take one down with him. It could have been a second, but Nixon just kept on pressing that D key.
Melo gonna fight this? Oh, he stood in the mosh.
Oh no, he's dead. He's dead. Oh no. Sometimes we see madness and sometimes we see other kinds of madness.
Did he just not realize he was in it? Was just the UI thing not showing up? Because sometimes it doesn't.
You can blame the lag. Chinook close to the fight, and his position hasn't quite been read, but as soon as he touches the spike, he'll be giving it away. Beacon looking at the right direction, he spots out the elbow. Oh, he pre-fired Yasmi's position. Oh,
7
paranoia. That complicates the affair. That's a good round by Yasmi, by the way. Quadra kill for him, and Only Finns start to gain ground.
The Only Finns have been able to fight back some of these 4 versus 5s quite consistently, but it's still, yeah, a little bit awkward. Maybe Melo just DC'd at the worst time, but because it was in the middle of the round, not really an opportunity to reset it, really. I wonder what Nixon has in his cup, actually.
Cup of tea, bit of water.
No, but it looked like it had some, like cutesy thing, you know, live, laugh, love written on the side of it. And look at the one there. Is that like a wizard on his cup?
You're a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard, Feakin. No, it looked more like a king, like Poseidon, little cute Poseidon.
Could be a family tree, it looked like too, so yeah, maybe it was like...
Really? Okay, maybe.
Maybe. Can we go back? Can we see? Can we enhance?
Can we do a mug review? Yes, me giggles. I gotta love the cams, man. We get to see a little bit of their facial expressions, their laughs, their disappointment, the emotions. It all adds to the experience. I see a little puppy dog at the back.
I want to see the mug again. I'm being serious.
See the mug.
I want to see.
You like mugs, man.
No,
I want
to see what was on it.
more
It
than I
looked like
like
a
mugs.
wizard, but it also like I want to show you that it looked like it was some sort of like family tree on the side of it.
A family tree. Yeah, he's also confused with you, Ryan. What on earth? Sure, we're cycling through them. We'll get to it. Or not. Wow. Okay, Fraser. Thank you for trolling Ryan there. I actually enjoyed that. But technical pause coming in. And yeah, these two teams got to take a chill as well, because things actually got quite hectic on the second half, Ryan. Quite hectic indeed.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe not as comfortable, I suppose, for OnlyFins. Like, on Bind, it would make sense if it was a little bit messy, because it's a map that they were permabanning and not playing much. But here, same sort of thing, but it was their choice. Whether they felt that they've seen a lot of Yari play this comp on this map and have a good idea on how they want to play up against it. But for some reason, it's just not working. And I do think that Ale is overheating a little bit, playing in ways that he can't be traded. Last round, he had one of the few rifles that OnlyFins had on their low buy, and he lost it within 3 to 5 seconds. Nobody else can pick it up. So it's something that they need to go careful on, especially now that Medispot are on a low buy again.
Well, OnlyFins are heading towards the safe side. It's exactly where one of the rifle holders are. Holders?
At the flank.
Huh? Thinking you missed the flank. How quick was he to get behind them? And now they're confused. Now they're like, wait, do we look forwards? Do we look backwards? What do we smoke? Who do we attack? Well, at least they've got better weapons to deal with, most of them. And they're grouped up together so they can slowly stabilize, but Chinook is also lurking in the shadows. And the moment that OnlyFins take their attention away from him, that's when trouble can come in.
Also, gun upgrades can come through too, which I think is why Feekin was taking his time with that. Now Melo last alive, playing by secret.
And does he want to reveal his position? Not really. He'll probably decide to die to the spike if he can.
I'll just try and get a gun and do something with it. You have a full buy next.
I like the cow icon on his Fnatic Classic. Good combo. Good color coordination. Love it.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there you go. Little cow.
Is it year at a cow or year at a bull?
I have no idea, mate. Asking the wrong person. It's year of the rookies, that's what I know.
Year of the
rookies
Finns.
are taking over.
10 seconds left.
Ox. It's Ox. Why does production have to come in? Because it's Ox.
Yeah, production coming in clutch. It's the year of the Ox.
It's not as if, you know, I focus on that region at all, you know?
Yeah, all good, bro. All good. Melo's firing himself a Vandal, so I don't think he'll mind trading out his life. This was an eco anyway for them. They'll be buying up next one. At least he takes one down with him. Down to his grave. Get a little bit more comfortable.
Gives Feekin his ult too. Because he got the plant and got the kill, so good thing for OnlyFins to springboard on. Does Medispot have a buy-in? Almost have a lockdown themselves, so I do wonder if there's going to be OnlyFins trying to contest some of the orbs.
Hey, it's Poseidon with a trident. Pretty sure.
I wasn't even looking when it came back on, for Christ's sake. I was looking at the economy.
Go to the stream in approximately 3 minutes and you'll figure it out. I think that's the difference in timing, right? 3 minutes, 90 seconds? I'm not sure. Yeah. Don't ask me these questions, man. You weren't asking, I know. I'm trolling. Still, though, they're heading towards a C site. 3 players strong, 4 players strong. Good defense, though. Strong Killjoy utility. And Viper could help out with that as well.
Yeah, are they going to Rolling Thunder to get in, or are they going to lock down to get in? They're going to Rolling Thunder to get in, and I guess lock down for the post plant?
Neither of them affected by it, by the way, so they're not catching out anyone to the back of the site. Medisport sort of knew this Rolling Thunder could potentially come their way, so they've positioned themselves accordingly, but one of them drops back, the other doesn't. So it's still numbers for OnlyFins. Snowy far forward, might be catching Medisport off guard here, but no one can really see clearly. Dima wants to change the tide of this game by catching OnlyFins off guard, and it's worked. Spike, yes, it's gone down. Lockdown, yes, it can give them some time, but it's still Medisport ahead in numbers.
Retains one player though, so that player advantage might not mean too much. And time is getting very low.
It is. They're going to have to move in quickly here. Now he's stuck around and he's done damage to one to kill him off as well. Manaswarm is actually hurting his own teammate, but it doesn't matter because he finds a headshot with the overdrive instead of Feekin. He's smoked off. And Melamine will push through the smoke. He won't be able to fight the diffuser, but Feekin kills one of the players off. Can he find the headshot? Spray down coming in, but it's stuck by Metasport, and they do secure the dub.
They get the free kill there as well. Dem has been exceptional this map. Just the pace that they're playing at, some of the kills that they get are so important. And just in a chaotic fashion, Metasport managed to make the retake work. The utility on these executes from OnlyFins, though, is nice. Like the Neon Stun, it gets towards the back of the C site, and then an aftershock goes in that corner. So if a player is trying to play in where that turret was on a defense, they're going to get stunned and probably killed by the aftershock if they're not careful.
Oh yeah, they've got to be really careful.
The Viper ultimate on C, but it might not matter because OnlyFins at pace are trying to fight over towards A. It's just Emma here, and he gets sprayed through the smoke.
Really important because Metasport were already adapting on the fly. They were already spending 2 players to rotate to the back of this A site. So this opening is no longer one, but it's created other weaknesses across the map.
There is an element of playing for a retake here for other sites. You got that lockdown. Viper's Pit is already in use towards C, so you don't really need to worry about it, but you don't know if they're just going to try and push and fight right through you, right? They have a Neon. Metasport going to try and re-clear this as 2.
No. Wait again. Whoa!
Spike down A.
Thought it was a double, that would have been quite the clip, but no. It's a Shinnick to help out instead, but it's done wonders for Metasport, and Melo is there on time! Oh my goodness me, Shinnick, that was an incredible round by you, and a wonderful play with that Viper wall.
It's starting to work incredibly well. Metasport picking up a fresh new team that were fighting to get promoted into this level of Valorant. And now they're sort of earning their keep. OnlyFins is map pick. 5 rounds now if you want to pull this back into overtime to 2-0 this. Otherwise, we are going to that 3rd and final map of Sunset. And with style. Metasport here, they look like a team that belongs in this league. Mechanically, the way they're fighting. And OnlyFins is like a new fresh comp that they've come up with. It's coming up short.
A lot of people were shocked when Requiem beat them during the qualifier. So now to come in on the league, it's kind of proven that, yeah, they've got a little bit more spice to them. Being picked up by Metasport is the best thing that could have happened, really. Best case scenario.
Awaken.
Good shot to start off the round on a high note here for Metasport. OnlyFins desperately trying to find their way back in, and it's less than optimal weaponry. They're making the Guardians work.
He managed to get through tree a while ago and was just holding the line, so Awaken trying to TP out, gets punished. But it is still just a Guardian in hand for 2 of the players at least. There's not good rifles here to work with. And there's a lockdown for Chinook with very little to stop it.
I mean, even if though OnlyFins win this round, they're going to need another extra 4. So they've got to be careful with making these mistakes. They can't really let this go out of hand. So if they can make this clean, give themselves a little bit more confidence with their space case scenario, disrupt Metasport's economy. Also important to start having a streak of rounds going your way.
1 enemy remaining.
Ah, Halle. He's popping off now. Unleashed a little bit too much the past few rounds, but now there's a perfect balance to it. 4 kills to his name, and Metasport not giving up just yet. OnlyFins, rather.
And things start to steady out a bit, like economy, yeah, rough in those instances, right? It was only like 1 main rifle, the rest were Guardians. Or Bulldogs. But it is an eco round now for Metasport. Some Sheriff's half armor, so it's not like a true eco. There's some stuff to work with. And I mean, Metasport have won a couple of tricky rounds already. But I am looking at like this lockdown, it's been there for a while. It's not really been a good opportunity for Metasport to use it.
Last time Ale went so aggressive, it didn't work out. Oh, am I getting deja vu, man? I feel like we've been in this place before.
It is just dry peeking out, and it's obviously hindsight. We can see the 4 players there, but the exact same thing happened the round after OnlyFins' pistol. The man just goes in too far. Nobody can trade you. You were playing the fastest agent in the game. Do you think anybody can get onto that angle after you? Not in a round like this.
Starry barely avoids the paranoia.
Still waiting.
I'm just a little bit concerned, Ryan. just a little bit.
That's a gun that you've actually gifted over towards the C site. Aussie just having a shorty,
Right there.
and
No,
Chinook
what's
only
the
having
idea?
a sheriff. So yeah, one of them's going to have a vandal.
So you might as well take over the site, get a pick, and get away with it scot-free. Turn your attention towards B, and it might be good as soon as Waken is there with the sheriff. Backs out though, in time. And Metasport can collapse from all directions here. They've left one open out in May. No one's checked it. At least Dima has the job, and he had the showstopper. A very crucial kill to get. Snowy does try and follow up with his team, but this is Aussie in the middle of the fight doing damage with the shorty. Waken hasn't yet been killed. How is that even possible? How is he still alive and doing damage all of a sudden? It's 2 versus 2. Bucky needs to get close to do damage. But the fact that OnlyFins aren't too far away, it might not be all impossible. Waken's given space. With a smoke, Mello can just move in. Oh my god, Thrash catches Mello. Important kill. Waken up close, but cannot connect the shot. Even on Sheriffs, Metasport are dangerous, but OnlyFins gathered around to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, very close, OnlyFins, very close. It was an anti-eco, and you've had to use at least a Thrash. Might be able to afford to build it back up at this point, but that could have gone incredibly wrong, and there's still 3 more opportunities. Full buy, half armor hero there, still at lockdown. Metasport, is there going to be a plan around it? Right now, they're still just having the Viper and the Killjoy fighting on C. And Ale, he is going down early in some of these rounds, but he's still top of the kill feed, 22 and 16. Not going to be bolting it in this time, just making sure that C Mound is in control. Never mind, of course he bolts it in.
Stop it, man. He's playing with our feelings. Oh, he really is. That's so much here available for Metasport to stop it all from happening.
Can't say that he's going to lack in confidence, though. He's turned that part of his brain off.
Sure. It's a fine line between confidence and, what's that other word? Stupidity?
I think it is.
Well, I'm not gonna... Yeah, it's the saying. I'm not calling anyone names, don't worry. Not that brutal. But this game has been brutal for OnlyFins, hasn't it? It hasn't been an easy endeavor as they do look to approach on this site. But look how Metasport have positioned 4 players nearby. They know they've got a clear idea of what's going on, and it might be the perfect hole for them to just end up this map. They do bump heads, but Dima has found himself the high ground, and he's still not shut down! An explosive round by Dima that he himself cannot believe! And that will give Metasport a map, a piece of this series, taking us all the way to sunset.
Good stuff from Metasport, earning their keep, bringing us to that 3rd map. And it's a good run of form for them, but for OnlyFins, it's not only like your map pick not going your way, but it just felt so many of those rounds, the way that they were playing it, it was really teetering on the edge. Could have been a lot more cleaner for them, could have been a lot more closer of a scoreline, but still, you can't take anything away from Metasport. It was very close towards the end, but Dema fighting and climbing up to the same amount of kills that Ale gets in the end, right? Ale was pretty much leading the line. But Dema, fantastic map for him. This feels like his true debut to show what he's capable of in this league.
100%. I've heard so many people praise Yara Esports before they had a chance to play in the qualifiers to Eclipse, and definitely now they've shown their capabilities. Let's see if they can carry on this tempo moving into map number 3.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay tonight. Pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pity how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no harmonies. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done.
Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of all households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was a lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it
Welcome back to Polaris, where it seems as if Demmer has sent only Finns into a bit of a spiral there on their map pick. It didn't quite look what we expected from them based off of the first map there. I mean, they were just not quite as cohesive as they looked before. Ali constantly going out, getting picked off before his teammates can find a position to trade, and I feel like Metasport really took advantage of the fact that they were playing quite a disjointed comp there.
100%, Twiggy. I think that's like the biggest talking point coming from Bind and towards Lotus, is that realistically, only Finns looked like the well-oiled machine. They looked like a new version of themselves, and then they just reverted back to last split, that chaos that they've allowed to seep into their game. And credit where credit is due. Metasport absolutely punished them on every front, and as Pavlos and Ryan have been highlighting so many times, Demo is absolutely the man of the map after that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ale was ahead on frags for the whole map, and yet just kind of was getting killed a lot, getting first death quite often there, whereas Demo slowly creeped up that kind of kill feed and matched it by the end, and in fact ended with a higher ACS, obviously the same amount of first kills there, but significantly less first deaths, and I think that's what's important, that, you know, it looked a little more cohesive from Metasport. They looked more like they were playing as a team than OnlyFins did, which is surprising to me based off of what we saw in the first map, where it looked like they had fundamentals down. They were double peeking all the time, they were playing high-lows, they were swinging together. It just didn't look the same thing today, today, in the last hour as it did the hour before, and hopefully they can patch that up on the next map, but I do think it is in part due to running that Neon there.
I think the whole comp and how it was played as a whole, because like the Neon Alley, like running forward for instance, like we didn't see like any combination of utility with that. It was all dry, and listen, Twiggy, when you're trying to eat something dry, it never tastes nice, and that's exactly what happened with OnlyFins.
Yeah, well, there you go. They need something to whet their appetite. We'll see what they come up with coming into the next map. Maybe a Harbor would whet the... No, that doesn't really work on Sunset. I don't know. Yeah, you can make it work. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, let's just take a look at some replays from the last map before we get into the theory crafting. Round 6 is what we wanted to take a look at first. A post-plant here from Metasport to just take advantage of OnlyFins. This was at this point where, you know, they were just rolling their way through.
Yeah, and I think this is something that Pavlos and Ryan did so well to highlight, was just the patience and the way that Metasport played this post plan. It genuinely looked like men amongst boys, you know, and that's just the way OnlyFins were made to look for a few times around this map. The patience to beat out the ultimates, the utility. They knew that OnlyFins were dying to get into sight. So Metasport just chilled back, relaxed, and it was just as simple as that.
Yeah, we have one more round to take a look at here, round 21, towards the end of the game. I think a highlight from Ale on this one, but it didn't, you know, like, this is the thing, right? Ale had some real interesting moments, like this, you know?
Yeah, I just wanted to, like, visualize it for the people at home. Like Ale was doing this so many times on C Mount, and I understand that they're fighting for the orb, etc., but... Listen, it needs to be so much better. The discipline and the highlight that we were talking about earlier, there was none of it, man. Like, some rounds were, like, some rounds you were like, this is OnlyFins, we're back, we are so back. And then next round it would be like, right, okay, it's OnlyFins from, like, Beacon split last year, you know? Like, it just needs to be consistent.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. When you take a look at that round specifically, the teammates still haven't crossed the border over into Mound before Ale has already fully peeked the corner and had his head blown off in that engagement. And, you know, I get the, at the very least, the confidence has moved over from Bind to Lotus, even towards the end of the map. I'm glad that they didn't lose confidence. I'd rather miss 30 free throws than, you know, miss 5, because that means you gave up. But, it just didn't work out. There's so many times untradeable positions, as Ryan and Pavlos mentioned several times during that one. It's something that needs to be patched up in this one. There was a little bit of a miscommunication going on repeatedly there, and maybe in part that is due to the choice to pick Neon over Raze, and Raze is generally not going to get as far away from your teammates as the Neon player is, but at the same time, you know, that's fundamentals. This is stuff that OnlyFins should know.
Yeah, exactly. That's the stuff that OnlyFins should know entirely. And I think as well, when we move forward, Twiggy, now resetting, going in towards Sunset, we can make arguments that maybe it was a comfortability issue from Ale. Usually, like with the blast packs, etc., able to manage the distance in which you cover. I don't know, like, again, this is all me just hopium right now, but if you're on Metasport's side, you don't even need any of the hopiums or the copiums, because they really have warmed up into this series, and now moving on to Sunset, you've got the momentum at your back, and dare I say it, there is an upset on the cards here.
Yeah, I mean, highlight players on Sunset a lot of the time are going to be your initiator or your duelist, and Demo heating up that much, things are looking a little scary now for OnlyFins, where Ale only got like 5 or so frags towards the end of that game, whereas you know, Demo had been consistently getting more and more kind of confident and being able to bring out those, I mean, insane plays. The double satchel to take out the final player in that one clip was absolutely insane. And I think that's the confidence that Demo has needed over the course of this one. And warming up into it, I think heading to a map 3 is scary for OnlyFins.
As it can't be stated enough, of course it is, and it's all about OnlyFins resetting and coming back into it. Hopefully, like we saw this last time, right? When OnlyFins played Sunset, they changed up their comp against Sweet and Sour, they got punished for it. Lotus was the exact same. We need to see something a bit more consistent, and that's exactly the case for both teams. Or maybe not.
Pretty much the same thing that we're seeing most of the time. Oh wait, okay.
Snowy switch.
Is there something different there? Hold on.
Snowy changed
Snowy
from,
switch.
from KO to Breach.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's I would say that's a kind of neither here nor there kind of change. It's very minimal kind of changes. Obviously, you've got less recon ability with no knife, and obviously the ultimate is going to be sorely missed. But you're replacing it with a Rolling Thunder. I think that's absolutely fine. This is a meta comp, no matter which way you spin it. So it is a mirror composition coming into the final map. So it really is going to be down to mechanics, which on the side of OnlyFins were not looking so great last map.
Yeah. We really need to see how they're going to implement both comps, but do you know what? I'm pretty excited for this one, Twiggy.
For sure. Let's find out who comes out on top in this series. OnlyFins versus Metasport. One map to go. Take it away, Ryan and Pavlos.
I share your excitement, lads. This should be quite the banger, right? The fact that Metasport were able to bounce back on the second map shows that there's a few more pieces of where that came from. And Ryan, you know, it's a mirror comp. Both going to have to show who can play that comp better.
Yeah, and I think most teams have been sort of running in between the Gecko KO or stuff like the Silver Breach. So both teams running the same comp, which is Gecko Breach. Me personally, I don't like it. I think you need more recon information. You need some help with, like, Fade was always good on this map. I like the Sova here too. So I feel that both these teams are going to feel a bit more like restricted in what they can do around the map. I guess it's more to like stall to get bits of information and then still use the Gecko in those post plants. The fact that both teams are running it is very, very interesting, especially because we had seen OnlyFins run in Sova Breach beforehand. So there's a weird amalgamation between the two. It's a map that OnlyFins have played a lot of, but I've also lost a lot of. I think they've played it in total 7 times, only run it twice, which was up against Sweet and Sour and Formulation Gaming.
We'll see if they've learned from those errors. But now we are on the deciding match. Both of these teams would love to start the season with a win. Most of all, OnlyFins thinking that they can gun for the top 2 spots and maybe fight for Ascension. Make it in with the best of all corners of EMEA. Let's see if they can make that happen by starting off with a win against Metasport. Or can Metasport bring the upset as newcomers to this league? Let's find out shortly as OnlyFins start on the attack and Metasport on defense.
Yeah, Hilo already set up in mid. The Breach and the Raze, just keeping an eye on that position. Gecko Flash is going to be used on A main, potentially broken, but that's where the Cypher's intending to lurk up. Everybody else though on this attack inside of OnlyFins looking to go for a B execute, which is sort of the name of the game right now.
100%. The B site simulator it has been at times. But for now, Ale gets caught in the trip. Paranoia's good. And it's Dema's shot that's even better to find first blood. Ooh, good intuition by Shinnick to find his first bullet through the spray to be a kill. And now OnlyFins, even though they've got a post plant set up nicely for them, they're off on a disadvantage that can have to spray over towards a Wingman. And Feekin suddenly has popped up to find every single one of them. There's a reason why this hold is so strong, and OnlyFins illustrate it to perfection.
Was that a 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5 even? There wasn't many players alive.
I think it was 3v5.
You saw the Wingman come out to go for the defuse, and it was looking done. But Feekin just getting all those kills for the smokes, which is a shame because Metasport's pistol was really good. The little trip at the top of stairs, so if anybody pushes backside, and then the Paranoia to come out and the stun, it properly catches onto Ale, and there's not much that can be done there. Metasport going to be really frustrated with how that one went, but kind of like you said, Pavlos, that's just the way that this map is right now with so many B main post plants.
This time around, we're seeing a bit of a heavier presence from Metasport towards A. No real trailblazers, though.
Oh, Journey Takers. Instead, it's only Finns looking to stay for themselves as leaders of this middle area of this map. They're throwing a dizzy, but you can see how quickly Dima just decides to push through a smoke to figure out the situation, and it's a good reason. The rest of the team is called to action towards this B site. Only Finns have found ground, but how much more can they find, given that Dima can be on their back line and be in Meta? Shinnock as well finds a pick on site. Suddenly, Metasport make this round entirely doable, but again, it's turned into a B site retake.
Dizzy Flash not getting onto Alley at least, so yeah.
Importantly, there's no smoke.
Yeah.
For only Finns.
But it's still like Metasport have to go careful with this. There's no wingman available for Mello either, and so this retake is feeling very slow, and there's still bits of utility that only Finns can work with.
Great timing on the aftershock though to delay them a little bit, but now they're on the spike and the rest of them can act as a human shield. But Ale doubles up, but they can't quite find the diffuser, and that is the most important player to find. Oh my goodness me. It's Metasport with the round 2 comeback.
It was looking like it was going to be the same, right? You just see all of those red players show up in the kill feed all the way from B main. Luckily, just right in that corner, right with that smoke, Waken is able to just fully stick the defuse. So the economy in a bit of a weird spot. Full buy going to be coming in from Metasport. But for only Finns, yeah, some lower buys. Bulldogs seems to be a bit of a force, a bit of a buy next. It's sort of in that weird in-between point. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen here, but it is a fast execute, or at least attempted fast execute. As a stun shuts it right down. Only Finns still trying to dedicate, but Melo's on a great position as the Gecko.
There's nothing mellow about Melo sometimes. He just gives things to you straight. Doesn't care about your feelings. I don't know if they're suddenly in trouble. And danger zone are being completely annihilated. But thankfully for them, Waken finds himself in the middle of no man's land as soon as the smoke dissipates.
The one ship the spike was left there,
taking.
I think. That's why Waken walked out. But it ended up being really sloppy considering the smoke dropped in front of him.
Exactly.
You still have good information now with a camera watching all the way in shot. And with 50 seconds left, there's still a chance for OnlyFins to rotate over towards B if they want. It seems that they're going to upgrade some of the guns that they have, get an ult orb online for the breach. They can either stay and cut noise or rotate towards B.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Why not both? Because they spend an extra player for the B duty.
Might be that Ali's going to make some noise and some pressure towards B, and then these other two players for OnlyFins are just going to walk out on the A site. Problem, however, 2 trips there from the Cypher. Probably expecting the Cypher utility to be on B. You can see Ali looking around for the camera. He sees nothing.
And he hasn't been seen either up until this point. I mean, it's good timing for OnlyFins to move in because no one is no longer defending this A site, but they don't really have many players to let work with anymore.
That trip on site can still be a problem if these attackers are not careful.
Spike planted.
At least it's saying to Metasport that they haven't crossed past that.
The camera spotted them too and sees that they're going CT.
Full control for Metasport. Stubby had to hit that shot if they wanted to have a chance. Feekan left with an impossible task, of which he is incapable of in this moment in time. Metasport gain the lead while Feekan can't save his gun.
The buy is going to be there for OnlyFins, half armor in some cases. Not like we've seen much opping from Dema today, full stop, with all of the raises. But it's also, I guess, like a really nice setup for the Cypher over on A. Just a small thing of like when you have the Cypher on A lane, put up a Cypher cage to hide off the A site and then put a camera right in that like little pocket to get some information. And it is going to be the Cypher over on A this time too. OnlyFins not too far away from having a rolling thunder with the obs that they've been farming up, but not quite yet.
I wonder if they should just stick to B executes. Could be an idea. Not probably the best idea.
I wonder
to switch things up.
I wonder if Ali got close enough to the trips to see them. Because that might be, oh, there's trips here on A, let's just go to B at this point. But because like OnlyFins is setting up their default to be like an A execute, it means that they're not taking space around the map. So you just have these awkward moments where you're watching the attackers just sort of group up and walk around the map together, not really clearing too much. But because they have been careful, because Metasport aren't being proactive with taking space or taking information. They have 4 players over towards A.
Metasport kept in the dark though. They take a gamble to hold that A site and happy to go for the retake in B. I wonder how they deal with it though. Waken is considering something sneaky. Look how far forward in that smoke he's placed himself. Won't be stopping the wingman plant.
Nah.
And Waken is down. Your theft even available for Feekin if he needs it.
Actually gonna have 2 players wrapping around, but they might be met by Chinook, who's also pushing through mid.
Good stun. Showstopper coming out from Dima. No kill. And that was a super important ultimate to have, but Chinook is able to find a spray through at the start. But the fact that they haven't killed any of the rest, the spray power is just too strong. Ali there adds an extra guarantee. Showstopper towards a spike, and they know no one's on the defuse any longer. And Mello limping, bleeding all over, with barely any limbs left on his body, has to move away with a gun in his hands. And hope they can do a better fight of this the next and following round. OnlyFins find the equalizer.
It'd be a frustrating one to watch back for Metasport. Just seeing how many bodies they had over towards A, how little map control that they ended up having. And Waken just playing on B on his own, trying to maybe peek out to stop the wingman planting. Realized he couldn't, but at that point, he was taken out. Not really the best handled defense, and OnlyFins not really able to do too much, yet still finding a way to make it work. And Metasport still dedicating to the default, despite them being on a lower buy now, still have that Cypher utility on A, and OnlyFins looking to change it up by fighting more into mid.
There.
Huh? Uh-oh. Well, no exchanging kills.
A lot
Not
of
expected
utility
Metasport would do a lot.
Paranoia,
That is
Mosh,
very true.
Dizzy. I don't know if that Dizzy's able to be picked up, or even if you'd risk picking it up, considering the Gecko is the spike. So OnlyFins are going to try and go for another B execute. There's 4 players ready to meet them, but there really isn't that much to go in on site. A flash, maybe a stun soon. Ali is a nade. And then just those smokes.
The fact that Aussie stayed out into the open for so long just baffles me.
Spike planted.
But Melo's given an opportunity to take that backside position again. And even though he was stunned, OnlyFins elected to fall back instead.
Cover going out.
Potential gun upgrades at least.
But the ultimates from OnlyFins are just too good. Rolling Thunder can be utilized straight away. No messing around. Metasport knew of it, at least they're baiting it out. And like you said, since the start they've been betting out utility. Next zone, that's
Thrash.
Questionable. Thrash used from the other side. They seem to believe
Nice
that it's possible.
detained him.
Yeah, it's definitely possible now. Because Snowy, oh. Making it hard at least. But wow, an eco round converted for Metasport.
Yeah, Metasport just in the right place at the right time. Maybe some overheat moments for OnlyFins. Nick soon off the Rolling Thunder, TPing out into the corner, but it's just spotted. And then the Thrash cutting those last 2 surviving players in B main off. One gets detained, one is forced to fight. You mentioned Aussie's fight there. It was very like out in the open. I think he's trying to play on an off angle that's not quite as clean and dry. But honestly, considering Metasport didn't have the weapons here, it was a good round from them.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Sounds like there's a monster on the loose. Powered by Yesmu.
Throwing the Thrash into that corner so it's easier to pick up as well. Now OnlyFins are they're just falling for the wrong sites, right? They're using these nades to try and break Cypher utility, like the trips that they've often seen on A, but the utility's now on B again.
Thrash is ready!
OnlyFins want to just go in and try and break Cypher util, but every site that they go to, it's on the wrong one. But at that rate, you want to just be going in, I think. When you have like the breach, when you have like Yesmu having a Thrash, Ale, you're not being met by some of that Cypher utility. Try to increase the pace with some actual XX.
Always one step ahead.
Oh, and it does get Aussie. They know he's in that right corner. The Paranoia is a great counter to stop them.
Good flash.
Here.
I think Nick soon wants to TP on top of the box, but with that one-way dropping and knowing that there's a player tucked in on the right side with Ozzy, it's super risky.
Dima's starting to move in now. There's a smoke he needs to get past. And have they used all their utility to get him through? He's going to have to go for a try peek here, and it's anticipated by Nixu. Sprays can now go across the smoke, and they know exactly what to do here. It seems exactly like a B-side hold, but now there are extra angles to the equation where Snowy can come in as the guarantee. Doesn't matter, he's holding a Spectre because that is a damn accurate gun in the hands of Snowy. And it's Equilibrium again on the board.
Yeah, much better round from OnlyFins. Just there, just fighting together, going together. They get the plant down. And even though they don't necessarily get the kill when they're fighting towards CT, towards Ali on the right-hand side, like, they just reset really nicely and flood out with some nice aggression. Just keeping it simple. Like, they don't need to over-rotate. They don't need to worry too much about the util. And that meta spot, because they're on an eco, not only do they not have the weapons, they only have that one tripping camera over on the B side. Feels like OnlyFins on these anti-ecos are just fighting a little bit more for mid, because that's what they did last time. The mistake is that they ended up using so much utility in mid to try and fight it. They didn't have it for that B main post point and ended up losing.
Cover going out.
Awaken has been notified. Presence. Metasport not too eager to over rotate. Deep placement by Dima as well. Hasn't quite broken through the Cypher utility just yet, but can take up a dangerous position if OnlyFins decide to rotate, but that's not happening. But moving into A.
It's a nice execute again. Just all four players going through short. You have this late lurk, I suppose, from Nixun, who is one smoke and a paranoid to play for this post plant.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Smokes all across the board. This time an actual deep smoke, a really important one for Metasport towards Elbow. Could allow them to push through, especially if they get the kill onto Yesma here. But Snowy, that double was exactly what OnlyFins needed. Ali's there, and let's be fair, not really needed. OnlyFins are gaining control again on this third map.
It's looking cleaner and cleaner. Like Metasport, those rounds where they actually had that utility on A seem to have really made it difficult for OnlyFins to do what they want. But with open A site to hit, yeah, just OnlyFins pretty much set up to go off of it. Like, nice dizzy flash, you got the stuns to come through. At least the retake, there was a good idea there, but the way that OnlyFins plays off of this utility, like the breach stun, seems to be good. Maybe it's just a lot of it was playing this comp or similar aspects of it over on Lotus and trying to make it work. On this map and then moving it over to Lotus. Maybe that was the whole idea for OnlyFins, because it's working a lot here, but maybe not on Lotus, the second map that we saw them lose 13-9.
As we take this time out, talkative Nick soon. Must be said, I think he's one of the high fragging IGLs of this region as well. There's a lot of prospect for this young man. He's done a lot in a very little time.
3 and 3, but he has 10 assists.
Yeah, incredible. Omnipresent.
Might mean a Metaspot are peeking through some smokes or dying in smokes without being spotted. Waken is starting to pull out the operator, and he's playing in mid. In fact, there's 4 players in mid. What is this setup from Metasport? I don't think they were really ready for it either.
I mean, there's a big hold here from Metasport. But the hold from OnlyFins is even bigger, but doesn't even matter because there's an extra angle in the making here, which Dimas just puts into the mix, and it's enough to catch OnlyFins off guard and put them on the back foot. Still, they're moving into Shinnick's position. And if it's not well coordinated, it could be good for a few. Nixun opening things up from the charge, leading from the front. And instantly, OnlyFins are able to stabilize.
It's just that utility was doing so much work for Metaspot beforehand, and then you lose the Cypher in a position before his utility can even come alive, really. This Waken 3 versus 2.
One enemy
Melo's
remaining.
operator is going to make it a little bit tricky, but Dema's not afraid to go and fight this. Forces Nick soon to peek out into the open into multiple players. And it ends up being a good retake from Medisport, despite the whole round looking incredibly unorganized. I don't know if that was part of the plan.
Yeah.
But just like 4 players in mid, and then Chinook fighting before, like, not playing off his own trips. Very chaotic.
Yeah, I think this round could be used by example here for the analyst team, because it's these different moments that make OnlyFins lose unnecessary rounds, and it's happened in Lotus as well. It's various different moments where they just feel a little bit detached, and it's what Medisport are able to punish, and it's good for them that they're able to punish newcomers to the league, but they still can pack a punch.
Operator might pack a punch towards A. That just getting the Omen put up onto this angle. Some fake noise made by OnlyFins. Just saw the Omen TP back, and it is being pinged. So Waken's not too sure if the Omen has actually TP'd into the one-way. But actually, it is a play from OnlyFins to try and fight for top mid towards the left-hand side. And it's been a big focus for OnlyFins for a lot of these rounds, fighting mid, fighting top mid. And then usually reverting into an A main execute. So this operator can find a lot.
I mean, it stopped Medisport from being able to cross through mid easily, or as easily, but Dima has just cleared it himself. He's been going through so many dry peaks, covering so much ground, and OnlyFins can do nothing about it. At least they pick off Waken, but there's only one left remaining on this defensive side, and there's others from Medisport quickly approaching.
Dizzy Flash doesn't actually connect onto where Ozzy is, and he misses the aftershock. Is he going to stop the plan? He
Yeah,
is.
he will.
He gives away his
more have
position.
time to just approach, 100%, but doesn't matter because now Melo can come out and hamper. But OnlyFins still get the kills. Crucial. And the flash, not as grand.
30 seconds
They're able to look away from it. Melo stabilizes yet again, and Thrash is now available to him and may be able to stun one of these players. But there is also the assistance from Box, and Yesmu comes out just in time to save his teammate. Melo is insane on the trick of the day, but on this round, OnlyFins work more coordinated.
Yeah, Yesmu saves the day there massively. Just Medisport trying to fight in onto the site. It's a nice idea to have the operator on that angle, but the way that OnlyFins managed to use that cage to just get past it, it throws Waken off massively. But Melo gets a second. It opens up shot here for Medisport to play around, but Yesmu just in that safe plant position, protecting his teammates that are detained, making sure that he's got good cover for them, and catches Medisport by surprise. Another eco for Medisport. They've got big ultimates pretty much good to go, but so do OnlyFins.
Yeah, they do. It's the same story for both sides, apart from the ultimate department. So he might be using an unnecessary ultimate here. Little did he know, though, could have helped out if there was a stack for Medisport and B.
I mean, I have no quarrels with players using ultimates on against eco rounds. Obviously, it's not ideal, but in officials, just do whatever you can to get the round down.
100%. Few brawls into mid, though, that cause questions. And the fact that the 2 remaining players for Medisport are low. I actually got scared with Dima's ultimate there. Could have gone entirely wrong for OnlyFins, but it seems like they've all got it covered now. Ah. If Nixon is done by an element of timing here, which is
Last player standing.
fathomable. Nah, Yesmu's got it covered. They both know where they need to spray, and I think Mosh is actually short of the mark of the spike, but still, Waken will not be able to find any time in this endeavor. And OnlyFins, I think for the first time this game, have been able to find themselves a little bit of a lead.
Potentially the lead at half-time if they win either one of these last 2 rounds coming up.
True.
But yeah, it was a very sloppy round with a lot of kills going away in Medisport. The only downside is that you end up using a showstopper and you can't really get too much with it. So some of those big ultimates that they had in hand, Neuro Theft also, I think Chinook actually using there. Means that they don't have it for this full buy. There's a Rolling Thunder on the defense. And Thrash has been built up yet again from Yasmin. They're going for, again, those A executes, and there's 4 players here, including all of the Cypher utility. Maybe the play being a bit too obvious for OnlyFins.
That's fair. This time Thrash has brought in Fox to safety. Wow. Don't you just love 3 players moving in as a unit like that?
It's like Yesmi's picking up his ultimate right in that corner. Manages to get out.
to the cost of his captain.
But Dema needs to not die here. If he dies, that's the rotation's going to be pulled over anyway, but it is another fake from OnlyFins to go and put that pressure on B, to pull those players across. The Spike's still looking to head towards A. Yet again, however, Cypher utility's there. You've seen the Cypher as well, because it was Chinook that got the kill on Nick soon. So you know that your window of time of breaking this trip and planting is a short one. And eventually, Metasport will go, wait, there's nothing else happening on B? It must be A.
Well, there's 40 seconds on the clock. Metasport surely can think there's more time for OnlyFins to commit to such a play. Feekin does move forward. Thrash enabled for a second time by OnlyFins to clear it out the right-hand side. Trip broken, and Metasport now aware.
You even have Feekin going onto the B side, trying to clear utility. Like, again, we saw the Cypher over, unless they're thinking that this is some, like, a cross-site change-up. Alec gets a kill, but gets traded instantly, and the Rolling Thunder's really going to push back these players. The stun,
Whoa!
Snowy tries to flash, but he can't do much else.
This is a brilliant retake, and I think there's nothing OnlyFins can do about it. They're just getting surprised left, right, and center. And the fact that Metasport's bullets are just magnets to their opponents' heads. There's nothing that can't be done by the Finns and Swede.
I don't know if that's just OnlyFins overthinking it a bit there. Like, they're really keen on, like, starting towards A, then maybe going towards B, breaking Cypher utility, and then either having that be a fake on B and then going A, or just going B later into the round.
Careful.
But there, you see the Cypher, you know that he's there. And so, maybe it's just one of those things that kind of gets lost with all of the chaos in comms. But we have also seen this Metasport previous Yari team play quite a bit recently, so if there's any, like, crazy cross-map setups that they might have, probably would have seen them. Just think that OnlyFins are going to look back at the VOD and see, like, they had 4 over on A and then all their Cypher utility. It was just Demo over on B. Why did we not just keep going B?
There.
But now it's like the way that this map has been going, OnlyFins are making it in that direction. Their default has been playing out the same way. They usually come to B at this time, and Metasport are aware of it. They already have those 4 players over here now.
Massively for the defense of Metasport. Although they might be facing a giant showstopper. No show will be stopped. Wingman on the spike planting duties. Aftershock trying to stop it, and it's the spray of Awaken to do so. Dima there, close to their fight, and the fact that OnlyFins didn't manage to get the spike down and they already placed the smoke is a massive situation that favors the Vikings. OnlyFins are in big trouble, and it looks like we'll be to an even ground as we end this half, unless magic is done. Unless magic is done, but there's also a caveat in the mix, and it's got Chinook's name written all over it.
No,
You can try, Snowy.
no time to
But
plan.
try is all you can. 6-6 at halftime.
And yeah, good turnaround for Metasport, really. Like, OnlyFins having some really strong attacking rounds. So post plans looking good. The way that they were playing off of each other and being aggressive towards A was solid. But the little adjustments that Metasport were making, granted some rounds looked very out of sorts, but certainly towards the end, they got such a good read on what OnlyFins were doing on this attack default. It didn't change up all that much. But now they have to make their own attacking side work. With both teams running the same comp, OnlyFins will know how this map and these agents play out. But immediately, a very different default with the Cypher utility on this pistol. They have a trip top mid.
But the pistols seemingly to be vital for both of these teams. Seen an interesting amount of comebacks on the second. And let's see who's able to secure the first and at least start this new half on a good note.
Ixum goes low, but the response from OnlyFins is fairly quick. Nade, Gecko Flash, just to see if anybody's actively fighting it. If anything, OnlyFins are just buying a lot of time. It is going to force Metasport to do what OnlyFins were doing a lot of. Resetting, making some noise elsewhere. The stun across is nice because it really is going to force Nixun back. But there's still players there ready to fight. Yeah, Ale might just peek this.
And he might catch Ozzy off guard unless he himself is caught. He's so snappy. And he is able to crunch Ozzy's head. But still, will be short-lived. Nixun into the fight, yet to be checked. Jump peek by Waken is good enough to quash Nixun's head into pieces. And now, Dima.
Oh, 2 players.
Looking to trample upon the 2 remaining players of OnlyFins, but how much more can they do? They can delay the spy from being planted for a little bit, but these flashes won't be stopping anyone today. Metasport seem to be willing to go all the way for a reverse sweep today.
They just did great. And a lot of it just came down to individual fights. It felt like the first map flipped around. Metasport, it didn't feel like they could keep up with some of the mechanics of OnlyFins when some of these 1v1 duels were happening. But all that pistol was Dema getting a great amount of success with these 2 kills, despite the first one going towards Ali with a nice snap. Not messing around with the anti-eco either. There's no like small buy-ups. It's pretty much spend as much as you can, build up the weaponry as good as you can.
Because they know how close this has gotten.
Yeah.
You can't take any risks. And for OnlyFins, I'm actually glad they haven't invested in this one. You can't play tricks like that too often. They don't work out. It's a gamble for a reason. So they don't take the chance again for a second game running, second map running. Rather, Metasport are stuck in the middle, while OnlyFins are quick to react to this. Very quick to pounce. They might be able to catch multiple of them off guard. Dima far forwards, but there was a crossfire set up with Yezmu on site, delivering just in time to save his teammate's life. And now there's only 2 rifles left for Metasport, 3 players in total. Flashed out in the middle, and it's getting a little bit uncomfortable. Yezmu might also get caught out. He's trying to find cover on any side of this map he can, but now he's got Dizzy back available, and his team can use it to walk in. That's exactly what Ali does, and he doubles up as well. A topsy-turvy, one after the other, and it will happen for OnlyFins again.
Again, it's just these 2 teams keep thriftying each other. And so much of it was just OnlyFins just smothering the site with smokes to play close in. And despite Metasport having the bigger weaponry, they can't play long range. They have to play these close angles. Yezmu managing to just sneak his way into playing safe, playing these little crossfires. And Metasport, they were still like fighting awkwardly on the site. There was a minute still on the clock. There is a potential to like get out of there and try and reset if we feel that we're in too deep. And OnlyFins just make the chaos work so well for them. Both teams kind of struggling with money. It's sort of a buy up from OnlyFins. It's close to a full buy as they can get. And then just 1 rifle for Chinook, who's pushing mid alone.
Here.
How do you expect this to go? Chinook needs to do a lot with that hero Vandal. But he's not in the fight, he's instead on the lurk. Nixon calling for reinforcements. Not actually. He's saying he's all good. That's the Vandal gone. A very crucial gun. And it's actually an upgrade for OnlyFins instead.
They've inserted Dema over towards A though. It has been keenly watched because Metasport were trying to fight for that space a little bit more. They stunned to force Nixun away from that elbow angle. Metasport just using this as a chance to spread out, to really just add a lot of question marks around the map.
Now Waken is on the
30 seconds
second
left.
front. Even though it's the first with Dima, they're all in trouble. Melo finally finds the closer.
Spike down A.
It's not good enough. Gun to be upgraded in mid. Bulldog dropped, Vandal picked up. Ozzy gives away his position, unable to find the back of Ali's skull. And it's OnlyFins to find 2 consecutive.
You know that Ali's not the Finnish player because everybody else's rooms have got very dark. Other than
Not all
his.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah, OnlyFins now having a showstopper to work with Ali has come alive at the best of times. It's him versus Dema now that really is the head-to-head. Might be a chance for OnlyFins to pull away now. Metasport just barely hanging on with their economy. Do have a full buy in hand. Is it going to be a showstopper play mid? It's looking like it.
Hasn't been able to catch anybody, although he might have a right read to turn his attention towards the exit of A.
He read it well.
Yeah, played it as safe as they could.
Backside of it, though, is just that Metasport had to basically stay in their own spawn. 20 seconds are wasted and they need to reclear everything. They don't know if there's a player still in mid. They don't know how much they've pushed up. But they are just going to commit to the call of going A.
Exactly. Which an inkling of search has been placed in the minds of the Finns. Nixon hasn't quite shown his ground. It will be stunned, and it's the right time to do it! Nixon capitalizes off the back of it. The coordination of these two is unparalleled. And there's two left only for Metasport. The damage has already been done.
How do you get out of this, though? You've got Feekin playing a bit more passively over on alley. As soon as the spike tries to get planted, there's a flash and peek. Everybody's ready and waiting to play. It's only Finns has been playing together so long as a core, at least. And Ally's addition seems to be a seamless one at that. Now Metasport now just on an eco again, and only Finns starting to pull back that lead. I love that they're using Nixun over towards Ali as well with the Omen, because usually you might put the Omen towards Market typically, but Nixon, with how aggressive he wants to be, can TP in and out, re-engage in those positions, and with there being no Prowlers, with there being no Owl Drone, or even like a KO Knife to suppress you, you kind of have free reign to do that as the Omen over towards A.
Quick collapse onto the safe site here from Metasport. Wouldn't be surprised if Onlyfins handed their space over, but they're winning out fights.
Yasmi's been exceptional today too.
Right.
Pair of safe hands.
Consistent.
I think also playing like different roles than we've typically seen. Again, he moved over away from the KO last time to play the Gecko. So still maybe a couple of adjustments on roles and agents.
Lurk killed off by Nixon. While the meat and potatoes are being devoured. They're hungry, man. It's already dinner time. Double digits for Onlyfins. They're pretty upset that Lotus didn't go their way, and they're definitely making up for it now.
Oh, for sure. Now for Metasport, no timeouts. Oh no, actually they're gonna just timeout now. But it's risky because you've got that full buy, you've got showstoppers. So it does give Onlyfins another opportunity to kind of look at this and go, all right, they have showstopper, they have Thrash. Well, when we VOD reviewed them, we saw that they did these plays, so we can have this defensive setup. Some of these timeouts for Metasport, you know, if you did this round beforehand, you can talk about some of the general stuff that you want to do for that next full buy. But now it just gives Onlyfins an opportunity to sit and look at this and go, okay, we have a rough idea on what they're going to do. This is our counter to it.
Thinking time for sure. As we enter the evening hours of Northern Europe.
The other side of it too is like, if you look at, because both teams are running the same comp, for Metasport, how many times have they just gone B in comparison to what Onlyfins were doing? Feels like we haven't really had many of those B main post plants. In fact, actually, we haven't seen a post plant at all from Metasport, I don't think, other than maybe the pistol. The spike hasn't gone down.
They just haven't been able to gain a grasp of any of these sites. Onlyfins are quick to collapse on them, don't even allow the situation to turn into a retake. So good read, props to Nixon for putting his players in the right spots. But now Metasport look to change their approach. A bit of mid pressure, but as well towards B main, where Ale is holding still.
Afraid to overface and be aggressive. It's going to force multiple bodies and a dizzy flash to clear him. But he's able to get out. Stun's going to protect him a bit more. Wants to re-aggress, and this could potentially be Metasport losing their dizzy flash. Paranoia used in B main as well too. Means that they don't have it for the post plant.
And they haven't crossed onto the side.
No. Alex forced so much out of them early, but they haven't forced out the ultimates. That's a big one. They're going to reset and go over towards A, which yet again, Cypher utilities there, which is going to slow them down.
A sense of fear within the camp of Metasport, using everything they can early to not give out away numbers, but by the time it's a fight to come across that dictates the round, they don't have enough left in
30
them
seconds left.
to get it all done.
But Chinook actually pushed mid, put that camera in deep, which is something that they don't know about. But Ale, he just gets on that first contact so well, wins the duel. Snowy, nice crossfire from Market. And yet again, Metasport so fractured, so split up. They were defaulting all around the map. But when the execute came in, Ale just splits it apart.
Seconds left.
Yeah, he's just been insane. Complete menace, Ale. Wow, what a showing that round. And to be fair, if he lost that first exchange, that would have been it. That could have possibly Metasport's cross because they didn't really have anybody close by to deal with the push. And it would have been a plant finally for Metasport. But no, Ale connected the first shot, quick on the blast pack. And repositioned nicely for the rest. We get to see it all over again. It's for good reason. He was snappy with it.
10 seconds left.
It also does raise the point for like Metasport. Like what I thought the time it would be more for like a set play to do with these ultimates, but
yeah,
nothing really ended up happening.
Right there.
Maybe now. Maybe now. Might be too late because the gap has been established by the Finns and Swede. Here we go.
Jumped over the trip.
Showstopper. Hasn't found anyone. That smoke is actually working against them. Damage onto Ale. Is it good enough to stop him from being aggressive? Although the side being taken over, the spike hasn't gone down just yet. Feekin takes the fight, but he's alone, and now there's a smoke covering the rest of the Finn players.
Nero Theft shows that there is a flank happening with the Omen behind. Nixon TPing over the trip. He's going to get thrashed.
That's a good thrash. Oh, not in time. Waken reads it. The spike has gone down in the meantime, and Dio's gone hyper-aggressive in the front line. And he's keeping everybody busy. Snowy can't be comfortable to take the rest of the fights, especially when he's 3 feet under. Yezmu alone. And his hopes have been put in the gutter. There's no defusing this spike. A thrash right after him. And his demise written in golden letters. There's no way getting away from the explosion. Or maybe there is, but still. Metasport with a statement that they're not out of this game just yet.
Worked out masterfully. Just that first kill, just to get the Nero Theft Online to know exactly how OnlyFins wanted to try and go for that round. And you think that when Dema goes in for the execute and doesn't get a kill, that it could potentially backfire. But I do like this, the way that it was cleared properly. Dema, like you said, Pavlos, just taking so much attention, so much threat. And just helps that spike tick down. Finally, we've seen some better post plants, but it did use the 2 big ultimates that they have. Rolling Thunder available, but available for both sides. And it fins of 4 players over towards A.
Such a good read. If it's even a read. Or just a hunch. Good Rolling Thunder. Concusses everybody up, but can't really be followed up on. Do they really want to follow up on it? They've already got the numbers.
Immediately after the ultimate was used, Snowy is rotating over towards top mid. Chinook again wanting to break this trip to force up some play, some aggression. Or just add the question marks. But this is good from Chinook. If in doubt, just try and clear some of that Cypher utility. Well, you've got 2 out of the 3 pieces. And the spike is in market going for a B execute. It's just one trip you need to find. It could be a big one that actually stops this wingman. Yeah, it does. It doesn't stop them from planting.
On my way.
Spike planted.
Smoke out. You've got to check the corner. Oh, and he does. For a second there, I thought he didn't enough. Yezmu up top. Rolling Thunder in retaliation. This wingman could do a lot to delay them from pushing any further. Ale couldn't find a player. That is not a good answer to it, and now they're smoked off. Metasport actually playing on site, not playing away from it. That's different to what we saw from OnlyFins on their attack. Yezmu finally finding one, so they've got backside control. Little by little, they're gaining piece by piece of this site, and it's Yezmu's play all over on the spike, and right back on the trigger. OnlyFins now only 1 away from closing out this map, but goodness me, was this close.
Yeah, Metasport wanted to be aggressive and take more the Rolling Thunder that was used. And just like Metasport finding that space in mid, just breaking some of that Cypher utility. Chinook goes pushing, he even finds another kill there, but just a wide peak goes down. That means the trip went down in market. And Yezmu Mr. Consistent. It's just getting off the spike at that point to go a little bit wider to allow the peak off of it. These guys are just playing so well together. 12-8 scoreline, series point for OnlyFins. And Metasport with a new face, with a new team. Not quite getting the same result as they had last stage.
both these teams here with a statement. Metasport with a new lineup, trying to come back, saying that Yari Esports in their attempt to make it into this with the Promorello and Eclipse, it was a fluke, and can come back in and do damage to the mainstays of Challengers North, and only Finns that they can challenge for the top 2 spots for Ascension fight. A lot on the line, and it's only the start of the season, but we know how much any map, any series, any round counts to the end result, to who makes it into playoffs, who's into Eclipse next time around.
I wonder what the play's going to be for Feekin. He does have cages that will help him get out. He's tucked in right onto this wall, sees plenty of players in through short, and the paranoia play is going to be great. It catches Mellow.
It does.
Here.
Metasport move in off the back of it.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Feekin seems to be
30 seconds
really
left.
in control. Nixon, what angle is that? Finds himself above the smoke. And maybe on cloud 9. Because there's nothing stopping this Finnish and Swede squad as they close it out in a flawless fashion. What a game for OnlyFins by the end. It did take them 3 maps to do it, but they've done it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of maps that we haven't really seen that much from OnlyFins with Bind and Lotus earlier, and for Sunset, seen a lot, but not win a lot. So starting off on the right foot here for stage 2 is a good footing, but for Metasport, I think most teams and most people would have expected them to maybe be bottom of the barrel with how they were playing, but it was a good showing from them, all things considered. Like taking a map off of OnlyFins that have been consistent, I think, throughout like all of stage 1. You've got some tough opponents still to come through. Like, I think that this like ex-Yari team could be very proud of how they did today, and ultimately there's a lot of stuff to work on for their matches next week.
100%. I think this is a really good start for Yari. Requiem showed also some strong performances earlier today, so we're seeing some new rosters packing punches, which is good to see to improve the competitiveness of this league as well and challenge for the top spots. That's what we need to have a look at. But yeah, any final words here, Ryan, before we throw it?
Hell of a first week. I'm excited to see more. Player cams have been amazing, so it's been good to see some of the reactions for sure. But yeah, it's been a great week.
Well, for everybody still watching, there's still an interview and a post-match breakdown that will be performed by our desk analysts. So don't go anywhere, don't miss it.
I could be strong survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself. A love too precious to let go. I've been searching for some
Welcome back to Polaris. Only Finns get off to a good start with a 2-1 victory over the new Metasport roster here. Took it to 3 maps, didn't quite look as good as they would have liked to, I don't think, on Lotus, but looked pretty decent on Sunset. Just about what we expect from them, considering what we saw last season. We've kind of been on a roller coaster here with Only Finns today, and, you know, we've seen highlights, we've seen lowlights, but overall, they are still Only Finns, except with just that little boost of Ale here. And, you know, I'm excited to see what they will do for the rest of the season. I think there's definitely teething issues to get out the way, but I'm happy with it.
I would agree. I would 100% agree. It was a real Jekyll and Hyde performance from both teams in a way, because Metasport and Spells looked great, and other times they did not, but they just didn't have the consistency which Only Finns did in the end on that last map. And I think as well, you've got to be thinking about it from this perspective. Like Polaris is just a whole nother level of intensity, and I think that you can feel that mental endurance start to fade towards the end for Metasport.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, when you do have a 3-map series, it's easy, I think, as a viewer to be like, oh, you know, it's just 3 maps of Valorant. I do that every day. Well, I go on Ranked and I do that every day. But there's a different kind of mental fortitude that I think it takes to be constantly locked in for something with as high stakes as Polaris. So, I mean, it's impressive that any team can kind of stay fully in control of the game all the way to the very end. And I think being able to come back from a map like Lotus for Only Finns is just as impressive as well. I was quite happy there with Sunset. I think there are a lot of highlights for them, but overall, just good play from, I think, both teams. You know, this new Metasport roster, it looks good. I mean, I don't think there is a weak roster in this whole season of Polaris. I doubt we're going to have a team that is going to go completely, you know, 7-0 the other way.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think we'll have a hookahs, right? That's the key point. And I think that if we do have any teams drop out of the league, which is guaranteed to be happening for 2 of these teams, I think they'll bounce straight back up. I think they are the strongest. The league that we have just now is 100% the strongest in the region. We could totally have a different aspect when we get to those promo relos at the end of the year. But it's been a real impressive week from everybody that has come to light in our broadcast days.
Yeah, for sure. Well, right now for you, before we get things going for the end of the show, we have an interview with Snowy from Only Finns right here. How you doing, buddy? Was that a good time?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great match, great intensity, and first debut for Ale is very good, man. This guy's so good.
Yeah.
How was your break, man? Like, you guys obviously didn't have the greatest of, how do you put it, like, ends to the split. You didn't get to that final, which, I mean, you would be disappointed with the result against Sweet and Sour. So how was that break? How did you guys, like, kind of feel coming into the new season?
I mean, we knew exactly kind of what we did wrong in those couple games that we really struggled. So we started like improving like structure-wise a lot more, and we had a lot of role changes during the season. So we just solidified our roles and just worked hard.
Great. It's good to hear. I mean, I do want to touch on Lotus a little bit. Obviously, you changed up the composition. You tried out something a little bit different. Was that in part due to Ale joining the team, or was it just like a kind of new idea that you were formulating that didn't quite work out?
I mean, to be honest, our Lotus has been insane in Prax. The idea and the philosophy of the composition, I mean, I'm not going to go too deep into that, but I think the Viper nerfs have definitely made her less weaker, so we felt like a Breach Gecko could work well for us.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Twiggy mentioned Ali. We have to ask the question at some point, like, what is he providing to the roster? Like, again, like me and Twiggy were kind of commenting, and Brian and Pavlos as well, about you guys being a lot more drilled, a lot more well-oiled. Has Ali really helped that transition into like the more structured approach?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think his experience and the way he actually takes role in the duelist, which we kind of expect from our duelist player, and how we kind of build our team dynamic, I guess. So I think Ale delivers in that perspective. So it doesn't matter how many numbers he's dropping, like he's filling the role what we want him to fill.
Yeah.
Great. Well, obviously, you know, one more question before you leave. You had a tough time at the start of Split 1 and really had to kind of claw your way back into it towards playoffs. Do you see anything similar happening this time, or are you more confident now that you've got that roster change underway? You feel a little more, you got your kind of role switch-ups going. Do you think you're going to make the most of your games this season?
For sure. I mean, I think our like first game against Who Cars back in Split 1. Oh man, this is a radical difference. So, I mean, I'm personally very excited for this up and coming split, and yeah, we want to make that ascension for sure.
Great. Well, first win out of the way. Only 6 more to go. So hopefully we'll see you up at the top of the leaderboard. So thank you very much for talking to us, Snowy. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Lovely guy. And of course, having an impactful role there, usually the initiator there for OnlyFins, and doing quite a lot of work. Obviously, as he was mentioning on Lotus there, a different kind of plan for them, running that double initiator instead of the double controller that is usual for that map, and had a pretty big role in that, obviously playing a breach, which is kind of antiquated is what we would call it probably on Lotus. So doing a good job of getting that one done. Obviously Lotus didn't work out that well for them. Hopefully we do see a little bit of adaptation there and them changing some things up, or at the very least just drilling it enough that it looks a little better, because I do like, I'm happy that a team is embracing the changes to Viper and not just going, well, we're going to pick her anyway because all of our comps run around her, you know?
Yeah, it's a different way of looking at the game, and again, I like the idea that OnlyFins have looked at last split and the craziness that was going on in the roles department. Let's be honest, Snowy touched on it, and he was even laughing himself. Like, those guys now have got themselves in a position where they have a system that they want to assign themselves to, and let's be honest, for the most part, it worked today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, they got the win over the line, and that's all that really matters in the end. Obviously, you can go down to map difference at the end of the series, but it's head-to-head first, so it doesn't really matter. Either way, look, they'll be happy with that result, I think. You know, probably they'll have thought, you know, we shouldn't have been losing Lotus there. Obviously, Snowy was saying that in practice and in scrims, Lotus was looking really good for them, so they're probably not insanely happy with their performance on that map, but it just gives them, you know, more to focus on. You know, they can go, okay, there's some gaps there. We'll be able to get that one over the line, surely, by the end of the season. The other 2 maps look brilliant.
Yeah, the other 2 maps do look brilliant. And again, Twiggy, at the end of the day, if you win your series, then you don't need to worry about maps. That's it at the end of the day,
True.
and that's the thing that OnlyFins will probably take in towards their next series. So yeah, I mean, it's a hurdle which they've been able to overcome, but there's still plenty more tough challenges in the coming weeks.
Before we give you an overview of what you have to look forward to for the rest of the season, we're going to take a look at that last series. And first off, it's round 8, I think, was the first one that we had highlighted. Oh yes, of course, round 8. And yeah, I mean, this is just where things started to heat up, I think, for both teams. And it was really neck and neck at this point in the game. Yeah,
I mean, it was Pavlos that shouted it out on death straight away. Obviously, I wanted to get it highlighted because, again, it's the Jekyll and Hyde of OnlyFins. Like, we see rounds like this where it's like solo peaks and disorganizations and like really poor post plans. And like this is just should be a 1 round from OnlyFins.
Right, exactly. And yeah, I mean, look, this is kind of what we're used to seeing is the thing from OnlyFins. If you're just kind of joining us this split and you haven't really watched a lot of it, this is kind of what OnlyFins has been like as long as we've seen them. We haven't seen a lot of organization from this team. They have maybe been confident, but definitely not, you know, calm and collected. They have not been that kind of team. They've always kind of been the wild card team that have come out and just done insane stuff, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But we can take a look at a round where we're seeing that kind of new OnlyFins, something a little more structured. You've got Ale involved, and I think everybody just feels a bit more drilled. This is round 16, where I think they just looked a little more in control of everything.
Yeah, like just from an elbow hold, this is 5 players up against 2, and this little bit of a hold. You see the breach util, you get the information straight away. The stun is dropped, and Nixon just collects up. Snowy combines, sure they end up losing out Nixon, but they've already got 3. The majority of Metasport, like this is the new OnlyFins, birth of the ashes of whatever craziness that they've got going on from last split. Sure, it pops up now and again. It's the same for any team. You're going to have those issues, but again, Twiggy, we've said it time and time again, they are heading in the right direction.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the evolution that we're going to see from a lot of 12-8. That's an interesting score. I think that's the evolution that we're going to see quite a lot from a lot of these teams, right? We're getting new teams introduced to the league with new players, kind of, you know, less experienced players, players who don't have as much kind of drilled time in the server, and then they come in with the firepower, the dynamic plays and everything, and over time, you figure out that if we want to consistently make it to playoffs, we need to be a consistent team, and they'll start to learn those kind of things a little more. And I think OnlyFins are kind of the first team to cross that barrier and go, okay, it's time for us to really push on and become a more kind of drilled team. I think, look, if you look at Sweet and Sour, you look at Metasport coming into this one, those are teams that we've yet to see that kind of adaptation out of. So far, their mechanical skill is really pushing them to the victories that they're getting. I would love to see some more of this kind of adaptation from teams, because it's really nice to see a team evolve instead of just improving.
100%. Again, how does Sweet and Sour evolve from whatever style they want to play, Twiggy? That is like, that'll be some abomination, if I'm being honest. I love those guys so much, but like, oh my god. No, listen, at the end of the day, there is a lot of good stuff to come out of it, and Metasport certainly showed that as well. I think we can't take it away. Dema, Aussie TK, the full squad, they all had some great moments, and I think Lotus, while it is one map in its own, there's some real highlights to take out of it and stuff to grow from. I think this season will be a real learning experience for Metasport.
For sure. Here's what we saw over the course of this week. Obviously, NXT taking down FMG to start off the season, and Peanut Orchestra versus Sweet and Sour was our second game. Sweet and Sour take that one away, getting off to a good start, just like last split. Apex continue their unbeaten streak, and OnlyFins managing to take down Metasport today. So we've rounded out our first round of games, and I think things are really just going to heat up as we go, right? A lot of these games were close ones, but a lot of them were kind of one-sided, and I think we're going to see things heat up a lot more as we get towards the mid-table. Last season, we had 4 teams in a tiebreaker towards the end of the season. I think it's even more likely that we get more tiebreakers this time around, because I don't see a team going 0-7. I don't see a team even going 1-6, honestly. Apex obviously are going to be up at the top with their you know, never losing a map, whatever. But everybody else really feels like they're on par with each other.
They do, and again, like, I think the one thing that excites me is, like, obviously seeing the teams come back and vie for that place. Again, we have to highlight, guys, we have play-ins for Polaris as like well as play-ins to fight for Ascension. There is so much on the line for this team, for these teams, so many chances that it really doesn't matter. And I think as long as you can secure 6th place, Twiggy, you know, like, you're within a shout of Ascension, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, exactly. There's all to play for, and we're going to take a look at the next games coming up. Next week, you have to look forward to Abina Orchestra versus Apex. You got Metasport versus Requiem, the 2 new kids on the block. NXT versus Sweet and Sour. I'm sure that'll be a grudge match. And OnlyFins versus Formulation Gaming. I mean, no matter which way you spin it now, every matchup is going to be a banger. So you don't want to miss any of these games.
Yeah, again, like, I think Requiem, Metasport, that's going to be a nice rematch for everybody. But more for me, like, NXT versus Sweet and Sour, like, that is a grudge match. Remember, Sweet and Sour, one of the teams that put NXT to the sword early and caused those issues. Now NXT are rebirthed, they've swapped the roles, they look good in that last matchup. I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, Polaris is really coming together as a region when you take a look at that kind of schedule. And you're like, actually, you know what? No matter what way I swap around the teams in that lineup, it's still going to be a good day of Valorant. Make sure to follow us on socials, guys. We have clips from all of today's action, a lot of action today, and we will get regular updates on everything going on in the Polaris region, in the North region, so don't miss out on anything. Keep up to date, and go ahead and follow us on Twitter. Thank you guys for watching today. It's been a pleasure. I've been here with Cairo once again, and goodbye, guys. Join us again next week. It'll be just as amazing.
shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll